Saratoga.
Potentially some championship honors, maybe even Horse of the Year to be decided this weekend right here at Saratoga. Grade 1 winner Gino Romantica leads a trio from the Chad Brown barn. In today's Ballston Spa, she comes off a narrow defeat in the Grade 1 Diana. There were high hopes for Gulfport after a dominant stakes win as a 2-year-old. His 4-year-old debut showed he still has big talent. A win today, and he might be headed for stakes action next. And Randomized got the better of the champ of the Distaff division, the Ogden Phipps, just barely. Can she do it again in the rematch in Friday's Personal Ensign? We'll have a preview. And trainer Kenny McPeak, his go-to pilot, Brian Hernandez Jr., get ready for yet another shot at history. His Super Filly Torpedo Anna up to the challenge. In Saturday's DraftKings Travers, we'll talk plenty about the big one coming up in that showdown of the summer this weekend. All that and more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we're just 9 minutes away from the opener on this card. Stakes action early on as well on the turf in the Grade 2 Ballston Spa, as we have a beautiful Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York. Tremendous crowd on hand, and this place is going to swell on Saturday with maybe the biggest race of the year coming up. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday afternoon, as we have so many big races to talk about coming up later in the week. Obviously, that Personal Ensign with the reigning champ of the division back in Idiomatic for Brad Cox. So many Grade 1s and big stars on that Saturday program, but this Ballston Spa, an intriguing one early on here in our Thursday coverage. Chad Brown, one scratch in here. Coppice comes out. He still has 3 of the 4 in this Ballston Spa, the only one not from his barn, surprisingly, for Todd Pletcher. Let's talk through it. I'm bringing Jonathan Kinchin, champion handicapper, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider. Rajiv Mirage, who's the Chad Brown one to beat in the Ballston Spa?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 3 Delahaye. If you look back at that matchmaker down at Monmouth, you'll notice the pace was not particularly quick that day, a slow pace that Beau Cachet actually set. And for me, Delahaye was trying to close into that and wasn't able to do so because of the horses on the front end still had a little bit of energy. So for Rajiv, I'm going to go with the 3.
And for that same reason is why I'm going with the number 4, Beau Cachet. I feel like she's going to have a big tactical advantage in this race. She's the lone speed on paper, cuts back a 16th of a mile in distance, which should even only benefit that advantage. And I think she's going to be able to dictate the pace up front, and it's going to be really tough to catch.
Meanwhile, Gina Romantica, she's gotten a lot better as a 5-year-old. She's coming off a narrow defeat. Grade 1 Diana. She just might be the best of this bunch. We'll find out, but it tells you how not a ton separating this trio from this barn, as she got bumped a little bit too in this race. The horse who came back to win this race, Moira, she came back to win the Grade 2 Beverly D out of here.
Yeah, Gina Romantica is definitely the best horse in this race, but not the horse I think I want to bet. She's going to be a little bit overbet in my opinion. She'll definitely be the favorite in here, and I just thought it made a little bit of sense to try to, in a small field where weird things can happen, give me a horse that's going to be a better price.
Yeah, I mean, the story of the race for me is the dynamics of the race. There's just one horse that's going to be the controlling speed in a small field, and I think it's going to put all the closers up against it to close into. And that one horse is Beau Cachet. I feel like she just has a significant tactical edge on her rivals today.
So early stakes action, that's race 2 on this card coming up. We're going to kick things off here in just a moment, too. We're just 7 minutes to post in our first race of the day as you take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Ballston Spa there in the second. Start of the Pick 6 happens in race 5 on this 10-race card here on this Thursday afternoon. Fast and good to begin the action here in this Thursday in Saratoga Springs. You can play it all right there with Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. Get that offer at sign up for new members, $250 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that promo code at sign up, SPA250, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. We'll begin this day with a New York bred maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win on the resume. Big scratch of the 2 coming out, and Vehamente, JK. A lot of talk about this filly before the debut. She was 1-2. She disappointed, but against a pretty nice filly who beat her.
Yeah, she took a lot of money in that first start. She's drawn towards the outside. She takes the blinkers off. There's been a winner out of that race. I see where people are going with Vehemente.
Here is Frankie Hiccups to start the post parade.
Yeah, this horse down on the inside for Rudy. You get Luis Saez. Rudy got off to a slow start, but he's been red hot since.
Yeah, really has been. Willful Mama, Mike Maker barn.
Yes, horse a half to My Main Squeeze and Rotney.
Buck Butler homebred. Princess Mischief for the Chris Engelhart barn.
In these 2-year-old races with these debuters, I usually lean towards the DRF Clocker reports, and this suggests that this one has not much early speed.
Stone Smuggler first out for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, Jorge Abreu is really good with first-time starters, 20% in his career.
Pretty magical. The dam produced a pretty good one named Highway Star, who was a 10-time winner.
Shows a good gate workout, 3rd of 51 at the distance.
George Weaver, first time out with 5G.
Yeah, Vacoma for George Weaver. George obviously trained Vacoma, who's off to a red-hot start as a stallion.
Big work for With the Angels from that DRF Clocker report.
Yeah, this one is my top pick. Her second dam, I rode Dance Galdan. She was pretty precocious herself. This one's going to be tough.
Vehemente beat it 1-2, first time out for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, Vehemente had a good run first time out at 1-2 after encountering some trouble from the inside post. She gets a favorable outside post today, and I expect big improvement from that debut.
Thought I lost you guys there. 4 minutes away. I went into panic mode. From this Pick 5 coming up. By the way, if you are playing the Pick 5, we should just note it, JK. We have a race that I've not seen much. Basically, the entire field scratch. We've got a 3-horse field to close out the early Pick 5 in race 5. Did you guys, real quick, as we jump ahead to that, did you see Magnificent Miles to stand out there?
No, I thought all 3 of those horses could win that were left in that race. I thought it was a wide open spot.
4 minutes from the opener. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll start with first-time starters, and we'll go in numerical order. Number 3, Willful Mama. She's one of 2 horses that her pedigree really jumped off the page to me. And I know she's not taking much money, but Mike Maker first-time starters generally do not. And she, of a Mike Maker, firster, actually looks very fit in here. And she's a beautiful mover, as you guys mentioned. I'll have to Rotney, My Main Squeeze. They all but... all winners, but none of them won first time out. So maybe that's why we see such a big price on her. But I like the way that she has been prepared and is preparing in these prelims to head into the starting gate to make her debut. She's one that really kind of has impressed me with every single moment that I've observed her today. Moving on to number 5, Stone Smuggler for Jorge Abreu. Yes, TT does do well with his first time starters, but, and while the dam won her lone start as an early 2-year-old, and there's been some win early type of pedigree, this is a big filly. There's just a lot of her, and for me, these types generally need to kind of race into fitness. I don't mind her. Am I going to be shocked when she jumps up and wins here? She did, watching her workout 3 back from the gate, she outbroke a mate by 2 lengths with Irad aboard, and she was under restraint throughout, then asked to gallop out a bit. I just wonder, she might show some speed, but is there going to be enough left in the tank? Respect these connections, but for me, as an individual, I just thought Stone Smuggler would benefit from a start. Number 6, Pretty Magical, as you guys mentioned, a really lovely pedigree with this filly. I did take it as a bit of a negative, given the pedigree, given the fact that she's by Good Magic, who stands for a pretty nice fee, only sold for $100,000 as a yearling. She broke a bit slow watching one of her gate breezes, and she continued to break slow, continuing, according to the DRF Clocker report, but she did gallop out in front. And to me, she actually just looks like a filly that might want to go a bit further than this. Her pedigree is kind of that middle distance type where, Highway Star, she was great at 7/8. Captain Bombastic, he was 7/8 to a mile. And she's very tall, very leggy. I will say, though, that Mark Hennig, from a fitness perspective, really has her fine-tuned. She's very lean, very defined. She's one I'm going to watch with some interest because I love that pedigree. I just feel like she might need more ground. Number 7 is 5G. The Vacomas, they are win early candidates. He's 12 for 36 with his freshman crop. This one brought in with a training saddle on. She just looked a touch soft overall. She's getting a big warm-up out there from Javier Castellano, so she might have a bit of early pace, though that's not the case according to the clock report and watching her workout too, albeit back in July, where she broke okay on the outside of an unraced mate, and she kind of struggled to keep pace throughout. Now, that was nearly a month ago, so there's obviously some improving to do, but I just feel like looking at her today, coupled with that she's one that's just going to have to race into fitness. But the horse taking money throughout here is number 8 with the Angels, sold for $350,000 after working 9 and 4. I don't know if we have time to show that workout, but I loved it. And look at her warming up on the racetrack. She's out of a dam. Sister Margaret, who was trained by one of my good friends, Nick Essler, and she won first time out and second in her second start. So watching that 9 and 4 workout, not ask too much, really lowers herself into stride and extends herself. That's a good sign. That is a sign of a horse who knows their job, who is a runner. And she has just been like a coiled spring throughout, kind of hinting at Jose Ortiz, let me go, let me go. But she's been so responsive too to her handlers. I think she's going to be incredibly formidable here, guys. I did go with Vehemente. I think she's a lot more settled for this second start with the blinkers off, and getting that outside post should help her out a bit to kind of sort things out and watch what's going on to her inside. And that's a generous price on a horse who has the experience.
Maggie, thanks. 2-year-old races, more really than any other race. And there's the one, or one of several with the pedigree in here that's not getting bet, but pay attention to the board. Even money on the 8 is telling you a serious story with this Linda Rice first-time starter as they get set to load here for this Pick 5.
Yeah, look, the money doesn't lie, and Linda doesn't typically get horses like this. I mean, if you look through her 2-year-olds that she's debuted, they're not 350,000 type horses.
And bred to have a lot of speed and bred for some precocity. Second dam dance skill dance was 6 wins from 9 lifetime start with 3 seconds.
There's the favorite stepping in, short price, first time out for Linda Rice here on Military Appreciation Day. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati to kick things off.
Vehemente, the last one to load. Goes in. And they're off. And with the Angels, waste no time out of the gate. Comes away smoothly. Stone Smuggler, second in the early going. Already a length and a half behind the pacemaker. Vehemente extreme outside. Frankie Hiccups is down at the rail. And Willful Mama racing between rivals, 4 lengths off the lead. 5G is next. Just made some contact with Pretty Magical. Pretty Magical got some trouble there and has gone to the back of the field. Princess Mischief went by her. 22-2 for the favorite with the Angels, with Stone Smuggler trying to close the gap as they come to the quarter pole. Another length and a half back to Vehemente in third. At the rail, Willful Mama takes fourth at the quarter pole with the Angels. Turns for home. Confidently handled by Jose Ortiz, and they're 5 in front coming to the 8th pole. Stone Smuggler is second by a similar margin. Scramble for third, Frankie Hiccups, and on the inside, Princess Mischief. With the Angels, steams home, jogging, widening. It's going to be double digits with the Angels in a romp. Stone Smuggler second, Princess Mischief third, Frankie Hiccups was fourth.
Wow, first time out and never in question with the Angels. Linda Rice has a talented 2-year-old filly here.
Absolutely. Look, Linda does not have great numbers first time out. The fact that this horse just won like this says a ton about the horse's talent. The money was right. They knew, Rajiv.
This is an absolute beast right here with the Angels. What a powerhouse performance and a super fast time as well. She was just so quick and agile right out of the gate, professional, and she just kept going faster and faster and faster.
Long, long way back to second. Everyone knew as that 6-1 morning line, nope, goes off at even money. Jose Ortiz, a mere pilot aboard for this Tour de Force debut.
Yeah, this is impressive. New York bred too. I feel like a lot of these New York bred stakes are starting to get snatched up by this horse over the next couple of months.
I mean, you can see Jose Ortiz come off the turn. He looks to the inside to see on the screen if anyone was coming. He saw that he was clearly ahead, takes another peek at it. He never had to uncock the crop. I mean, this filly was just doing it well within herself. There he goes, just shows it to her, kind of teaching her how to polish off her runs. This was a win, but also a training experience for this filly. Onwards and upwards from here.
Too quick to wheel back? I'm kidding.
Too good to wheel back. Take your time with this one.
Spinaway's coming up pretty quick. This was impressive, though. What an effort from this New York-bred filly, first time out. This is what we love about this meet, seeing future stars of the sport in these 2-year-old races, and this was a real fun one here with the Angels. Remember that name. Big debut for this Linda Rice first-time starter. Jose Ortiz aboard for Winning Move Stable. John Oxley and a daughter of Omaha Beach blitzes them. Here are the debut to kick off this Thursday card. We'll be back.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action, all meet long and beyond at nairabets.com. What a performance we saw to kick off this Thursday card. This could be a special 2-year-old filly. This was the debut, and she was dominant.
Absolutely. Look, she broke away from there very sharply, opened up, advanced her position all the way around. And I think there's probably some nice horses in here behind her. I don't think that she caught a bunch of tomato cans. She's just that good.
Now, the hype was real. Her grandmother, I rode her, was one of the fastest fillies that I ever rode, Dance Gal Dance. So it's nice to see the legacy lives on.
Bet down to even money, so word was out, and she does not disappoint. Let's go to Maggie.
sometimes it's all about the younger generation, as I'm pleased to be joined here by Wes Siegler, your grandfather, Steve, the spearhead of Winning Moose Stable. He really pushed you onto this stage right now, but I think you're more than ready because I have seen you by his side pretty much every time you guys have a horse in. This one, though, with the Angels, is just so exciting.
Just special. I loved how she looked in the workouts, in the barn when we'd go visit her. Just everything couldn't have gone better.
So classy, too, to act like that pre-race and the way that she won as well.
Yeah, even visiting the barn, you could tell there's just something about her. She knows what she needs to do, and she's a racehorse, and she knows that.
You can tell that. Now, what about you, though? You, I feel like, have been such a fan and part of this game, of such a part of Winning Move for such a long time now.
Yeah, I love racing. I've been around it since I was born, and I just fell in love with it when I was little. So coming to the track, especially here, Saratoga, is my favorite thing.
Nothing like being in this winner's circle, right?
Nothing. It's just amazing.
And you're the future of racing. What's her future?
Hopefully, see how she comes out of the race, and then for 2-year-old fillies, really just look at stakes.
A lot of New York bred action as well. Well, Wes, thank you so much, and best of luck with her.
Thank you.
All right, with the Angels, wow, guys, she was so impressive, and such a joyous team here in the winner's circle celebrating her in victory.
A lot of fun to have a talented first-time starter win like that. I guess there's no age limit for the winner's circle.
Yeah, Rajiv better be careful. That kid's going to take Rajiv's job.
He's already doing a better job than me. But I know Wes, since he was a little newborn, I was riding for Winning Move Stables from back then. Actually, Winning Move Stables is one of the stables that really gave me a shot when I first came to New York. So I saw Wes around. He learned betting from his grandfather. That's how he got into it. He was handicapping at a really young age, and it's nice to see him stick with it and continue on the tradition of what they've been doing.
Fun way to start this Thursday card here as we gear our way up to the DraftKings Travers on Saturday. That tremendous card. And now we got a graded stakes coming up. In Chad Brown Barn, we'll send out 3 of the 4 in this Grade 2 Ballston Spa. Mile and a 16th on the turf, $300,000 purse, fillies and mares 4 and up. And Gino Romantica is the odds-on favorite right now off that third place effort, beat less than a length of the Grade 1 Diana.
Yeah, look, and she's got some really fast past races. The problem is for me, this is more of a question to Rajiv. In these 4-horse fields, it just feels like sometimes things can get a little bit tricky because it really becomes a rider's race, a little bit less about who's the best horse in the race, who gets the best trip.
Yeah, it's very much so a cat and mouse game. When you have only 4 horses in a race, what happens is everyone has a keen eye on each other. And what I can see happening for Gina Romantica is that she's on the outside of the 4 horses, and going into that first turn, if the race goes slow, they're going to bunch up, and it's going to be really hard for Pratt to kind of get her over and get cover, especially because she has a tendency to be keen in her pass. So if she gets stuck wide chasing in a 4-horse field, it's not going to be a good situation. And if she takes back and gets covered up into a very slow pace, which is expected here, that's not ideal either. So they're going to have to try to work out a trip, and I can see her getting a not so good trip.
See how it plays out. Yeah, it's strange. These compact fields, you wouldn't think it, but you can get traffic troubles. But everybody knows where everybody is, as Rajiv said. Here's a look at Ballston Spa, just southwest of the racetrack, part of the capital region. And a race where last year we had that downpour of rain and we saw that monstrous upset with Evie Jets for the Cantermachis.
It's never an upset if the Cantermachis win, my people.
We're going to take a timeout. Still to come, Torpedo Anna. Her big chance to make history tackling the boys. It's what everybody in the game wanted to see. It's going to come Saturday against the Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner Dornick and Company. We'll have a preview next.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a pay your mama, $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on Military Appreciation Day here in Saratoga Springs, and this is what's coming up on Saturday. The Super Filly, Queen of the Division, Torpedo Anna, taking on the boys in the DraftKings Travers, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, beginning at 3 Eastern Time. Winner's silks will be painted on that infield canoe. Can she do it? It's our ABR Race of the Week. What else would it be? Mile and a quarter test for $1.25 million. This is the look at the field that will line up. Let's meet the group, starting with the winner of the Kentucky Oaks, Acorn, and Coaching Club American Oaks, Torpedo Anna.
She's a really cool horse. She deserves to be in this race. I'm excited she's in this race. She could go down in history as one of the greatest of all time if she wins this race. I just worry that she's going to face the biggest test she's ever faced. I'm not sure if she's going to pass it.
Here is Sierra Leone, who Grade 1 winner of the Bluegrass, still waiting for that big moment since.
Yeah, has got beat a nose in the Kentucky Derby. Most recently, he finished second in the Jim Dandy with his career high 102 Beyer speed figure.
Unmatched wisdom, unbeaten, but here comes a serious test for him.
Yeah, he's on the outside of the big four of this race, but I think Unmatched Wisdom, an undefeated horse, traveling in the right direction, has some tactical speed. I would not be shocked if he got his picture taken.
Corporate Power was just behind him in the Curlin for Shig McGahee.
A horse that's trending in the right direction. Look, he hasn't run fast enough as yet to win a race of this caliber, but he's chipping away at it, and he has Mr. Travers, Javier Castellano in the saddle.
Yeah, 7-time winner. Batting down, any reason to think we can see better than what we saw in the Jim Dandy?
I think Batten Down's mama, Close Hatches, who is an unbelievable racehorse, has a better chance of her daughter winning, Scylla, in the earlier race and the card. I just don't see him in here.
Honor Marie was a buzz horse going into the Kentucky Derby, finished 8th that day.
He has been one of the most unlucky horses with the racing trips that he's had. Just very unfortunate, but a horse that has blinkers on and one that can pop up and run a big race.
Dornick's already won here at a mile and a quarter. It was a pretty big race.
He's won 2 huge 3-year-old races, the Belmont and the Haskell. He's a fighter, but he better be, because he's going to have a lot of fights on his hand when they turn for home.
And I think most of us feel Fierceness runs his A race, and we saw it again in the Jim Dandy. Everybody's running for second.
Pound for pound, the fastest horse in the division right now. The fastest horse in the race. He's super talented, but he's one of those kind of Jekyll or Hyde horses. Sometimes he runs a big race and that would blow the field away, and then sometimes he's a no-show. I think the connections must love the fact that he's got the perfect outside post.
He's never put together back-to-back wins. We'll see if he can do that in the Travers. Let's go back to the filly, though. Torpedo Anna and Coaching Club American Oaks. Things did not go her way right out of the gate. It didn't matter.
Yeah, she's been sensational this year. She's overcome adversity like she did here in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She's overcome big fields in the Acorn and the Kentucky Oaks. And she's done it all very easily in the same fashion she's doing it right now, with her ears flopping back and forth, seemingly having more if she was asked. I just don't trust her from her slow speed figures.
Yeah, and the inside post doesn't do her any justice as well.
Here she is in the morning. She's on the outside, 5 furlongs, 59-4 last Saturday. What are you seeing, Raj?
I mean, this is absolutely visually impressive. When you look at her rider, Danny, he has a hammerlock. He's trying to guzzle her down to slow her down. That's the best feeling you can get on a horse. When a horse is running that fast, she went 5 furlongs in 59.81 seconds, which is a very quick workout, and she's doing it with the rider trying to slow her down from even going faster. Seemingly, there's a lot left in the tank. She gallops out superb, meaning when he releases the reins on her a little bit, she just kicks on right away.
Nobody wants it more, the Travers, than that man right there. Grew up in nearby Mechanicville. He said he wants that one more than a Kentucky Derby. He's going to have 2 chances at it on Saturday. He's going to have 3 chances at the Ballston Spa coming up next, including the 4-5 favorite with Gino Romantica. We'll hear from Maggie as well. 14 minutes away from this Grade 2 test on the turf for fillies and mares when we come back.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up and onside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road.
Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Question. Chad Brown, 3 of the 4 he'll send out in this Ballston Spa coming up. Even money favorite, Gina Romantica, Butte Cachet, the 4 at 2-1. He's got Delahaye as well, the 3-horse Tyler Gaffalione aboard at 3-1, and he's leading the way at the meet right now, but Mike Maker has made things a little close.
Yeah, Mike Maker and Flying P, one of Mike Maker's big owners who's just been on a tear, have made it close. However, it's races like this, in some of in the numbers that Chad has, that's going to make it hard for Mike to withstand that run these last couple weeks.
Let's go to Maggie with more on this Ballston Spa.
Yeah, in 7 of the last 9 runnings of the Ballston Spa, guys, Chad Brown has sent out 3 horses in this race, and only once has he been upset. He'll try to do the same thing once again with only 1 horse trained by another trainer standing in his way, and that's number 1, surprisingly, going out for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Though we'll take a look at Chad's outside 2 in here, including number 5, Gino Romantica, and as she exits, wow, I can't talk today, excuse me, exits 6 straight grade 1 events, and last time kind of taking the worst of it today because she was at 15-1 and running incredibly well. I actually picked her that day, and a little surprised she didn't get second, but again, behind Moira, who is really talented. She would return to win the Beverly D with a 98 Beyer speed figure. Gina Romantica that day was a little bit more relaxed. That was 1 1/8 in that grade 1 Diana. So she'll cut back half a furlong here. She's a little more on it. She's a little more vascular. She's a little bit more edgy, but not doing too much. As you see the pony with her, that's kind of how she is too. So I like that demeanor given that she's going a little bit shorter, but physically, she by far looks best in this field. As number 4, Bote Cachet, for Chad Brown also, I haven't seen her in a while, but she's a very round filly. So 1 1/16 seems perfect for her, and she looks to take them gate to wire here. But for a speed type, she is very relaxed. That's kind of her. She is one that sometimes has a light mouth, so I think your only option is to just put your hands down and let her go. I wonder, guys, what they do today with surprisingly. In reading some of the comments, Todd Pletcher and Arad Ortiz stating that maybe we took too much of a hold of her early on because she wanted to go last time out when she faced Bote Cachet in that grade 3 matchmaker. So we'll see. Does she get another walk in the park or not in this short field?
8 minutes away from the second. We're going to get set for the post parade coming up. Maggie, thank you. We got to talk about that man right there, Raj. What he has done, Flavien Prat, in terms of stakes winning rides at this meet, just off the charts.
Yeah, he's already have 11 stake wins already. I mean, that's been a big meet, and he's got a chance to add to that tally here and over the weekend as well.
30 wins, 3rd right now in the standings, but yeah, 11 stakes victories, just incredible. And by far, I mean, made this move. Chad Brown, part of the reason why he came out here, JK, to be in positions like this and to be in that conversation at the end of the year for an Eclipse Award as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think to make a move like he made, to leave your comfort zone of California where he was excelling at a high level and really only had Mike Smith to compete with for the big mounts. To leave that comfort zone, you got to have someone like Chad say, hey, you come out here, we can win a lot of races together. And I would imagine that kind of helped him take that leap of faith.
Yeah, and some trainers we consider jockey makers because they have the kind of horses that make a jockey get that exposure.
I thought we were going to need a couple pages for this. We squeezed it in all on one, though. 11 stakes wins at the meet. Grade 1, Diana, where he put White Beam in front. And you know, a lot of these two just craft here. Obviously, Star Mystery dominant in the quick call. But he has made a lot of difference-making rides as well. Here's surprisingly the only non-Chad Brown runner in the race.
Yeah, look, I mean, if I like the 3, I got to kind of like the 1, too. Same scenario was closing into it. I just felt Delahaye had a little bit more upside.
And here is Delahaye with Tyler Gaffalione.
Yeah, has more upside. This horse has some fast numbers in the past as well that support that.
Undefeated at 1 1/16. Here's the 4, Butte Cachet.
Yeah, my top pick, who was 3 for 4 at the distance. I think she just holds a gigantic tactical edge being on the front end today.
And maybe it's just a talent edge held by this one, Gina Romantica.
If she runs her first lady from Keeneland last fall, she'll win this race by 10. I just don't trust that she can duplicate that. And at a short price, I just feel like others are more intriguing.
Prat for Chad Brown there. So back to Butte Cachet. And let's keep in mind, she is a grade 1 winner. Last time she was able to get away with a very slow pace on the front end and go gate to wire.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of setup that we expect her to get today. As you see, surprisingly in the race, and also Delahaye, and she was able to control the pace, a slow half a mile with Frankie Dettori there. And when you give horses of this caliber that tactical edge, they're really tough to beat. And to be honest, this year, her form has even been better than the form of Gina Romantica. Gina Romantica finished out last year in top form, getting beat only a length in the Breeders' Cup Mile. But so far this year, she's really hasn't been able to come back to that form. And I just feel like the difference in the dynamics of the race is going to be way more suitable for Butte Cachet.
So I think in situations like this, I believe that Chad Brown's owners actually have an advantage in the fact that they're going to end up, because he knows the other horses what they're good at. And so he can tell, Frankie, look, go out there on the front end, make the front, get comfortable. And then he can tell, Tyler, hey, look, tuck in right behind. He knows where the 4 is going to be. He knows where the 5 is going to be. So I think while some people might think that the owners might be a little agitated that they have to run against his other horses, I think it's an advantage because he knows the horses well, and he gives them all their best chance of winning with the instructions he gives the riders.
Oh, the only one not in the Chad Brown barn, this one surprisingly. What will she do? And Jose Ortiz from that inside post. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, she's getting Lisa away from the pony warm-up in here, but not a very energetic one. But still, I think now that they're drawn towards the inside, yes, they let Botte Cachet get out into the front, but I think they sit right in that pocket spot as just kind of reading into things and two, watching her. She broke running in that matchmaker, and before that, granted these are going a little bit further, she has been forward enough, and I think Jose Ortiz has got to be conscious of the fact that he doesn't, in a 4-horse field, if the leader's on the front end, they can dictate things. You got to kind of press on a little bit if you want to give your horse any type of shot. Surprisingly, she's been a little bit disappointing since Mike Rapoli bought her for $1 million last year at Keeneland. But I feel like she's had some trips and she's been in some tough spots. This is probably the easiest spot that she's been in for the most part, but again, facing some of the same customers that she did last time in that matchmaker. I wouldn't totally dismiss her. I'm really intrigued to see what they do with her today. Guys, where do you think she lies early on in this race?
What do you guys think? Where's she going to be?
Greg, one thing I can tell you for sure, it would be surprisingly if Chad Brown doesn't win this race.
Wow.
That's a brave pick.
Yeah,
as we look at Chad Brown leading the way at the meet.
But, surprisingly, I would expect jockey Jose Ortiz to hustle her a bit leaving the gate and secure that rail position because he knows that there's not much speed in here. And he doesn't want to be stuck on the inside behind a slow, dawdling pace. That would not be a good place to be because when the race bunches up and if you're on the inside, by the time you get sufficient clearance in the stretch, the race is technically over. So if I was Jose Ortiz from the inside here, I would hustle, surprisingly, really hard to ensure that Botte Cachet will have to at least do some kind of running and set up an honest pace to clear over to the rail.
Wolfie, there's a phrase I hate, and it's that you hear in handicapping horse playing circles is the other Chad Brown, and people are always, oh, the other Chad always wins, and it's annoying to me because you're not taking into consideration that turf racing is tricky because the way the race unfolds from a pace standpoint has so much to do with it. Trip has so much to do with it, and what horse likes given the ground or doesn't like given the ground has so much to do with it. So randomly, a horse like White Beam, not randomly, a White Beam can win the Diana when she's kind of the other Chad Brown. Well, she gets loose on the front end, and she likes the ground she gets. That's the situation that could happen here. Gina Romantica might not like the pace situation. She might not like the cut in the ground. She's never won on not firm. So it's not that, oh, the other Chad Brown won. It's no, that they're all good, and Gina just didn't run her race today.
Circumstances matter. I mean, in riding the turf, it really is. It's like an art form, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought when I was riding the turf, I don't always have to have the best horse. You get the best trip, it makes a big difference. Turf races are generally separated by much narrower margins than dirt races. And, so, yeah, all the horses in the race have a shot. And then if you work out a good trip and then the best horse in the race gets a not-so-ideal trip, a lot of times that's the difference between winning and losing a turf race.
To me, turf racing is like the NFL. where what happens in the regular season, what happens in the first part of a turf race, doesn't really matter. It simply gives you position for the playoffs, which is the stretch home. And what happens in the playoffs is what actually matters. And so the whole first part of these turf races, it's all about getting yourself into position to have your best chance from the 3/8 pole home. And so that's why turf racing can give you such goofy results.
I don't know if I completely agree with that part about the first part of the race, because the first part of this race is very important in setting up how the race is going to unfold. If a horse gets stuck wide in the first turn in a turf race, so that's sometimes all it is to make them lose.
But that's what I'm saying. The same thing's going to happen if a quarterback gets injured in the first, and you creep in and you get the wild card. Well, it's much harder for you then to win the Super Bowl. But if you have you go 15-1, and you get a great trip on the front end, and you're walking the dog, that playoffs is much easier. You get the bye, you get the worst seed. It's easier that way if the first part of the race goes well for you. But really, all that matters is the playoffs. Of course, if you set yourself up well in the first part of the race, it makes it easier for you, and a great team or a great horse can overcome a poor start to the race. But it doesn't matter as much as the last 3/8 of the race.
What will this man, Jose Ortiz, do? Unsurprisingly, he's got that inside position. Certainly do not want to let Beauté Cachet get away with an easily dawdling lead in front. Keep your eyes on what happens out of the gate with a 1. Surprisingly, the only non-Chad Brown runner in this race for the Todd Pletcher barn. 4-5 still. It's been odds on throughout. Gina Romantica, the one to beat, coming off that third place finish in the Grade 1 Diana. There she is. Flavian Pratt looking for his 12th stakes win of the meet. It's the Ballston Spa. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Ballston Spa, and Bot Cachet is sent out of there. Gina Romantica matching strides. De La Haye is right up there, as is Surprisingly. And Surprisingly comes through on the inside to take second on the inside of Bot Cachet. So Bot Cachet will be the pacemaker. Leads it by about a half a length now. De La Haye races in second. Gina Romantica is racing on the outside of Surprisingly. The opening quarter belongs to Bot Cachet, leading 3/4 of a length, pursued through a quarter in 23 3/5 seconds by De La Haye as they swing on to the Saratoga backstretch. Surprisingly, facing a 1-on-3, heads to the half-mile pole, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and Gina Romantica is just off her flank. So it's Bot Cachet leading it by a length to De La Haye. They're 1-2 with Surprisingly tucked in along the inside third. Gina Romantica bides her time, 3.5 lengths off front-running Bot Cachet and Frankie Dettori, the half in 49 2/5 seconds. De La Haye is in second. Surprisingly, looking for a little bit of breathing room. Along the inside, 2 off the pace. Gina Romantica now turns up the pressure with a 3-wide bid. So De La Haye comes right after front-running Bot Cachet with a 1/4 mile to go. Gina Romantica is 3 deep. Surprisingly is 4th there at the top of the stretch. Bot Cachet digging in along the inside. De La Haye has given her all she wants. Gina Romantica still 2 off the pace in third. They're in the final furlong. Bot Cachet, Gina Romantica on the outside, and De La Haye past the 16th pole. Bot Cachet keeps going under Frankie Dettori. Gina Romantica, final try. Bot Cachet, wire to wire. Gina Romantica couldn't get her. De La Haye was third.
Beauté Cachet, and as you were talking about, circumstances matter. They certainly mattered in this race. Frankie Dettori, Chad Brown, the win.
Kind of the way I envisioned the race would play out because of the circumstances. Bot Cachet was able to control the pace on the front end. Gina Romantica got stuck 4 wide the entire way. And when you lose by a head, you had to think that makes a difference.
I feel the exact same way I felt before they broke away from there, that Gina Romantica was the best horse, but she didn't get a great trip. That first part of that NFL season didn't go great for her, so she didn't have a great setup in the playoffs, and then when it got to the time where she needed to, she just wasn't able to get there. And Beauté Cachet got a perfect trip, and she was a little slow away from there. It felt like Frankie was really asking her to get to the front, but making her get to the front and going 49-115 was all she needed to be able to hold on by a head.
Back-to-back wins with this man aboard. Frankie Dettori getting opportunities for the Chad Brown barn and able to do it on the front end here at 5-2.
And they've found a way that makes this filly the most effective. Once she establishes the lead, she keeps that steady pace going, and she almost, it's so resilient and gritty. She doesn't want to let the other horses pass, but she doesn't really pull away from them. When you find the formula that works for a filly like this, you just got to keep it going. Put her on the lead. That's how she runs.
Chad Brown, 1-2-3 in the Ballston Spa in this 4-horse field as he collects another victory, already leading the way coming into today at the meet, and give him another Grade 2 victory.
Yeah, it hurts his percentage.
It does.
Running second and third.
It's amazing.
And you guys saw Frankie Dettori do a fist bump. This is what Saratoga means. Frankie Dettori has won races at the international level, the biggest races in the world. And he wins a Grade 2 at Saratoga, and he's overjoyed with emotion. I mean, that kind of shows you what it means as a jockey to win at Saratoga. Because this was, he showed his emotions on his sleeves when he passed the post. I've seen Frankie Dettori win Grade 1 races, and he didn't even do a fist bump.
One of the all-time greats in the sport. Swept a card at Royal Ascot. He's rode some of the best horses we've seen in the sport internationally, and bit of a slow Saratoga coming here, but starting to get some more opportunities now, and he gets one here on Beauté Cachet, and he cashes in for the Chad Brown barn. Matacat Stables, Louis Lazzanaro, and former Grade 1 winner, adds a Grade 2 to the resume, and Chad Brown another win for the meet's leading trainer. 5-2 here. Beauté Cachet, Gina Romantica, Delahaye, 1-2-3 from the same barn. When we come back, Champ is back, trying to repeat in the personal Ensign. Idiomatic, can she get it done? She's got a couple of serious rivals on Friday.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, and winner of the Grade 2 Ballston Spa, Frankie Dettori for Chad Brown on Beauté Cachet, our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock sale. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. We gonna get it?
I'm just sitting here anxiously waiting. That's all I really care about. Is it gonna happen? How many
Talking
times?
about the flying dismount from Frankie Dettori.
I mean, if he did a flying dismount in a maiden 40, I'm sure he's going to do it here in this Grade 2. Yeah, he gave the signal.
Come on, it's a
I
stakes
saw
race.
the hand signal.
Come on.
Here we go.
This is more exciting than the race. Come on.
Give it to us, Frankie. Here we go.
Frankie.
And
come on, Adam, take the picture. Frankie.
I'm gonna.
I mean, the crowd is
truly
chant for
disappointed if he doesn't do it here.
Come on.
Yeah!
There it is.
Oh, that right knee didn't.
Woo! 53 years young, one of the all-time greats in the history of this sport, and he's made it clear this is not a one and done coming to Saratoga. He wants to be here for a few summers. He still wants to continue riding. He had said last year he thought about hanging it up. That is not going to happen. He's loving what he's doing, and he wants to be here.
And the way he's going, why not? You know, it's fun. It's fun for him. You can see him having fun, and he's a great ambassador for the sport. Frankie is one of those people that has that captivating personality, very infectious personality with that high energy. We don't want to see him stop riding.
Let's hear from him. Let's go to Maggie.
And you can tell he enjoys it. Here's Bote Cachet and you, Frankie, get along perfectly.
Yeah. Well, free from free, old stakes, and she's a wonderful, honest filly. You can do what you like with her. Yeah, she had to use a bit to get to the front, but she relaxes. She's got a good kick. She knows how to fight. This is the second time she was in the close finish, but I never felt like any moment anyone was going to pass me. She showed a lot of guts.
And two, she can be one that's a little bit funny about her head, but she just relaxes so nicely under your hands.
Yeah, listen, I got a good rapport with her, and yeah, let may long continue. She likes me, I like her, so it's great. And like I said, tenacity of want to win, that's what is the key about her.
What makes a racehorse. Frankie, I'm going to go off topic for a second, but I heard a rumor that you were at a rodeo.
I went to the rodeo, yeah. I was asked to actually do one. I said no. Much better as a spectator. It was, I must say, an eye-opening stuff. I don't think anyone lasted more than 2 seconds on the massive bulls, but I got to take my hat off. They are brave guys.
Well, I could see you doing it maybe one of the sheep that the kids do.
Maybe the mechanical one with pads on the floor. Yes, that's about it.
Well, thank you for that flying dismount. It was classic. You're the best. He's the best.
Incredible what that man right there has accomplished in this sport. 287 Group 1 wins worldwide, 23 British Classics. And I'm sorry, I was wrong. 7 wins, swept the card on the British Festival Racing Day back in '96.
They only run 7 races at Ascot on those days, and he won all 7. I asked him on Car Talk how many he thought he was going to win that morning when he woke up. He said 1.
One more look, the flying dismount. An absolute legend and a tremendous ambassador for the sport. And the way he went out, too, he's done over in Europe, in Britain, his final mount there. It was like Jeter's last at bat with the Yanks. Went out a winner. The crowd was saluting him. It's great to have him here.
Absolutely. And like you said, not a victory lap. You know, he wants to be here for the next couple of years, and he wants to be doing what we just got done seeing him do, winning big races.
Up next, going to go a little bit further on the turf, mile and 3/8 over the inner turf in this first level allowance race coming up. Side B, it's a 3-year-old. She's tackling older horses coming out of disappointing performance, although she was a big price that day in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is going to be her first opportunity going the mile and 3/8, and she feels like one that's going to appreciate a little bit more added ground, and she gets Lasix back on this time.
A big class relief for her. I mean, she's running against Grade 1 company, now back to the first level allowance. I ultimately landed on number 4, Glittering Lights, in this race, a filly that I think is going to really appreciate the added distance just based on her running style. She's been running so steady in her races, and I feel like those kind of horses really appreciate that long distance.
All right, well, more in this race coming up in a moment. We teased going to break. The champ is back. Indeed, she is. That is the Grade 1 Personal Ensign. We're going to see Idiomatic return. Is she as good as she was last year? Results would say no, but she's had some excuses. This race named after an all-time great who beat the boys in 1988 Whitney.
I mean, this was one heck of a finish, and, you know, that's Personal Ensign. She's on the outside, sloppy track. She was just gutting it out. Her rival on the inside was trying everything to come back, but she would not let him come back at her. Such a true champion.
Perfection, 13 for 13. 8 grade 1s in those performances for the Hall of Famer. And we're going to see this race coming up on Friday. Idiomatic, the reigning champ of the distaff division, comes back. She won the Molly Pitcher, but it's probably a win that made more people question her than feel good about her.
It was weirdly run though, right? The pace wasn't particularly fast. Irad came over, came and kind of really tightened it up on Idiomatic and Florent Giroux down on the inside. Look, I admittedly was one who was asking the same question you are, Wolfie, is she the same as she was? And I found it pretty curious yesterday in the post-race interview. Brad Cox addressed that. He said I know people, I'm paraphrasing, I know people are wondering, but she feels like she's back now. And I think that we might see a pretty tough version of her come tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold that last race against her. Like you said, it was just such a weirdly run race, extremely slow pace, and Irad Ortiz made a nice move trying to kind of sneak shot on Florent Giroux, caught him off guard a bit earlier than you'd expect in a race, and I think that's what made Idiomatic almost get beat, but she showed that true champion spirit by battling back even though she was in tight on the inside. I just think this personal Ensign is going to be such a tricky cat and mouse game between randomized with Joel Rosario drawn to the outside of Idiomatic. I think Joel has a lot in his favor to be able to control it from the outside. He's going to force Florent to make some really tough decisions early.
Turning into a nice rivalry between these two for the ringing of the bell for this third race coming up. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, prior to each race at Saratoga Racecourse at 17 minutes to post, the bell in the winner's circle is rung exactly 7 times to signify when the horses are entering the paddock. We have a very special individual to carry out this tradition prior to today's third race, which is named in honor of Military Appreciation Day. Please turn your attention to the infield video boards and televisions and welcome 102-year-old Ken Bailey to the winner's circle. A native of nearby Voorsville, Ken is the only surviving member of the United States Army's 4th Cavalry from World War II. Drafted back in 1942, Ken took part in the Battle of Normandy and was awarded the Bronze Star by the U.S. military. The New York Racing Association thanks you for your remarkable service, Ken. It is our honor to have you join us this afternoon.
An absolute American hero right there. Suffered a severe head wound and repeatedly led his troops in fierce hand-to-hand combat for 10 hours during an attack. Just incredible.
It's words don't really give it justice. We talk about adversity that we wake up and have in life every day, but that's the kind of adversity that is the kind that really matters.
All I want to say is thank you for what you have done, your service, and to everyone else that has put their life on the line for our freedom. The real brave people out there.
True American hero right there. Major Ken Bailey. We're going to take a timeout. Third race from Saratoga when we return on Military Appreciation Day here at Saratoga Springs.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Thanks for being with us on our Thursday coverage here on Travers Week on Saratoga Live. Look at this loaded lineup on Saturday. One of the truly great days all year long in this sport. Grade 1 after Grade 1. You'll see it all on Fox. And we're going to talk about one named after the Chief. The Grade 1 Alan Jerkins, one of the all-time great trainers in the history of this sport. 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs. And the New Jersey bred, can he do it again? JK, Bookham Dano.
I mean, he certainly can, but I think that other horse, the 7 horse in this race, Prince of Monaco, is the one that I want in here. Bookham Dano was outstanding. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. And he's been outstanding, especially around one turn. But Prince of Monaco in that yellow cap missed the break here and came running.
And he had not run since November, by the way.
And Bob Baffert horses don't typically come from way out of it. I think he's going to be a little bit more forwardly placed than Herigine.
Yeah, he didn't have an ideal trip. He was squeezed back and bumped, while Bookham Dano was able to save all the ground and have a perfect trip. That being said, man, this race is unbelievable. Of the 11 runners, all of them are coming off a top 3 finish, 6 of which have won their last out. Something is going to give. I actually like world record to just wire the field from the inside post.
Time for Riders Up for this third race. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Racing Association welcomes several sailors from Naval Support Activity Saratoga Springs to Saratoga Racecourse this afternoon in celebration of Military Appreciation Day. They join us now from the Saratoga paddock for the ceremonial call of Riders Up prior to today's third race, named for Military Appreciation Day.
Good afternoon. I'm H1 Post from Naval Support Facility, Saratoga Springs, and these are my fellow sailors. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3.
Riders up!
All right.
That was well done.
I got to tell you, I've seen a lot of Riders Up where I have no idea what they said.
It's my dream one day to call Riders Up.
Very clear right there.
They nailed
Except
it.
for when Angel Cordero did it. He nailed it. But the rest of the times, they did a great job. They should be very proud.
You know, all day long we'll be celebrating and honoring our military and veterans for their sacrifice and service to our country. Let's go to Maggie.
That was truly spectacular, and thank you to those sailors for giving that riders up call. As we'll take a look at some horses here in the paddock, and while your favorite In Time looks sensational here, really no problems with her, I want to take a look at a 3-year-old taking on some older company as number 3, Cy B, does drop out of Grade 1 company. Not doing much running that day for Cherie DeVoe, but it was a slow pace, and really only one horse was able to overcome that, and that was your very talented winner in Cinderella's Dream. Cy B, though, because she's an English Channel, she kind of has that lanky and somewhat one-sided frame to her, but this, and this is my 3rd time seeing her, by far the best she's looked. Really filled out, much stronger. She stacks up really nicely against some older fillies and mares in here, so that's always a good sign when stepping out of age-restricted company for the first time. Number 4, Glittering Lights for Brendan Walsh. She'll come in from a stakes race at Laurel, in which it was a kind of a slow pace, and she wasn't able to overcome that. So with a little added ground out to this 1 3/8, maybe she can be a bit more competitive, because you look back at her European form, and while she was only going mainly a mile there, she laid closer. And so I wonder if getting more ground, it draws her into the race a bit more. Now, I'm not necessarily getting that vibe from her in the paddock, as she's incredibly quiet and laid back, but at least physically, she looks as though she should handle this distance. Now, let's talk about a behemoth of a mare. That's number 5, Pretty Provocative. This daughter of Union Rags is enormous. She has to be nearly 17 hands. And so she gives the impression that, yes, distance is what she wants, as her form would indicate. She has a little trouble staying on the racetrack, and she needs to improve to be competitive here. I just thought at a 1 3/8, Flavian Prada aboard, coming in here, maybe she's one we have to take a second look at, because there's no doubt about it, Greg, she'll be staying around when they get close to the wire.
Maggie, thanks. Post-parade coming up, 8 minutes away from this 3rd 1 3/8 marathon test here on the Inner Turf coming up. And the favorite throughout it has been this Christophe Clement mare from the rail, In Time.
Yeah, I mean, the horses run 11 furlongs and has an inside draw and ran well that day. I'm not crazy about the internal fractions of that race. And, the internal running, turf races, a lot of times the final time only tells part of the story. It's whether or not, like we just saw earlier, the pace and things like that. And In Time was just a little bit, was a little doubtful there.
All right, here's Dylan Davis. He'll be back aboard. He's been on board the last 2 starts.
Yeah, he gets an inside draw. You'd think Dylan will try to keep his position on that inside rail.
Power and Glory getting a big test here.
Yeah, taking a massive step up in class, trying this distance for the first time.
Cy B was 2nd in the Grade 2 Wonder again against 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, funny enough, when I talk about internal fractions, that 8th finishing 8 lengths behind, to me, actually was better than what we saw from the rail horse, the one In Time.
Glittering Lights for the Brendan Walsh barn.
This one is my top pick. I think she has the right kind of running style, that steady pace that's going to appreciate this longer distance.
Pretty Provocative. 3 starts, never hit the board on grass.
Yeah, has to get faster, but does have Flavian Pratt.
A new piece, David Jacobson barn.
Ran 5 furlongs at a quick sprint last time. Now goes the opposite way, going at the longest distance of her life.
And then Just Deny was behind In Time last time out.
Yeah, I mean, this horse makes a little bit of sense on paper. I'm just having a hard time getting over the cold start to the meet, or cold part of the meet for Danny Gargan. 0 for 12 with only 1 horse hitting the board.
Let's take a look at the common race from Just Deny, and now your 9 to 5 favorite In Time. So this was back on July 25th. In Time would finish 2nd, Just Deny would finish 4th.
And in this race, you can see the polar opposites, because Just Deny was able to save every inch of ground, while In Time had to swing wide. And In Time was still able to pass Just Deny. So coming off of this race, I feel like In Time now gets the perfect inside draw, and Just Deny gets the far outside post. I think that makes a big swing between In Time and Just Deny.
I mean, that was a wide go for In Time last time out. Now immediately where she wants to be, saving ground on the fence. But there's Just Deny. So 6-1. Finishing 4th in that performance last time out. Junior Alvarado back aboard today.
If Just Deny couldn't beat her last time, I can't see why I expect her to finish in front of her today.
Seems hard to make that case.
Just Deny's race 2 back, though, to me was was one that you could think, you could see how this horse could run better, but I couldn't get away from the 4 Glittering Lights, a horse that didn't get Lasix last time because of the stake race, but then does get back on Lasix this time. And those 2 races at Churchill, to me, if they run one of those races, she wins. And I feel like Rajiv said, her style, I think she's going to appreciate going a little bit further.
Look at this 3-year-old filly. Is going to be tackling older company here today. And the Wonder again, 2 starts back. Only beat a half length to the talented Suggesta in grade 2 company, missed by a half length.
This horse makes perfect logical sense. The competition that she's been keeping is definitely tougher than what she faces today. And, this is a perfect spot for her to kind of get back on track to win a race after running in a grade 1 race, get beat by Cinderella's Dream last time in the Belmont Oaks. And prior to that, this race where she gets beat by Suggesta. The one thing about it, though, that is she ranged up like she had a chance to win, and she couldn't polish it off. So, I don't love her to say she's definitely going to win this race, but I do think she's a major player.
And the thing about that race, too, is there's, the race we just watched, Suggesta, stakes winner, Viv Vuv was a stakes winner, Grayosh, a stakes winner, just won the Lake Placid. Sweet Rebecca, another horse, stakes winner. I mean, that was a serious field that she just exits out of.
We showed you the race. Justin I, the 7, had the better trip between her and In Time. Now, In Time outfinished her. Can things change today? Let's go to Maggie.
I don't see how, Greg, because Justin Nye now posted on the far outside, and In Time already showed that she, at least in their one meeting together, is a superior filly. And Justin Nye, I'll say this, I'll give her credit for the fact that 2 back when she broke her maiden, and on the flip side of that, maybe we want her to be really aggressive, she was wound for sound at Aqueduct. That also might have to do with the fact that she was shipping in, and here at Saratoga, she gets to run out of her own stall on her home racetrack. So she's very settled being here, as you see that cotton in her ears. She is a little bit of a high-strung individual. I just don't see dynamically how things are going to work into her favor today. As we see In Time, she's flirting with continuing to be the favorite, though now they've made number 4, Glittering Lights, 2-1, as well as Cy B. But for me, In Time just makes the most amount of sense. And furthermore, she looks sensational. She's been accompanied by her beautiful paint pony, ridden by Amanda there, for Christophe Clement. And like you guys showed, I appreciate that effort where she was losing ground throughout. Now she's posted down on the rail. She has remained calm throughout, really settled, a happy horse too. And she just looks sensational. If you were blindly picking horses in the paddock, she would be my selection. It helps, Greg, that her PPs make her very tough to beat, too.
2-1 favorite on this Military Appreciation Day Thursday. Free admission for anyone with a military ID, is Naira paying tribute to all active military members and veterans. And that was a cool moment that we just had with that ringing of the bell.
Yeah. And Greg, I have a word mentioning in this race. The number 6, A New Piece. I know she's 38-1 on the board right now, but this fill, if you look at the last 2 turf races since we had the rain, horses went wire to wire. This is the expected pace setter. She raced at 5 furlongs last time in a much quicker sprint. She's going to be on the lead. She's going to inherit an easy lead, and I think she might be able to at least hold on for a piece of it at a big price.
Okay. That would be a big price. It would be a shocker here, almost 40-1 right now. We will see how it plays out. There is the 6, Ramon Vasquez for David Jacobson. And taking a swing here, and if this one does hit the board somewhere, even if it's very chalky up front, you can still make money in this race.
Yeah, her race 2 back, she raced against In Time. In Time was beaten 3 3/4 lengths in that race. She was only beaten 5 3/4 lengths. She finished 2 lengths behind In Time, who was a favorite in this race, and she's 40-1.
Here we go, about to load up for We don't see a lot of mile and 3/8 races at the meet. How did you guys approach these from a jockey standpoint when it's not something you do a whole lot?
These long races, it's all about rhythm. You don't want to overexert your horse too early by sending them too much, but you also don't want to guzzle them down too much because then you get into a fight. You want them to get into a nice rhythm and breathe well, especially to the first half. It's just about establishing your position, getting in a good flow, and set yourself up so that when you're coming into the final turn, you have horse underneath you and you're starting to advance.
Wolf, you said you guys. I panicked that I thought you thought I rode before. I've never ridden, so I just got nervous when you said you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed you had, as fit as you are. It's been a different JK this summer. You're right. Thank you. 9-5 now on In Time. Dylan Davis on the favorite for the Clement barn. Cy B, 3-year-old filly, tackling older company here. There she is with Arat Ortiz Jr. Let's send it upstairs for the call. Here's Frank Miramati.
Got to give a shout out to the late great Cy Bonham, who was at the National Race Line, the ICN Corp, in Delray Beach, Florida, when I pursued becoming a track announcer. He got me that job. A new piece, and Just Deny. Just Deny comes up and in. Cy B restless. And they're off. Quick start for a new piece. In Time along the inside has some early foot too. Cy B having to steady off horse's heels. In the meantime, Just Deny moves up and takes second. So it is a new piece. Just Deny now second, and In Time running third through the opening stages. That group is followed by Glittering Lights. Cy B relegated to fifth at this point and races 7 lengths off the pace as they enter the stretch for the first time. The two trailers, Power and Glory and Pretty Provocative. So they went 25-1, galloping softly through the Saratoga stretch. And it is a new piece leading the way by a length to Just Deny in second. In Time third. Glittering Lights is fourth with 4 lengths to make up. Cy B tucked in fifth, racing on the inside of Pretty Provocative and Power and Glory at the back. No change in the running order. A new piece shows the way. Tries to let it out a notch, sprinting clear by about 1.5 lengths. The half went in 50-4. Just Deny in the pink silks in a good tracking position. In Time third. And then fourth is Glittering Lights. Those 4 in single file as they make their way back on to the backstretch. Cy B is next, followed by Pretty Provocative and Power and Glory. Down that long Saratoga backstretch, once again, a new piece by 2. Just Deny is in second. In Time, inching up a closer third. The pace starting to quicken a touch. They went 6 furlongs in 1:16-3. They're starting to sprint for home now. Glittering Lights and Tyler Gaffleone, fourth, but only 3 lengths off the lead, inching forward. Another 2 back to Cy B, Power and Glory, and Pretty Provocative. Around the far turn, the final time, a new piece, Just Deny. 1-2 almost every step. In Time third. Glittering Lights fourth, 3 off the pace. Cy B in the turquoise colors, fifth, and on the far outside as the field turns for home. A new piece clinging to a narrow lead. Here's Just Deny and Glittering Lights in the center of the course. Cy B splitting rivals. In Time and Dylan Davis. And In Time spurts away. Dylan making all the right decisions. A beautiful ride here on In Time, who proves she was too strong. Scoring by 4 widening lengths. Just Deny second, Cy B third. It's a photo for fourth that went to Power and Glory.
Real running started in this race with what, about half the length of the stretch left?
Yeah, no, she was impressive. You know, sat in behind those horses, Rajiv, got the split and went right between them.
What a masterful ride from Dylan Davis. You can always tell that he was loaded, but you have to have the patience to wait for the split. And he sat there, he waited by this time. As soon as he saw the opportunity, he just let his filly run there, and she had the response that he was hoping for. It was all a formality from here on out, as she just kept extending her lead to the finish.
25th 5th win of the meet for Dylan Davis. By the way, they got to change that picture under the leading jockeys when you come in. Got to get Dylan up there. In time at 9-5 is your favorite.
Yeah, look, I mean, they took a lot of money here and got an outstanding ride from Dylan. You know, sat in behind there, and then, you know, and the horse deserves a lot of credit too, going through that split right there, Rajiv, at the top of the stretch.
Didn't hesitate at all, and it's great when you're riding a horse that you know you have horse. You can see Dylan was loaded, but sometimes some horses get a bit timid at going through tight spaces. In time wasn't timid at all. She was just relishing that gap and just burst right through.
9-5 favorite In Time with the win. Let's take a look at these jockey standings. Rat Ortiz Jr. trying to win a 3rd in a row, leading the way, 37 victories. Should we break the news?
Yeah, it's Flavian's the only one I think that's going to be able to catch him. We'll see.
I mean, but Flavian is behind Tyler.
No, but Tyler's
going to be going to Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, he's going to be at Kentucky Downs for some days. So he's I hope here for closing day. You know, texted his agent Matt Musiker, who's done it. They've done an outstanding job, both of them together, throughout this meet for Tyler to have as many wins as he's had. But he'll be at Kentucky Downs for a majority of next week. He'll be back on closing day for Saratoga.
There's Christophe Clement. Slow start to this meet. He's really picked things up. Second half of the meet going a lot better, which you would expect from one of the great trainers in the sport.
Absolutely.
Let's see Roses for Deborah back in action very soon. Yeah. In Time with the win here. 9-5 favorite. Wins this mile and 3/8 marathon turf contest. Win number 25 for Dylan Davis. And Major Ken Bailey, hero from World War II. Ringing of the bell prior to this 3rd. Witnesses this stretch run. We'll be back on Military Appreciation Day right after this.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
His greatest victory was in the Grade 1 Met Mile, which, as everyone knows, is a great stallion-making race.
And it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row. Silver State to win the Metropolitan Handicap.
They don't really make him like Silver State anymore. He's an old-school horse, tough, durable, beautiful individual. He bred 171 mares his first year here at Claiborne, which is more mares than any stallion has ever stood here in our history. He was very well received and very popular, so he'll have plenty of chances to put his stamp on the first crop of 2-year-olds next year.
Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. Thanks for being with us here on our Thursday coverage of Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And it's in time. Dominant performance here. Runner-up at this distance last start. No doubt about it, the winner today.
A beautiful trip. I mean, the one post was a very favorable post for her, but Dylan just utilized that inside post to his advantage, sat on the rail, saved all the ground, and when he asked her, she really accelerated away from our competition.
$5.60 for the win as the 9-5 favorite. Now 4 victories in 12 career starts as we continue to celebrate Military Appreciation Day. Always a special day here in upstate New York. Free admission with military ID. And we thank all our active military members and veterans for their service to our country. As we continue on the big week of this meet with the race of the summer coming up on Saturday. Let's go to Maggie.
Such an amazing sight here with the veterans in the winner's circle. They deserve all the honor and attention they receive here at Military Appreciation Day at the Spa. But Christophe, with In Time, just a beautiful ride by Dylan Davis. Last time, I thought arguably she was best, just lost a lot of ground.
And absolutely, she went well yet again. Great ride from Dylan. It took me a year to figure it out that she wanted to go long, and good grass, good turf was even better today, and that's it. She's put 2 very good races in a row, and let's go on with her.
I was just going to say, it looks like you hinted at, figuring her out and hinting at the fact that there is a lot of ability in there.
And absolutely. My brother told me about her when she was in Europe. He raced against her and he liked her. The difficult thing sometimes for us when we come in the States is we don't have that many racers, allowance racers going long on the grass. It's difficult to find the right spot if you don't want to go in a great stakes right away. But I was very happy, and the way she's won today, it's exciting for the future.
Yeah, exactly. Possibly stakes in her future. But speaking of which, Smart and Fancy, we'll see Roses for Deborah as her stablemate filled in for her in the Caress. But Roses for Deborah, talk a little bit about how she's doing. It was a temperature, am I right, that she missed the first stake?
Absolutely. We entered her, and the next morning she had a temperature. At the time, you had quite a few sequences in the backstretch. We didn't, and then afterward, unfortunately, it came to our barn as well. But she's trained well, 2 breezes, I think that's enough. If the race was longer, I would be worried about the fitness. 5.5, I don't think so. She looks great. She's a very good filly, and I'm excited to see her run tomorrow. We also have Don't Look Back at All in the same race. We'll have a meeting with the owner tomorrow morning to decide if we run her here or maybe somewhere else. But it's exciting.
Very exciting. Really nice turf sprinters you have on your hands there, but congratulations here with In Time.
Thank you so much.
All right, In Time looks as though the future is bright for this Christophe Clement trainee, guys.
Yeah, really spurted away from this group mid-stretch for no doubt about it win as the favorite. 7th win of the meet for the Clement barn, 25th win for Dylan Davis as his tremendous Saratoga summer continues. Going to move on to race 4 coming up here in just a moment. $20,000 claiming race at 6 furlongs. Talk about an incredible placing of horses. John Ortiz, who's going to send out Master of Arms, 57% from limited starters at the meet.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
Can I lock in at 4-1?
Yeah. You look at the doubles, 1160 to the 6, 1270 to the 4, 1350 to the 9. They're going to be all pretty close prices. I would think the 6 will go off favored though.
He's been facing so much better company. That's a tremendous shot right there. We need to get that while they paint that canoe too.
What color?
Might be the colors of a filly.
We'll see.
Have you given your selection yet?
Yeah. Well, maybe not here, but like somewhere else. But how does TV work? Am I supposed to wait, or am I supposed to do it now?
I think it's going to be the Rapoli silks on the canoe. That's what I think. I think it's going to be fierceness.
Okay.
You agree, though, too. I mean, if Fierceness runs his A race, no one can touch him. Do you agree?
If he runs his A race, he's the fastest horse in the race. And I actually said, I believe that fierceness, whatever happens here, I believe they'll train up to the Classic, and he will be my pick in the Classic.
So are you saying that he's not your pick?
Together back-to-back wins in his career.
Keeping it close to the vest.
TV.
Got to tune in on Saturday. We're going to have the fourth coming up when we return. Starts a middle pick 4, and we got this. Rajiv's ride of the week. That looks like a guy who can win an 8th Travers on Saturday.
Sure is. Mr. Travers, Javier Castellano.
Clear off in the Naira Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk. Dornock win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden pit.
Back at our Thursday coverage here on Saratoga Live, Military Appreciation Day here in Saratoga Springs. About 15 minutes to post here in race 4. Let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
Yeah, pleased to be joined here by Joe Lodies of Rivers Casino and Resort Schenectady, general manager as well. But Joe, it was just announced that Rivers has become the official casino sponsor of Saratoga. Talk a little bit about that partnership.
Yes, Maggie, it's just phenomenal for us. Dave O'Rourke, Tyler Lippard, Frank Miramati, the whole team at Naira and Saratoga been fantastic. We couldn't be more happy with this sponsorship. It started at the Belmont Festival with the New York Stakes Grade 1 race. We sponsored that race. We brought in VIPs from all 5 of our properties through the Rivers Casino portfolio, and they had a blast. It was fantastic. Right behind us is the Rivers Casino backyard. We are presenting sponsor of the backyard, the first time it's ever been done. So it's just been phenomenal for us, and obviously today with Military Appreciation Day to recognize our active and retired veterans and military. Just phenomenal for us. We could not be more happy with the sponsorship.
And thank you for everything you do, especially on a day like today, honoring those who have served. But for our viewers at home, what should they know about Rivers Casino and Resort? You mentioned the 5 locations. How can people go and have fun?
Well, where do I start? So Rivers Schenectady is a short ride from the Saratoga Springs area. Our team members are there. They're so passionate about serving our guests. They're really what set us apart. So come visit us, come on down, check it out. We have the only live table game action in the area. We have the only sports book in the area, real Las Vegas style slot machines, food and beverage, great options, Duke's Steakhouse, Johnny's to go, Flipped. We have a boutique hotel, 165 rooms with suites overlooking the Mohawk River, an event center that hosts numerous events throughout the year. It's just a phenomenal venue with lots of amenities, but what really sets us apart is our team members. They're ready to take care of you. It's a family type approach.
So what you're saying is I should get ready and come and play some blackjack.
You should definitely come down and play some blackjack. I'll give you some tips.
I need them. Well, Joe, thank you so much for your time and for your support of Saratoga and Naira.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Joe Lodi's general manager of Rivers Casino and Resort. Guys, as he said, it's a boatload of fun and not that far away here from Saratoga.
As if we needed more to do here. There's so much to do up in this region. It's an incredible spot. If you've never been here, when you come, you will probably be coming back each and every summer. Next segment coming up. Rajiv's ride of the week. Before we get to it, who was lobbying to get this week?
Oh, man, it was a big battle. Dylan Davis, he wanted a piece of the ride of the week. And, Javier and a couple other guys, I get texts. But I had to go with Javi's ride on Power Squeeze in the Alabama, man. Everything that he did in that race, he just tracked Candied. He knew what he was going to do. He had a purpose. He's going to track Candied, knew it was the horse to beat. And I'll let him tell us about it.
Javier, I picked your ride in Saturday's Alabama about Power Squeeze as the ride of the week. How did you see the race shaping up? What was your strategy going in?
A horse usually come from behind horse, and the only hope in the race they can go a little faster, early move is gonna be set up. The horses come from behind. It's gonna be exciting for my horse, and I really like my horse. The little extra distance, the little mana quarter is gonna be perfect for the horse.
Because it's a closer, she runs her best race coming from off the pace, there's speed in the race, enough speed, so it's really shaped up good as you would hope.
Absolutely.
What happens coming out of the gate? How did the gate work out for you?
She brought really well out of the gate, nice and clean, and I just don't want to use it a little bit enough to get my spot and get a position the first turn and save all the ground the best it could, because I knew in some point I had to use my horse in the tunnel for home, and I'm gonna lose a lot of ground. But that's the best skill for the horse.
Yeah, right here it seems like you're urging her a bit and extricating yourself from the rail, trying to go behind the number 7 Candied. Is that something that I'm seeing right?
Yes, absolutely, and that was my target in the race. The 7 horse, it seemed to me that's a horse to be. I had to be the rest of the field, but it was the biggest point, the biggest target in my race. It was Candy. When I see the horse, the 7 horse, I was just following her.
So now you're going down the backstretch, and I think you're right where you want to be, right? Because you're right in range of Candied. How do you play your hand from here going into the final turn?
Well, at the same time, too, I want to target, I want to be right behind her, but I ended up a little wide because I want to give a break the horse too much there in the face. It's kind of backing up a little bit, just to give it some break and then have to use it. But right there, that's the key to win the race. When the other horses separate a little bit, they give me gap to forward position. And then I figured it out at some point, I don't want to be wide and pass him, just to follow him, follow a target, follow it. And some point, I had to step up outside and try to win the race.
But it seemed like at first you had Candied well measured, but she started battling back. Did that give you a little bit of an anxious moment, like, oh, well, I'm not past her yet?
Absolutely. When I saw the leader separation, I feel like she started kind of get lost a little bit. but everything worked out in the right time, the right place. When all the horses, Candy, he came over a little bit. She hooked up in the right time, the right place to encourage my horse to win the race.
That's why you got the ride of the week, my man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Castellano, ride of the week. Raj, I mean, he's had a magic touch at 1.25 miles at this racetrack.
Yeah, and if he were to win the Alabama for the 5th time and another Travers, we might have to call him Mr. Traverbama instead of just Mr. Travers, because he just wins all the big races at 1.25 miles here at Saratoga.
Gonna have a chance at an 8th Travers Saturday on Corporate Power.
Yeah, there's just deep waters for Corporate Power. Cool horse, nice horse. There's 4 horses, in my opinion, in the Travers that are better than Corporate Power. One of them has to show up in order to keep Javier out of the winner's circle for the 8th time. If him and Shug can pull this off, I say we just go over to the Hall of Fame and put him right back. Just induct them again. Re-induct them into the Hall of Fame.
Incredible. Arcangelo, that Belmont Travers double on the way to a 3-year-old Horse of the Year campaign. And there's Javi. He's going to be a joking way. Long shot in this race coming up, this $20,000 claiming sprint.
An intriguing long shot, in my opinion. I mean, gets a trainer change, so sometimes that can move a horse around. He was 3rd at a lower level last time. But what I like about him is, in this race, the top contenders all have a lot of early speed. And what happens when you find that no one wants to give the other top contender advantage, and sometimes that's what sets up a long shot that's been overlooked to end up coming on and winning a race, because these horses are going to battle it out early, and they might get tired if they go too fast too early.
Right now, wagering-wise, JK, entry 5-2. Surprised a little bit by that. Oh, hold on. Look who's in the paddock. We know who this is. It's Jim Dandy winner, 2-year-old champion, Kentucky Derby favorite, Fierceness.
My Travers pick is in the paddock.
I wish I had Maggie and Acacia's talent to know how his weight looks. I don't know. He looks like the same horse to me, but that's why they make all the big
apparently
bucks.
Looked a lot better, coming into the Jim Dandy. As we get our post parade now for this 4th at Saratoga. So here is the favorite entry right now, Bronx Bomber.
Yeah, I love the Canner Mossies, but I'm not crazy about this one.
Post 4 for that horse. Mr. JT breaks 3rd from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, this one probably makes more sense to me out of the 2, but you're probably getting too short of a price.
Scaramanga, winner at 13-1 last start.
Has some natural speed from the inside. I expect him to get a nice ground-saving trip just stalking the leaders.
Here's Javier, ride of the week, joking way.
Intriguing long shot. I think if they go really fast early and fall apart, he's the one that could capitalize on that pace meltdown.
I just can't trust this horse. This horse been facing so much better and just has not been the same.
No, I have a hard time taking horses off of Tom Amos. Ran okay last time, but further away from his training.
Master of Arms, surprised you're getting 7-2 right now.
A suspicious drop down because he's way better than this class. If he runs his A race, they're all running for 2nd.
12-1, this is Commerce Comet.
Commerce Comet at least going to be a pace factor, but he hasn't run since February after being claimed.
And brighter days ahead, coming off an impressive victory, but it's going to be a little tougher company today.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well. Tougher company. I do think Jose D'Angelo is an outstanding trainer, so maybe this horse could improve.
5 minutes away. And this 4th race here coming up. What's this all about?
Oh, look at that. I wonder whose hair that is.
YouTube.com/InTheMoneyMedia Network. I'm looking at you. It's very similar to your haircut.
The hair is similar, yeah. We'll see what it looks like tomorrow after I get out of this dunk tank.
What are you guys talking about this week?
We talked about every Grade 1 race. So we had like a little 4 or 5 minute video about the DraftKings Travers, the ballerina, the sword dancer.
What do you think is the toughest race to handicap on the card on Saturday?
Oh, without a doubt, it's the Jerkins. I feel like it's just such a challenging puzzle. Like Rajiv mentioned, all the horses that have been running so well out of it. It's a full field. There's pace. There's closers. There's Grade 1 winner. That's a sneaky spot.
every horse has the credentials to win that race, and they're all coming in on top form. Every of the 11 runners, all of them have at least finished in the top 3 in their most recent race, with 6 of them coming off wins. So there's not a surprise of any horse that's going to win that race.
Well, this horse here, 3-1 on Brighter Days Ahead. And I just like the fact that he matched his career best figure from last year. Seems to be going the right way. 3rd off the layoff today. Obviously moving to a new barn, though. We'll see. First off the claim, Jose D'Angelo. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Master of Arms here for trainer John Ortiz as he jumps out of that starter allowance. And what I like, despite him being well beaten in 4th that day, is that he finally broke and actually took Ricardo Santana there. You know, it wasn't like he had to be hard hustled to get there, because that was becoming his Achilles heel. Step slow, off slow. Well, Ricardo kind of keeping him quiet in this warm-up. I wish he would have asked him to jump into the bridle a little bit more quickly to kind of signal to him, like, let's go, let's, you know, get our blood going so we ensure we get out of the gate. But otherwise, physically, this guy looks so strong behind. He's so well muscled. He honestly made the best overall impression physically. Again, like I said, wish he was showing maybe just a touch more energy on the racetrack in this warm-up. I'll go ahead and pick him, as we'll take a look, though, at number 9. That is Brighter Days Ahead, who is obviously a pace contender here. I do think that Brighter Days Ahead took advantage of an inside post on a day where it paid to save ground. You wanted to be on the rail. So it may have enhanced his performance last time, but physically he looks much the same as what he did for that win. Got a little hot back in the paddock, but that's just him overall. So we'll see how things play out. As we heard Rajiv say, it does feel as though there's a good bit of pace in here overall. At least he draws to the outside. Now, a long shot coming off a extended layoff is right to his inside in number 8, Commerce Comet, as they opt to use the waiver claiming rule in here, where he is not entered for the claiming tag today, and because he's actually running for more too. Claimed for $16,000 back in February for Eddie Barker. He was wired by one of the venerable veterans of the game in Chateau, who was actually a winner here at the meet too. Commerce Comet, though, is a horse that should be forward. At least he's acting that way too. He's very fresh. He is a horse that is typically really sharp too, and he was giving his handlers all they could handle back in the paddock. Has since calmed down a bit since getting a warm-up with Manny Franco aboard. He's a bit heavy. I do think he needs to start, and I think that's a lot of times why connections opt for that waiver claiming, because they feel as though they don't have the horses as tight and race fit as they need to be, so therefore why lose them when they could be setting up for a better performance 2nd or 3rd off the bench. So I get that. Probably want to take the wait and see approach with him, but I do think he'll be a part of that pace scenario early on. Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 2-1 favorite. Brighter Days Ahead. You surprised by this, JK?
Yeah, I am. You know, especially off of the trainer change, just because, you know, Joe Sharp does such a great job. It's, you know, it's not like it's like a bad trainer going to a good trainer where people will get excited about it. You know, some people might look at it as a kind of an even move, or even from a percentage standpoint, maybe even a move down. So the fact this horse is taking money, I think, is definitely interesting.
He's got a favorable outside post. He's coming in good form of a career best, I would say, performance. So there's a lot to like. Blinkers off last time kind of helped him, you know, run his best race as well. This is just a kind of race where I feel like the favorites are a little bit vulnerable. And so I think the number 6 is very suspicious that they're running him in a 20,000 claimer. So I'm against him. I feel like there's going to be a hot pace, and I'm going with the longest shot on the board in here, Joking Way. I know this Javier is going to just let this horse chill back. He sees that there's a lot of speed on paper. His best chance to win is for a complete pace meltdown. He's going to let the bar fight happen, and then when everyone else is weak, he's going to come in and start flicking people over with his fingers. And I think Joking Way can make a big payoff in this race.
Jakey, don't you think with the 3 and 7 coming out, that helped the 9 quite a bit here too?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Anytime you can get loose and comfortable, we saw it earlier with Bote Cachet, you know, getting on the front end, whether it's dirt or turf, and controlling from the front is always a spot you want to be in. And that outside draw also makes it even easier, because if someone decides to go in front of you, you're not forced to get to that position. You could take your time and work your way there.
Absolutely favorable draw because he doesn't have to commit to being on the lead, and I don't think the horse necessarily has to have the lead. So, you know, it's going to give his jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, a good chance to scope what's going on to his inside and then make his decision.
Brighter days ahead, the 9, the 2-1 favorite, Tyler Gaffalione for Jose D'Angelo, first off the claim. Let's go upstairs, Frank Miramati with the call.
Brighter days ahead, the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Safa's Day in the center of the racetrack is out very alertly. Brighter days ahead up close too. And they're joined at the rail by Scaramanga, 3 almost across the track. Then comes Master of Arms in 4th. Followed on the outside by Commerce Comet, racing 3 lengths clear of Joking Way, Bronx Bomber, and Mr. JT. They pass the half-mile pole. Safa's Day is the target, leads it by a length. Brighter days ahead, second. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Then comes Commerce Comet on the outside, third. Followed by Scaramanga and Master of Arms in between those two. 5 back to Joking Way, Bronx Bomber, and Mr. JT, a quarter of a mile to go. And Brighter days ahead, trying to get by Safa's Day. Safa's Day, though, is tough. Safa's Day, Brighter days ahead, come to the 8th pole together with Master of Arms in the clear, third. Behind them comes Scaramanga in 4th. Final furlong, Master of Arms coming after Brighter days ahead, and Master of Arms is just in front. Brighter days ahead is second. It's Master of Arms to win it by a length and a half. Brighter days ahead was second. Mr. JT rallied to be in a photo for third with Scaramanga and Joking Way.
Master of Arms had been facing so much better company with the win here in this incredible meet for John Ortiz continues.
No, look, this horse was just better than these horses. I don't think this was an outstanding performance by any means by this horse. I think it was workmanlike, facing the right group, the right type.
Spotted perfectly by his trainer, you know, put him in a race that ultimately he's the class of the field, and he proved best today. Sitting a perfect trip, but Ricardo Santana made a conscious decision down the backstretch to not get involved in this 3-prong battle, and ultimately that paid off to be the right move, as the number 9 Brighter Days Ahead got a bit softened up, you know, chasing. He ran a good race, but Master of Arms was able to capitalize from what was a perfect trip.
Just in terms of who had been favored, I think it's a bit shocking he was not favored in here.
I was shocked. I mean, you know, looking at like the early pick 5, I thought this was a single, the 6 horse, right? I was surprised the 9 took the money he did. And they were right. I mean, the 9 ran extremely well for Jose D'Angelo off the trainer change, but the 6 was just too much horse.
5 for 8 at the meet for trainer of this horse, John Ortiz. Ricardo Santana Jr. on board for the win. And goes off second choice on the board at 5-2. To start off a pick 4 as well.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana with the win. Ricardo, one of my favorite riders. He's ridden some horses that I've absolutely loved. Overtimes, Matoli. You know, there's to name a few, but Ricardo, an outstanding rider, and spends a lot of time outside of New York. But when he comes to New York, he might not be on as many, but you know he's there.
Yeah, and it was a perfect start for all the horses there, and Tyler knew he wanted to be up front with Brighter Days Ahead. This horse has a lot of speed. He had a good trip as well, a perfect trip. But when Ricardo took back, he could have committed to being in between horses there, and that wouldn't have been an ideal situation. That move that he made, just sitting out of the spot, was the winning move.
6, 9, 1, 2. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer John Ortiz here in the 4th.
$1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you. 9.5. Thank you. Good David. Good night. On the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oakland Handicap. By My Standards attacks. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Good to have you with us on Valley Sports SoCal. Those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live as we continue along on DraftKings Travers Week. That showdown of this summer to come on Saturday with a Super Filly, Torpedo Anna, taking a shot at history against the boys. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Rajiv Mirage. As we move along on this Thursday card, we had stakes action a little bit earlier, 4th in the books. And late pick 5 to come on this Thursday afternoon with gorgeous weather today.
A little late pick 5 action, nothing wrong with that. Race 4, though, Master of Arms, the dropper, got the job done with Ricardo Santana aboard.
Yeah, perfectly ridden by Ricardo, and he just took him off the pace a little bit today and sat in the pocket, got to the clear in the outside, just the ideal trip that you want when you're riding, and was able to wear down Better Days Ahead, who ran extremely well as well. The best horse won.
4th career win for this 5-year-old. For those just joining us, this barn now 5 for 8 at the meet. Pretty incredible at the most competitive meet in the game to do that. $7.10 for the win. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the victory. Brighter days ahead. It was bet down to favoritism. Winds up 2nd. Running well, though, in defeat.
Yeah, great run. Couldn't hold off the better horse.
Military Appreciation Day, for those who did not know, just tuning in. New York Racing Association paying tribute to active military members and veterans in appreciation of their sacrifice and service to our country. And obviously tomorrow we have a champion back in action. We have Idiomatic, who is turning into a really neat rivalry with Randomized.
It is, yeah. You know, Randomized kind of the up-and-comer, right? The 4-year-old who had the big race, the Alabama as a 3-year-old, and then ran so well in the Breeders' Cup as well against Idiomatic when she won. And then you got the champ, Idiomatic, who's back again. And so often you have these champions that their value as going on to become stallions or broodmares is so high, we don't get to keep them on the racetrack. And the fact that we have Idiomatic back, we have a horse like Randomized back, and we get to see them jump in the starting gate together, it's really exciting.
And the dynamics of that race is just so interesting for me, because last time they were raced against each other, Idiomatic was drawn right outside Randomized, so was able to just track Randomized and wasn't able to go by. But this time, Randomized is drawn outside of Idiomatic. And what I think is going to happen is Jarrell Rosario does not want to be hunted aboard Randomized by Idiomatic, so he doesn't want Idiomatic to end up outside of him. So I feel like he's going to commit to staying outside, kind of like how Johnny Velasquez rode Fierceness against Sierra Leone last time. And it's going to really make Florent Giroux have to make some tough decisions, especially early on in the race.
How did you feel? I mean, it didn't break well. The champ was wide on a day that being forward was good. Did she have a lot of excuses in your book?
I don't know if she had a lot. She had enough. She had a few excuses. You could definitely give her that. I think maybe she's kind of got caught off guard a little bit. I think Florent Giroud had a lot of confidence in Idiomatic and probably waited and waited, thinking, okay, when I'm ready, I'm going to take her. And Randomized grew up a little bit from her 3-year-old year and just kind of put up a little bit of a fight.
There's a world where these two get into such a spirited duel early because neither one wants to give anyone an advantage, that they engage themselves too early. And if that happens, it could potentially set up for a Soul of an Angel to come get them, because that filly has been running not too far behind them, especially Idiomatic only beat her ahead last time.
That's in Rajiv's world, which is in a different planetary system. No, I can see that happening. We'll talk more about that coming up. That's tomorrow. Let's go back to Maggie for more on the 4th.
So pleased to be joined here by Greg Furlong of Leatherstocking Honor Flight. And Greg, we just saw you presented a check for $5,000 by Joe Lodis of Rivers Casino and Resort. But talk a little bit about your mission and what you guys do for veterans.
Well, first thing I'd like to say about the mission, it's just not a leatherstocking deal. It's a community project. And that's why this fits in so well with what we're doing. We honor vets. Everything we do during the course of an honor flight is amped up and ramped up to send the message that our veterans are appreciated, they're revered, and we have our gratitude for them. The vets actually come back changed. Now, that's a generalization, yeah, because they have a better sense of how people care about them. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're rock stars. We make them rock stars, you know, and that's the whole deal. We had recently a Vietnam veteran say that the worst part of his service was coming home. And he said, for that reason, he said, I never was proud of being a Vietnam veteran until I was on an honor flight. And I'm saying, like, wow, you know, that's very cool. Yeah, and there's a gentleman around here, that a Vietnam vet, that heard that, and he said, yeah, that's the deal. That's the deal. So it's not just one guy. But to have the support of Rivers Casino, that's awesome. Naira, yeah, very cool.
Well, thank you for...
Our vets are very, very happy.
Thank you for everything that you do, coordinating this. And as we just heard Frank Miramati over the loudspeakers, that you rely on donations and, like you said, the community to support these veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a community project. And the community has been behind us, and we make that a point with the veterans that the message comes from the community. We're just a vehicle for that message. And that broadens the message, so they know it's not just some little group, you know, taking them down to Washington.
When is the next flight for this?
October 5th.
That's amazing. Greg, thank you so much for everything that you do. It was an honor to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right. Greg Furlong, Leatherstocking Honor Flight. As he said, it's important to remind these veterans how important they are to our country, guys.
They're everything, fighting for our freedom. We won't have the lives we have without them. We thank all for their service and what they've meant to our country as we get set for the next race, which has been strange, decimated by scratches. I can't remember the last time I've seen this. 6 horses scratch here. We got left with 3 in this race. $35,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. Magnificent Mile, even money favorite with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it's like when you look at that thing, it's like it's a turf race and it's off the turf, but it's not. It's a dirt race, and there has been some scratches. But like I said, the 6 Magnificent Miles, taking some money, ran well last time. But for some reason, I thought ran well last time. And then the outside horse, 3-0, another one who has some speed, has some class, is a turfer, but in a small field like this, anything can happen.
It'll be interesting to watch. We don't get to see a lot of these races like this. It becomes truly a rider's race, so we'll have that coming up. Starts off the pick 6, by the way, on this Thursday card from the premier meet in the country. We're going to take a timeout. Dornick trying to cement his status as the top 3-year-old in the country.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Travers coming up on Saturday. Goes back to 1864. Fastest ever run. Special that I got to be a part of this one to see Arrogate go sub 2 minutes and just decimate the field. Damascus, 22-length margin back in 1967. Burt Mulholland, 5-time winner of this prestigious Midsummer Derby. Most wins by an owner. 3 different groups have done it, including Rokeby Stable, last coming in 1993. Javier Castellano, as we told you throughout the show, he's won it 7 times. We'll have a chance to add an 8th on Corporate Power, big long shot. The only dead heat ever came back in 2012. Alpha and Golden Ticket. Kenny McPeak threw that horse in sort of as an afterthought. Dramatic upset, the pretty big one, beating a Triple Crown winner, Keen Ice. And Travers winner to the Classic. Arrogate was able to do it in that special season. What a 4-race run he had. Maybe never better 4-race run. Arcangelo, of course, named 3-year-old of the year with that Belmont Travers double, and Point Given would go on to be named Horse of the Year. 25 Travers winners inducted into the Hall of Fame, including Arrogate just last year. So much history in this race, really one of the special races in our sport, and it could be the race that determines not only a 3-year-old championship, but maybe Horse of the Year on Saturday.
Well, if Torpedo Anna wins, she'll win Horse of the Year, in my opinion. If Sierra Leone, Dornick, or Fierceness win, I think that they're right there for 3-year-old champion Colt. Dornick, if he wins, he'll definitely get it.
It's a major championship implication race on many layers. There's champion 3-year-old, there's Horse of the Year implications. I mean, it's just a massive race.
Honestly, I think if any of these horses win this race and go on to win the Classic, they would be Horse of the Year, any of the male horses. It's an important race. It's an absolutely important race, not that you didn't already know that.
Man, this guy, Dornock, gritty, resilient. I mean, he is such a big heart, desire to win. That's very important in this game, and he finds a way to pull it off. He loves a dogfight, and is definitely going to have a dogfight.
Saw him pass as a 2-year-old in the big stakes race, came back to win, down from the fence. We saw him pass each of his last 2 Grade 1 wins, came back to win. He's a fighter.
Yeah, I just want to say, though, you know, I think the jury was still out on Mindframe. I know he was a really talented horse, but those are the two horses that's the horse that he beat in those last 2 races. I think it's at least something to consider.
It's part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. The Super Filly taking on the boys. And the DraftKings Travers, you do not want to miss it. We'll be back.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won, and it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live, getting set for race 5. Starts the pick 6, 12 minutes to post. Great crowd on hand. It's going to get bigger and bigger, certainly tomorrow. Personal Ensign, and then one of the great cards in the sport on DraftKings Travers Day. This race, with all the scratches, reduced to just 3 runners. And there's the 4-5 favorite. Magnificent Mile, over $100,000 in this pick 6. Time for Riders Up. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Racing Association is paying tribute this afternoon to 3 New York Army National Guard soldiers whose military helicopter went down last March while they were patrolling the southern border of the United States. Today's 5th race, Blue Skies and Tailwinds, has been named in honor of the 3 local soldiers, 2 of whom lost their lives in the tragic accident. A special ceremony will follow the 5th race, and we invite and ask our fans to remain in their seats for this tribute. We are honored now to welcome Major General Michael A. Natali, Assistant Adjutant General of the New York Army National Guard's New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs, to lead the ceremonial call of Riders Up for today's 5th race.
I'm Major General Mike Natali with the New York Army National Guard, here with the New York Army National Guard team on Veterans Appreciation Day. 1, 2, 3.
Riders Up!
So great having these American heroes part of the festivities today on a day we do each and every year. It's always special, Military Appreciation Day.
That was an energetic Riders Up, but I cannot emphasize how much I can't say thank you enough. You know, the gratitude that I have and that we have for everything that they do for us. Just thank you, thank you, thank you.
Really is incredible to make that sacrifice. And we all echo those sentiments from Raj here as We're going to have a very brief post-parade coming up. Just 3. We'll go postward, JK, in this 5th race coming up. And look, you got 2. First, before we even get to who you think's going to win, who do you think's the speed of the speed? Because the 8 and the 9 are both pretty quick.
I would go speed of the speed with the 8. You know, you've got a horse that has pace figures that are significantly faster on dirt in the last 4, 5, 6 starts. And the horse 3-0, the 9, the horse does have some tactical speed, but that's been on turf anyway. So you got to think when they pop away from there at a full speed run, 3-0's going to have to find his feet a little bit. He's been running on turf.
I picked number 8 for some reason as my top pick, and I see the race unfolding where he's going to break and get out to the lead and go over to the rail. And I know that in such a small field, every jockey got their eye on each other. Everyone knows the number 6, Magnificent Mile, is the horse to beat and he's the favorite. He's drawn to the inside of the 3. I think Manny Franco is going to try to pocket him in behind Johnny Velasquez and the number 8 and leave him there stuck on the inside. That's the way I would ride the race. And I think Dylan Davis is going to be boxed in for way too long. By the time he gets out, the number 8, for some reason, is going to have the early jump on him.
See what happens. And turf sprint speed is usually greater than dirt sprint speed, and the 9 has turf sprint speed. We'll see. Both those 2 at 9 to 5. Going to be interesting to see what plays out between John Velasquez and Manny Franco. Here's the one to beat, though, 4 to 5, and has the best dirt form of anyone in the field.
Definitely the class of the race was third beating 2 lengths last time, but I do think that he's going to be a target in this race.
Man who's having a great meet, Saffie Joseph Jr. David Donk just claimed this horse off that barn.
I pick him to be able to go to the lead, establish the rail, and then slow the pace down a bit and go wire to wire.
Manny Franco for Carlos David, 3-0, 2-1.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside, does have some tactical speed, but it is turf sprint speed. We'll see what happens when they pop away from there.
You see, if Manny had speed, I agree 3-0 has speed, but if Manny uses that speed too early and goes on a chase with the number 8 for some reason, all he's going to do is he's going to make it easy for Dylan to be able to extricate himself from the rail and then switch to the outside. Manny is going to have his eye from the onset to be able to put Dylan in a pocket and kind of park him there. That would be how I would ride the 9 anyways.
Time for our Great Jones New York bred performance of the week. And it's the Skidmore and Out on Bail.
Out on Bail was extremely impressive here. At this point, when Irad gets to doing that, or excuse me, Jose gets to doing that sideways shoulder tap, just like Irad does, you know he's got a ton of horse underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is just a relish, this sprint on the grass. Being able to beat Open Company as a New York bred, that's, shows the kind of ability these New York breds have these days. And just a really quick horse that probably is on the path to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. I would expect that would be what the connections are hoping they'll be able to accomplish.
Little bumping in that race. There was an inquiry. There was no change.
No change. Yeah, it was a 50-50 bump. I think that either way, no matter who would have won, I don't really think I would have preferred to see either one of them come down.
Great Jones, the first whiskey distillery in Manhattan since Prohibition. Visit them at 686 Broadway in Manhattan to learn about their approach to making 100% New York whiskey. 3-horse field to kick off the pick 6 here. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, guys, and look, Magnificent Mile is the horse to beat, but I kind of am picking up what Raj is laying down. And if you kind of judge these horses blindly without your PPs, when it comes to appearances, Magnificent Mile would probably be the last one I'd select. As let's talk about number 8. I caught up with Dave Donk as I was leaving the paddock, but with regards to For Some Reason, he said to John Velasquez, I originally wanted to apologize for you, as this looked to be a tough 35 that I put you on this horse, but with the scratches, I think we've got a shot here. And For Some Reason, big warm-up. We see the Hall of Famer delivering on him today. Broke him away immediately from the pony. Really round horse. It's the first time I'm laying eyes on him, but very healthy. Though I will say, I feel like claiming off Saffie Joseph is quite hard to do at times. Number 9, 3-0, looks the best physically of these horses, but yes, he is more of a turf/synthetic type of runner in that he's never won on the main track before, and he looks that way. You know, he has those flat feet, those long angular pasterns. He does come in wearing front wraps, and the last time that we saw him on the main track on a dirt surface, he wore them as well. So an interesting, change of surfaces for this horse. I will say this, sometimes, yes, he can be quick enough to be in front on the turf, but when a more turf horse switches to the dirt, sometimes that ground breaks away from them, and it's a little tougher for them to find their footing as quickly. Not to say that he won't eventually be in front here. I think, though, that for some reason, he's going to be the leader early on in this race, too, just based upon warm-ups. We've seen number 9, 3-0 barely get out of a jog, whereas John Velasquez, and for some reason, have seen a very big and rigorous warm-up. Maybe it all just sets up beautifully for Magnificent Mile, though, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 3 minutes to post here. Start of this pick 6 coming up on Military Appreciation Day here from Saratoga Springs. 4-5, 2-1, 9-5. Just 3 runners in a field. How many of these races were you in, Raj, where there were just 3?
Not many, but it was always a cat and mouse game when you're in those races because everyone has such an amplified look at everyone else. So, they can be tricky. You can get pretty creative in these races and try to do different things because you're just zoned in on your rivals right there, and there's no one else coming from behind or wherever. So, it's tricky. I want to say something about the Military Appreciation Day that people don't know about me. I was in a ROTC program back in my high school days. So I spent about 3 years doing that. And, it taught me a lot about discipline, and that's what my mom wanted to accomplish from that anyway. That's what she tells me. But, it's great to see these people that give everything for us. I feel a little bit like I'm a part of the community, but I didn't go as far as into the military.
I mean, it really is incredible. We saw someone, for those who joined us late, for the ringing of the bell, that served in World War II and was part of, we talked about a 10-hour attack. Outmanned, outgunned. Just a true hero. Incredible.
Hand to fist combat. I break a nail, I starts bleeding, I start crying. These guys are fighting for survival for 10
circumstances
hours.
We can't imagine. True American heroes. We cannot say enough to thank them for their service. As we get a look here at you're Dylan Davis in here, JK. And I'll ask you both, obviously, but it looks like you just sit behind these two that go up front. 4-5 favorite. Obviously hoping these two do a battle up front.
Can I take this from you, JK? If I'm Dylan Davis and I'm on the inside, there's one thing that's very important for me. I have to break and hustle my horse out of there to ensure that there's some separation. If the pace is slow, we're going to bunch up. So I don't want the race to be bunched up and then I get boxed in. The way to make that happen is 2 things. Break, hustle hard, and also float off the rail a little bit. Force John Velasquez to have to speed up to get in front of you. And by that time, you can get that separation and get an honest pace. That would be the way, because he has to be thinking to get off the rail early. If he's stuck on the rail, they're not going to move. No one is going to push the envelope if he's boxed in. He's the favorite, and there's no one else to worry about in the race. So they would keep him in the box as long as they can.
Ditto, Wolfie. Forward, forward, forward. Get out of there. Make them run. Make them use their horse to get in front of you. And then hopefully you can sit back and behind them. But I think having that idea, I'm going to sit behind these horses right when you break away from there, is going to put him in chase mode a little bit too far back, and he'll run second.
The start of this race is going to be the most crucial part of this race to see how the first 16 shapes up, who's, how the positions are established.
Work to do for Dylan Davis right out of the gate on the odds-on favorite to see that this race shapes up the way he wants for the horse who should be sitting behind the 8 and 9, and there is Dylan.
You know what else? You don't often see 3-horse races around one turn. I always feel like it's off the turf races get scratched all the way down, so it's this kind of 2-turn situation. To see it in when I saw the gate
in a
there
sprint
for a second,
race,
I was like,
absolutely. And the thing about Dylan is, in his head, he doesn't want to get trapped. He doesn't want to get trapped in a box. So from the onset, you're gonna see him looking to his right, scoping away to get to the outside in the clear.
And what about these two? Is it just a game of chicken to see who goes fastest first?
Game of chicken, yeah. If John Velasquez is gonna try to get the lead and slow it down as much as he can. He knows that it doesn't do Manny Franco any favors to try to pass him early on the outside, because all it's going to do is release the space for Dylan to get to the clear.
3-horse field, fascinating to start off this pick 6. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Magnificent Mile got a little nudge to take up his spot. Here's For Some Reason and John Velasquez. 3-0 and Manny Franco to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. For Some Reason out first. 3-0. Magnificent Mile along the rail, protecting that rail and cutting into the margin of For Some Reason. And so Magnificent Mile takes it right to For Some Reason, and those two race together as one. 3-0 is 2 lengths back in third as they head toward the half-mile pole. Stride for stride on the front end, Magnificent Mile on the inside, For Some Reason on the outside. For Some Reason now takes the lead through a quarter that went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. 3-0 just a length back, 3 deep in third, coming toward the 3/8 pole. For Some Reason, Magnificent Mile is asked to counter along the rail. These two will arrive 1-2 at the quarter pole, and 3-0 is 2 lengths back. For Some Reason spurting clear. For Some Reason opens up 2 at the top of the stretch and is traveling well. Magnificent Mile switches out, but For Some Reason is getting further and further ahead. They're coming to the 16th pole, and For Some Reason has built up a 5-length lead. Much the best this 3-year-old is. For Some Reason and Johnny V handwritten to a 5-length dusting of Magnificent Mile and 3-0.
For Some Reason, John Velasquez out in front. And David Donk off the claim with a win here.
Well, we'll start with honk for Donk. Always love to see Dave Donk get a win. But there's nothing that makes me smile more than seeing John Velasquez, the most winning rider in Saratoga history, get across the wire first here. He's an outstanding man. He's an outstanding rider, and I love seeing him win.
And it's Johnny Velasquez being Johnny Velasquez. He knew he wanted to take the lead. Dylan, I thought, rode a race with a plan. He wanted to come out running and make sure that the speed was established, but then he kind of got himself overcommitted to chasing on the inside, and that really didn't do him any favors. Ultimately, the outcome would have been the same, though, as For Some Reason vastly improved with the claim off with David Donk and just powered away from its competition.
Magnificent Mile almost played the role that 3-0 should have played in here, didn't he?
Yeah, Magnificent Mile, that inside post got tricky, and I think Dylan got baited into one to ensure that there was speed in the race. I thought once he got him running, he was going to think about going to the outside, but I can also understand what ended up happening. He saw that to his right, Manny Franco was there. He didn't have an option to come around. He would have had to ease back out of there to go around. And because of that, he just kind of overcommitted to the inside.
D-O-N-K, donk, donk, donk. Mr. Jets fan himself. Was there a day when we saw him without that Jets cap on? I think there was.
I'm calling you a liar. I did not see that. I don't believe that it's true. And
I heard he showers with the Jets cap on.
As he should.
8-6-9 finish. He's having a nice meet. And an off-the-claim win here. And claiming off of one of the hottest barn on the grounds. Not easy here. He does that off of Saffie Joseph Jr. Let's take a look at the start.
I mean, and what a good start, perfect start for all. You can see John Velasquez, he's trying to come over to take the rail away from Dylan. and Dylan didn't want to relinquish that, so he sent Magnificent Mile in there. And at this point, he's so far committed to this spot that he can't really back out of there. And Magnificent, for some reason, was able to just go wire to wire.
Dangers of the inside post, even in a 3-horse field. For some reason, the win.
I would love to see Dave Donk with a $700,000 2-year-old in training.
That would be great when he gets more out of less than almost anyone in this sport. For some reason, the win here at 2-1. Well, the price is set up the late pick 5 when we come back.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back on our Thursday coverage, Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. 3-horse field, and the one who got to the front goes gate to wire. For some reason, David Donk, first off the claim with the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, John Velasquez, here on Military Appreciation Day.
It's pretty awesome. I'm sure Dave doesn't care if there was 2 horses in the race. He got the win.
First still the same, right?
Yeah, you know, it's just, of course, like.
Let's go to Mr. Jets fan himself with Maggie.
Dave, Rajiv said that you probably shower with that hat on. Is that true?
No.
I figured as much. Let's talk a little bit about...
Are you a fan of any sports teams? No, I don't know.
Probably cricket or something like that.
Listen, I'm a Jet fan. I'm a loyal Jet fan. And, you know, since a kid, Joe Namath sucked me in. And you are either a fan of a team or you're not.
I like that. You are loyal as they come, and you are loyal to your man, John Velasquez, as he delivered with For Some Reason. It was, you know, classic Johnny V.
Yeah, listen, we got lucky here. So, you know, I named Johnny on the horse, but when I saw the PPs at 9-horse field, I told you earlier, I thought I was going to need to apologize for him riding this, you know, this horse. I mean, people know he's like a brother to me. I only try and ride him on horses that we like. And listen, he's in the Hall of Fame. He doesn't need to ride these horses. So, but when we got these scratches, I had the right rider.
You really did. Aggressive, and it really paid off. Now, speaking of not being aggressive, a snowy evening you have coming up in the 9th race. You thought maybe a little too close to the pace last time.
Yeah, Jose rode her. I thought he gave her a great ride, but she just didn't punch from the turning for home. So, you know, Johnny's been on her before, and, you know, I'm just going to let him ride her. I'm sure he'll be patient. The ground is a lot softer than it was early in the meet. I was a little disappointed the way she ran last time, but let's hope we reverse form.
All right, well, here's two. Is that the only Jets hat you have?
Oh, no. I've got a few. I've got a client that sends them to me, so yeah, I've got some white ones, green ones, dark ones. You know, it depends. Depends what the weather is. So,
it's like JK in his shirts, right?
I mean, listen, it gives them something to talk about. You need content, so.
And Dave delivers, guys.
See what happens this year. Hope they get a little more Aaron Rodgers. That would help their chances.
More than 2 plays.
They're going to be good.
Late pick 5 coming up next. Starts with 2-year-old fillies on the turf. Good luck to everyone playing. Take a quick look at this field before we sign off. Hand it over to the next crew. What's your guys' quick thoughts on this field?
I like the 9. Authenticate Now, a horse that has some turf pedigree buried down in there.
I like the number 2, Annie Goodbody. I thought her debut was really good race, and she doesn't need to move forward much off that, which I expect her to, like the additional distance that she gets today.
I picked her cousin in his winner at the meet, by the way. Loved that horse that day.
That
Got
was
on the board.
Pick.
Well done. We'll see if he can get Romero can get another one coming up. Military Appreciation Day continues. Racing continues. Late pick 5, as we said, is next. Right after a break as we continue along here on Travers Week. Personal Ensign, the champ, coming up on Friday, and sensational day of action on Saturday ahead.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Arcangelo colors for a few more days. The Travers canoe on this military Appreciation Day. A different meaning altogether at Saratoga. A salute to the men and women defending our nation, our freedom. And we say thank you for everything you do, have done, and sacrificed. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. On this particular afternoon, there are some at Saratoga where it's more than just the racing. Military Appreciation Day. It's an important afternoon that we're very proud of for everybody here at the New York Racing Association. As for the racing, the late pick 5 about to get underway, gets started in about 19 minutes, and we'll be joined by a 16-year NBA point guard on set a little bit later on, Avery Johnson. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, that pick 6, the pick 5, I should say, starts in the 6th. Solid 2-year-old filly maiden affair. No stakes race, but those sprinters in the 8th, you'll recognize a few names. Main track is fast. Turf courses are good. Temperature around 77 degrees. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Paul, I can't imagine there have been many horse racing broadcasts like this where you've had like 2 athletes, 27 combined years of experience in the NBA and Major League Baseball. It's going to be fun having Avery on set.
Let me throw another little wrinkle in there for you. I played for the San Antonio Missions in 1995 and actually resided there when I made it to the big leagues and got to know Avery Johnson and actually tried to purchase his house. What ended up happening is a lot of stuff got mixed up. I ended up finding another house. Our lawyers got in a little bit of a debate. Me and Avery ended up washing it out, and we've become good friends ever since. But I've always wondered if I ever ran into him at Retama Park, which is the local horse track there in San Antonio.
But all good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Now,
He's one of the best human beings you'll ever meet. Yeah.
I think he was on that Spur team in '99 that defeated the Knicks in the NBA Finals. Was Avery Johnson? We can talk about that with him.
I went to one of those games.
Yeah?
I met Bernard King at the game. It was very exciting. He probably was on that team. And the fact that the Knicks made the finals that year was kind of a miracle, don't you think? And I think the other thing is 2 successful, accomplished Major League athletes and me, together we're not athletic.
Well, here's the best part about it is Avery and I, he's 6'1". He's going to seem way bigger than me, but he looks small on the
That was his nickname, the Little General. Like, we'll just call him like the General.
Yes.
Avery Johnson joining us on set, NBA champ a little bit later on. We touched on that 8th race. It's not a stakes race, but featuring stakes caliber talent. There's the field. Allowance 6 furlong sprint. Horses with all kinds of back class. For example, number 3, Gulfport, 8-5 morning line favorite. This was his 4-year-old debut. His first race in 14 months, Richie. Late June, Churchill Downs, Gulfport, who's no stranger to Saratoga, victorious upon return.
Yeah, I mean, this horse showed so much ability as a 2-year-old, and then obviously things went awry. He comes back off the layoff, and your Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks double-winning jockey, Brian Hernandez, aboard here, and he won pretty comfortably here, guys.
Got Lasix for the first time off a long layoff. Andy, you think he can improve off this effort?
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that because on the surface of things, 87 buyer, bunch still behind him. It doesn't look like that strong a race. Obviously, off the long layoff, it was an exceptional effort. But I think diving into the race and looking at who he was running against, what they'd done before and have done subsequent, I think it might be a stronger race than that 87 buyer suggests. And I guess Steve Asmussen probably could have considered a race like the Forego, but maybe he's thinking this race, if things go well, the Vosburg or the Phoenix, potentially as a prep if he does well enough to go to the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I think the horse CB2 Eagles River was a horse that was very prominent. WW Candy. The horses that he beat behind him were all horses that were very, precocious. And, Gulfport, Steve Asmussen is another guy with these sprinters. When he sets the reset button, they're pretty darn good. And one thing about them, they move forward usually. Sometimes they, like Andy said, they don't back up usually.
Much more on Gulfport a little bit later on during the broadcast. That is in the 8th here at Saratoga. Meantime, it's Travers Week. If you haven't signed up, you might want to do so. Get signed up. NyraBets.com. Use that promo code SPOT250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Always exciting. Up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time defending champion General Sire, Into Mischief. There's the field. 2-year-old fillies, maidens. A restriction, those who were sold for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. Mile and a 16th on grass, the current favorite. It's wide open. Mez, California, number 5 at 3-1. Number 2 is Annie Goodbye as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale, standing by in the paddock with the Spendthrift 2-year-old Paddock report. What are you seeing from the 2 filly here, Maggie?
Other than her name being like one of the Bart Simpson prank phone calls, I really like her. I actually noted that she'd want to go longer first time she ran, and 2, she's the only horse in here with turf experience, which I think is something, a feather in her cap, Miss Annie Goodbody. And look, she was in an open maiden special weight too. Now she's in with restricted company, and I know she did not do that much running that day for Pat Reynolds and Romero Mirage, but I think this is a much better spot for her. She looks as though she should handle the conditions very well, and she's just a lot more clued in and not nervous energy, just forward marching energy, like, yes, let's go out here and do this. As we'll check in with your favorite, that's number 5, Mezza California, for Ken McPeak. And I would not think this if I just saw Coal Front in a horse's bloodlines until I looked it up, that he actually has exceptional numbers with a limited sample with his turf runners. I was not expecting to see upwards of 25% in that type of area for his progeny. Now, Mez California, she really has a lovely walk, and she's a lovely mover out on the racetrack too. And to me, that always says a horse that can handle turf. You usually want those horses that are good floating type of movers. They translate well to the green stuff. She doesn't scream it here physically looking at her in the paddock, but overall she looks tremendous, and I think she'll appreciate that stretch out in distance. Just a very leggy filly with a lot of scope to her. As we'll move on to number 9, Authenticate Now. This is a horse that, although authentic, we don't really know what he's going to produce when it comes to turf horses, does have a lot of turf on the bottom side. Actually, a lovely pedigree. Is a half to Noble Bird, albeit he was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, but he handled the turf in 2 tries. This filly also a half to Brother Pat, who went 6 for 26 on the turf. There was Dido as well, multiple stakes place runner on the turf, and another turf winner in the family. Authenticate Now is very tall, very leggy. It's no surprise she was completely outrun after stumbling badly at the start at Monmouth. She just looks as though distance is really going to be to her liking, and that's also the kind of murmurs I've heard from the progeny, or from trainers about the progeny of Authentic, that they probably want more ground to work with. Again, she doesn't scream turf looking at her. She's actually quite upright in those pasterns, but I think the distance should really suit her, and at least she has the pedigree to back her up. Now, number 10, Someone. She faced State Bred Company first time out, where she showed a little bit of, just kind of being forward after a untidy beginning. But I literally wrote in my notes, probably wants longer and moves like a turf horse. So we get it here. And there's a lot of turf in the second generation on the bottom side of the pedigree. I just think that Someone really fits this, as she acts up really badly. Hold on to her. Pony person, okay, heads up everyone, move out of the way, okay. Don't love that, as I always mention, Lafitte with these second time starters when they get a little nervous. She's with the pony here, and she is a lot more tucked up. I'll watch her with a keen eye to see how she behaves on the racetrack.
Let's hope she can settle down. That's the theme of this race. So many trying a new surface, stretching out for the first time. As for the theme of Saturday, it is wall to wall. Grade 1 racing. Look at that rundown, all culminating with the 155th running of the Draft Kings Travers on Saturday. Cue that animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. What else? The Midsummer Derby. Andy's favorite moniker of any sporting event on the planet. The Travers. 8 deep, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse, while Dornick is the favorite. Coast second choice is Fierceness, the champ. And the filly, Torpedo, and a 3-1, Brian Hernandez, the perfect season thus far. She has crushed her opposition. She has run out of competition. Another example of just that, Andy, when she broke poorly and still did this to those fillies in the CCA Oaks.
And I think what we saw in the Alabama even further accentuates how good she's been, because Candy, who's chasing her here, and just she has her at her mercy. She got beaten a nose in the Alabama, and I think there's an argument she ran the best race of anybody. But regardless, it just shows the gap between her and the rest of the horses. Listen, if I owned her, she'd have been in the Alabama. I'm a chicken, but Kenny McPeak, I think he's legitimately doing the racing community a great service by running her in there, because it's a great story.
That's if Andy owned her. If you were riding her, what would your approach be, Richie?
Well, from post
from
one,
the rail.
I'm coming out running. You know, sometimes when you don't execute a plan and you're not resolute about a plan, it almost allows other people to go forward. If I come out like I want it, maybe they go, all right, let's just stalk then. But if you give that little sliver of doubt, now horses engage, and that's how paces get hotter. I think you have to play, it's almost like an elaborate game of chicken. Come out running like you want the lead. And if someone's really intent, now you've created separation. But a lot of times, guys will back off you if you act like you want it.
She has serious competition. I'll tell you this much. I'd rather try and hold off Dornick than try and pass Dornick. We'll see how aggressive Brian Hernandez is right from the start, Paul. And trying to join that illustrious list. It's been 109 years. 109 years, the last filly to capture the Travers.
Yeah, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it? I mean, it'd be a horse of a lifetime. It really would. And I'm kind of with Mig now. The more I keep looking at this race, and I do think Unmatched Wisdom completely holds the key to this race, because if Unmatched Wisdom is able to show some speed with Dornock and some of the other ones, because we've seen Dornock and we've seen Fierceness kind of rate towards the outside. If Unmatched Wisdom goes to the front end, maybe Torpedo Anna can rate on the rail a little bit and maybe get that ground saving trip like Mystic Dan did in the Derby.
Packed house, expected, massive crowd, and what are they gonna receive when
they're gonna receive this?
Look at that. Torpedo Anna poster, unlimited to all fans, showing up for the Travers, and maybe witnessing history in something that hasn't happened in over 100 years.
Would you put the check mark if she wins it, Andy, in there in the check mark?
What I want to know is if one should show up on eBay but signed by Paul LaDuca, should we think you're involved in that at all? Or
I don't know. I just signed
Meg is doing that.
I just signed about 70 cards out there, so I don't know. Those are probably going to be on eBay soon. Yeah.
I feel bad for Brian Hernandez because you know he's going to be signing hundreds and hundreds of these on Saturday.
You know, I'm sure he's happy to. I'm sure he's excited to be part of the story. I mean, not just winning the Derby, but riding one of the most exciting horses in the country. I think it's a Herculean task for her to win this race.
I agree.
But I don't. You know, one thing I hope, if she doesn't win and runs 4th or 5th, I hope that people respect the fact that she took a shot to run in this race and nobody says, oh, she wasn't really good enough. I don't think in any way her performance in this race, obviously winning enhances it, second even enhances it, but I don't think it takes away from how good she's been this year in any way.
And you had Kenny McPeak saying he wants to see everybody in pink, so you could have saved that for Saturday.
I might be wearing it for a reason
about 2,000 of these at the 1863 Club at that particular entrance, so supplies are limited. And that's another conversation. Remind me, Richie, a little bit later on, Brian Hernandez, his only mount of the day. I would imagine he'd much rather be out, active and on his mind on other things. So a lot of time to kill before the DraftKings Travers Saturday evening. Much more on the Travers and the Saturday program. Post-parade for the 6th, there's Jackie Davis and Bisa.
Yeah, listen, this race, I wouldn't knock anybody for taking any horse in here because it's a big guessing game, though this one obviously is a bit of a stretch.
Katerina Rostova, turf debut.
Yeah, horse for Amira Shockley. Got her first win the other day, but this horse is going to have to really improve.
Mez, California, another turf debut.
Paulie and I were marveling that Coalfront actually has had some success as a turf sire, but with limited starters. But there really isn't a ton of turf in here besides More Than Ready Dam, and I think she's a mediocre favorite.
Tekka, sensing a theme, turf debut.
You know, this is a guessing game. Improbable hasn't been great sire young, so you got to give him a little bit of time for turf runners.
Say it a different way. First start on grass for Lucky for You.
Yeah, blinkers come off. This one for Jesus Romero and Lane Luzzy.
Authenticate now. Yes, surface switch, stretch out.
I'm not thrilled with the idea of the sire authentic as a turf sire, but the dam side, there is enough turf that I took this one on top, hoping for a slightly better price.
Someone looks like she's behaving better for now.
Yeah, a little bit better, right? And I picked her on top. I had this race 9-10 as well. Mike Deeney's horse. He's been shipping horses in, and I think the 10 is an interesting horse. You know, was this horse in for the last race to try to get into a restricted race on the turf because she was in against Open on the dirt last time?
Late pick 5 starts here. Rod Ortiz missed those 3 days suspension and his mounts on Saturday. He rides in the personal incidents on Friday as well. But Andy, the two that jump off the screen here, Vava, even money morning line favorite in the Grade 1 Ballerina, and a first time he'll ride Unmatched Wisdom in the Travers. And for a jockey who's yet to win the Travers, Rod Ortiz.
I know that he was extremely pleased with Unmatched Wisdom's work last time and said to Chad Brown the effect of that he really felt he had a chance to get his first Travers win riding him. I don't think you'll see him forward in here, Paulie, in the Travers.
In the Travers?
No, I don't think you'll see that.
And 5 clear wins of Tyler Gaffleone, but Gaffleone is going to be evacuating before the end of the meet. I think we'll see him closing day here, but he's going to miss some time.
5 days.
5 days.
Yeah, Wednesday
headed
to Sunday.
to Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, Kentucky Downs. He goes down there to ride in Kentucky Downs for those big ones, for usually Mike Maker and a lot of other guys too. So, listen, you go where the money goes sometimes, and Tyler's going to leave. And that'd be interesting if he got very, very close and decides to leave.
You know, he's not.
Yeah.
I think Tyler's already made a statement.
I
mean, he's made a statement for years. It's not like the first time he has.
No, sure.
But this meet is making it very clear. I'm here to stay, and I belong at the top. And he is that good a rider, and he and Matt Music are just an amazing team.
Couple of Grade 1 wins, 4-star Dave, a first for Chad Brown, Carl Spackler, also Nakatomi in the Vanderbilt, as we look at the filly you like and unlike someone. What a pro she looks like out on the racetrack.
To be honest, I picked her because this race feels like a dramatic guessing game. And there is a turf in the dam side. Now, it's a dam that's getting on in years. And given the pedigree, $45,000, not a lot of money for her. But I just was thinking Mike Deeney, maybe this one will be a slightly better price of the horses, because it's just, I mean, I'm sorry. Is there a single thing in handicapping this race that either you say you can hold on to be confident about anybody?
No.
No, and really, there's a lot of questions. Horses changing surfaces, changing distances, pedigrees that maybe don't scream turf. I think there's a lot of ways you can look at this race.
Right, improbable. He's a city zip, so you get turf in that, and the 10 is a dynaformer dam. So there's turf there, but there's nobody in this race where you go, well, if they all run to their pedigrees, the X is going to win here. There's nobody jumping off the page.
No, like the one horse, if you would look, probably has the best pedigree. Then you look at the dam, she was 0 for 19. She hasn't produced anything. I mean, she's got a really turf pedigree, but then there's just been no producing there. So
there's just little here and a little there, right?
Exactly.
There's a dash of it.
Exactly.
So many horses. But I would just say, for my money, that first of all, one thing I'd say, don't bet the favorite in this race. Because there's so many variables. And, you know, this is not a great Ken McPeak move. Is there a little bit of turf on this one? There's a little bit, but 5-2. And they're betting this horse because she has a 63 buyer on the dirt last time, sprinting. So what? Do you really care what these horses' buyers were in their first start or two?
No.
Because it probably has no meaning and effect on what they're going to do
Completely
today.
different set of circumstances here, stretching out longer on the grass to the outside of Mez, California, number 6, Tekka. Maggie, Linda Rice won with a 2-year-old earlier. Wow, with the Angels, sensational, and now with a Tekka in the 6th race.
Yeah, and with the Angels, kind of your atypical Linda Rice 2-year-old, right? We talk so many times of Linda and her youngsters needing a start. That filly, she was ready to rock and roll, and the future's very bright for her. But let's talk about Tekka. She's now in her 3rd career start, and I actually think the improbables will like the turf. Everyone I've seen has that proverbial turf hoof to her. To them, and Tekka is another one that possesses that. So she is very sharp, though. Look for her to be probably on this early pace, probably setting it too. I don't know how far she wants to go, though, because she's expended a lot of energy pre-race. She's gotten quite hot. It's not that warm of a day whatsoever here at the spa, and she's just not built, really, at least at this point in her career, to handle a lot of ground. Next, we'll move on to, the 2 horses going into this race that I really were interested in, and just purely based on notes and what I've seen from them today really back it up, were the 2 and 10. I did mention the 10, someone acting up a bit in the paddock. They know that, though, because, and I forgot about this when I was in the paddock, she was pretty bad first time out. So that's why she's been with the pony the entire time. She's incredibly high-strung. She looks the part. I really like, I just wish she would calm down. She's just doing too much, and especially from that outside post on this turf course, I'm not sure how amenable she's going to be around Ortiz during the run of the race to kind of get over, save ground, and where she finds herself. Though, so that pushed me to Annie Goodbody. Lafitte?
Perfect segue, Maggie, to Richie's top selection as well. Annie, goodbye.
Yeah, me and Maggie land on the same horse quite a bit. I think we kind of look at things the same way. We have a similar approach. Look,
You
she's got
cheat off her homework is what you're trying to say.
Well, that's how I got through the 8th grade. She is by Warfront, incredible stallion for Claiborne Farm. I thought she ran okay on debut when she was in a hard chase throughout. I just think going further, she's going to get in a more comfortable rhythm.
I just want to be clear. It's like Maggie's parents hadn't even met when Richie was in the 8th grade.
Thanks.
But I'm older than you.
Speaking of 1915,
You know, when you look at the 2 and the 5 in here, the 2 was 41-3-1 last time out. The 5 was 43-1 last time out. Now you're getting 2-1 to 4-1. Now I change the surfaces. I get it. It's a kind of race that anybody can win. But then I look at the 9. The 9 was 6-1 first time, got a little play. I think the 10 was more intended for today. I just can't play a horse that was 43-1 last time.
It's a good point.
You're right. The 9 is the only horse in this race that took even a nickel in one of his races. For whatever it's worth. I looked at the stumble. I didn't think the stumble itself was that bad. It was more to the horse's knees, but I do think it cost her a legitimate 3 to 4 lengths in there. So I do think it had a serious effect on her performance in that race.
See if she gets out of the gate cleaner today. Joel Rosario aboard Authenticate Now. Final check of the toe board, reading 5-2, Mez, California. Ready for the late pick 5, race 6. It is the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on a good inner turf course. Frank Ramadi standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Loading process well underway. Bisa coming up. Authenticate Now, awaiting her turn. Last few left to load. Katerina Ristova coming up. Bisa backs off. Bisa goes back in. 2 more. Someone will be the last one to load. Someone goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mez, California in the center of the course is going out for the early lead. Lotus Petal is up close, but there's a real scramble. Now Tekka in the red silks is joined by a very headstrong Luck for You, and someone is just outside of them. Mez, California is down on the inside, racing 4th now after braking alertly, and 3 lengths off the pace. Then comes Annie Goodbody racing on the inside of Bisa. Outside of them, Authenticate Now. The opening quarter went in 24 and just under 2/5 of a second. At the back of the field are Katerina Ristova, and Lotus Petal is the trailer. So they swing on to the backstretch, and Luck for You is the long shot leader, has it by 2.5 lengths. Chased by Tekka in 2nd, and someone races in 3rd. Then on the inside, Annie Goodbody. Authenticate Now is 3 deep, and Mez, California between those two. The half went in 50 and 1/5 seconds. It's a break of 3. Bisa inside Lotus Petal and Katerina Ristova. And it's still Luck for You into the far turn. Has been there every step of the way, leads it by a length. Authenticate Now in 2nd. Those two pass the 3/8 pole together. On the inside, Annie Goodbody is asked to pick it up in 3rd, takes that 3rd spot. Somebody is racing in 4th, 4 lengths clear of Katerina Ristova and Lotus Petal, 1:15 and 3 for 6 furlongs. They're at the top of the stretch. Lane Luzian, Luck for You, still with a 1.5 length lead, chased intently by Annie Goodbody. These two pass the 8th pole together. Annie Goodbody on the outside has taken over, and there are no dangers in sight. Opening up a 1.5 lengths on Luck for You, and it will be Annie Goodbody. A good trip to victory under Romero Mirage to score by 3 widening lengths. Luck for You was 2nd. Lotus Petal with a rally from well out of it 3rd. Katerina Ristova was 4th.
Annie Goodbody graduates in her 2nd career start. Romero Mirage in the 6th at Saratoga. Well done, Maggie. Well done, Richie.
Annie Goodbody got a really good trip. She broke very cleanly. Romero allowed her to run to the first turn, saved all that ground with that good inside draw, post 2. Was able to tip out when need be after the 9 horse made that, very bold middle move. She weakened and allowed her the space, and she was just best, this daughter of Warfront. nice to see Pat Reynolds get a win, guys, out of a limited number of starters this meet.
You know, he kind of whined at me in the clubhouse that he was having a lousy meet yesterday, so he got his win. Good man, Pat.
Tell you what, if you have this superfecta, my goodness, 2-8-1-4, none of the favorites ran at all.
It was that kind of race, not that I was anywhere close to it, and good call by both you and Mag having this horse. And lucky for you, ran very well. And you know, Lane Luzzy has not had a lot of opportunities, but he did everything right with this horse. He was aggressive with her, and she ran a good race to be second and improved immeasurably on the trainer change in the turf.
The winner 7-2, Annie Goodbody. 2-8-1-4. Second, third, and fourth place finishers 25-1, 15-1, 44-1.
Yes, the KGB agent got in
right.
there for fourth.
Katerina Rostova.
Do you think Rajiv bet this horse?
Q Rajiv Cam, where's he at?
There's
This
no
could
chance
be
Rajiv didn't
on the short list for Ride of the Week.
No chance.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That would be
See if he
really
photo
sad.
bombs the winner's circle one more time. Rajiv, his cousin Romero, Annie Goodbody. And she looked like she had the collar. Lucky for you. A solid F to complete the exact as you mentioned, but too much Annie Goodbody in the Warfront filly. $30,000 Warfront filly.
Yeah, well, you know, horse ran fine, and you know, whether how good these horses are going forward doesn't really matter today. Got the win, and hopefully Maggie had a chance to talk to Pat Reynolds.
Pat Reynolds with the victory. Flatbird Stable. Annie Goodbody in the 6 here to kick off the late pick 5, 2-8-1-4. Results when we come back. Reaction. Look ahead to the Travers on Saturday, the Grade 1 activity, and tomorrow's Grade 1 personal Ensign. You're watching Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a billion, $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000, $1,500,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Travers Week coverage continues. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Annie Goodbye, just getting started. Graduates, first career win and her second career start. Rajiv is in the winner's circle, and we have been informed. Yeah, that's signed, sealed, delivered. Ride of the week.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to face aunts, uncles, family members if he don't at least consider this ride.
Pressure. Guys trying to bribe him. Everybody wants to get a piece of the Rajiv Ride of the Week. Romero Mirage, Annie Goodbody. And for the Flatbird Stable, trained by Pat Reynolds. You wanted to hear from Pat Reynolds, Andy?
Who does? Everyone wants to hear from Pat Reynolds.
You're going to hear from Pat Reynolds. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Annie Goodbody. Pat Reynolds winning trainer with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, pleased to be here with Pat. And for Pat, people who don't know, you have a wicked sense of humor. So please tell me you named this filly.
No, actually, she was picked out. The owner's former daughter-in-law, Danielle Hallenbeck. She selected her from the dispersal sale. Hadn't even galloped or done anything. Pedigrees. That's what she does. So she's pretty slick with the pedigrees now. And not a mark on her when they sent it to me. I had to get her ready from scratch, which is always very rewarding. And I believe it's a character in a Rick Derringer song, Rock and Roll Coochie Coo, but it's a different song. So she knows, but Danielle told me the whole story. I didn't know, but I love the name even more now. Yeah.
I know, that's a great story. I just thought it was like, those Bart Simpson prank calls type thing. Can I get an Annie Goodbody?
Well, maybe that's where it comes from. I don't know. It was a character in one of his Rick Derringer songs. That's all I know. And I should know more about rock and roll, but maybe not Rick Derringer.
Fair. He's a little obscure. But, Pat, we already saw Rajiv Mirage down here in the winner's circle congratulating his cousin. I mean, nepotism at the finest. As he said, he's going to make him Ride of the Week. But I thought a really good ride by Romero.
Very nice ride. He rode her with confidence. He's been on her since every time she worked, he was on her. I think one of his buddy filled in one day when he wasn't available. But he always liked her, and we've been waiting for the grass, waiting to go along. The pedigree is there. The attitude is there. She reminds me a little bit of Backseat Rhythm, who I have for the late Paul Pompa. You do your work and leave her alone. So
you had some amazing runners for Paul Pompa along the years.
What a pleasure that was. In the words of Mr. Dale Romans, it would be a great game if every owner was like Paul Pompa. So that was some good praise.
I agree. Gone way too soon. We miss Paul all the time. Still evident in horses' pedigrees when you look them up. But, Pat, congratulations with Annie Goodbody today. She was impressive.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
It's always good to see Pat Reynolds here in the winner's circle, guys. And Annie Goodbody, she delivered the goods today.
Yes, she did. Very insightful. Great to see Pat Reynolds in the winner's circle. Annie Goodbody graduates. And Romero and Rajiv. I don't know what you guys are. I don't see a resemblance.
Not at all. If you actually put Jesse's Girl on for Rajiv and Romero, they wouldn't have no clue who sings that song.
Who do you think is more likely to know who sings it? Rajiv or Jonathan?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Rajiv or Romero.
I'm going to take Rajiv. I'm going to take Rajiv. I'm going to quiz.
On the same album, by the way. On the same album.
He's getting better with the Godfather references.
Really?
Yeah.
You've been educating him on that?
Yeah, he's coming along slowly, but surely. And if Torpedo Anna wins a Travers, he's getting a new tattoo. Like this is, everybody is aware of this, right?
Barzini.
Yeah. Torpedo Anna tattoo for Jonathan, should she win the Travers.
And I will definitely, if she wins the Travers, not get one.
I'll be there to watch. Yeah.
Race 7, 20 minutes. What do you think, Andy? Who'd you come up with? Who'd you like?
In here, I'm not trying to beat the favorite, the 7 headline numbers. I thought her debut was extremely impressive, but I am scared of Tom Amos's horse, Standout Sensational. I liked quite a bit last time when she was in the race and declared a non-starter. She's coming out of a very, very live race, but this is not an easy field.
19 minutes out, race number 7, and when we return, like all kinds of athletes on the set, jockeys, catchers, and a 16-year NBA point guard joins the set. He's known as the Little General. Yeah, I'm just going with the General. Avery Johnson joins us on set next on Saratoga Live. It's like he heard me.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya? On these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year, Go Zapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin. Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
What a facility. Those stunning images from Hillendale. Coverage as always. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we are now joined by an NBA champion, the 2006 NBA Head Coach of the Year and CBS analyst, Avery Johnson, joining us on set. What was that all about? We just saw Tom Amos over here, fellow Louisiana native, saying, don't screw up my show.
Tom's
nice vote of confidence.
Yeah, he gives me a hard time. You know, I told him he doesn't know how to cook or eat gumbo like me, or crawfish, all right? But no, Tom's a good man. He's had a great run as a trainer, continued success to Tom.
Great to have you here, and welcome to Saratoga. We have like a million NBA basketball questions, right? But first things first, how did this come about? When did you first become a horse racing fan? How did you first get interested?
Well, in my early days in New Orleans, my dad was the type of guy that you really couldn't throw the baseball or shoot basketballs with. If you wanted to spend time with Jim Johnson, you had to go to the racetrack. So that's when I was going to the fairgrounds, or back then Jefferson Downs. And, you know, I remember Frankie Brothers and all those guys back then training horses. So you go to the fairgrounds during the day, you could go to Jefferson Downs at night, or you go to Evangeline during the off season, or Delta Downs, Louisiana Downs. So it's just, that's the way I spent time on road trips with my dad. Fell in love with racing. My dad passed away in the early 90s, and then my wife sent me to the Kentucky Derby in 1997. Silver Charm won, Bob Baffert's first Kentucky Derby, and it just brought back great memories. So really, horse racing has meant a lot to me and my family as a fan.
And I remember when you were coaching the Nets, there were a lot of rumors that you were at Aqueduct a lot of days. People used to see you there.
Yeah.
We were pretty excited.
And you know, the great thing about Aqueduct is that's where I met in 2010. You know, a guy that's meant a lot to me, my family, to my business, Mike Rapoli. Mike and I met at Aqueduct, went to a Christmas party at his house. That's how I met Cheryl Penny. I'm on the board of Dynasty Financial Partners. And those relationships have been just so key and so strong. And the same way people love to use golf for business, I use horse racing.
You know, Avery, you always talk about your career. Being Coach of the Year in 2006, how does that rank compared to, you know, your championship ring?
It's different because as a coach, you really don't have as much control as you do when you're a player. Yeah. See, when I was a player, I had the ball, and I could tell David Robinson where to go and Tim Duncan where to go. But as a coach, you're relying on the players to execute your strategy.
So you were a coach when you're handicapping?
Yeah, my wife is coaching. Only when she wins.
Yeah.
When she wins, it's her money. When we lose, it's our money.
I have a question about the nickname in a moment, the little general, where that came from, right, and whether or not you like the nickname. But first things first, we have to set up this 7th race coming up with about 11 minutes to go. Mile and an eighth, $50,000 allowance, optional claimer, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Headline numbers coming off that monster debut performance, Acacia. Even money, and understandably so. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Understandably so, indeed. This is my first time laying eyes on this filly by the incredible stallion Gun Runner Lafitte, but she is big and imposing and looks like a mile and an eighth should be no problem for her, as she will stretch out. It's not an easy thing to do debuting at a mile either, by the way, and she was able to win going away from her competition by 11 3/4 lengths. So as I mentioned, she's by Gun Runner on the bottom side. The dam is the sister to Curlin's Approval, who is a very useful multiple graded stakes winner, particularly down in South Florida, but able to travel as well. And this filly here, headline number, she's sharp in the paddock. Watching her recent workout on XBTV, she was in company with grade 1 placed Occult and holding her own in there as well. So I'll watch her demeanor. You don't want them to be too over the top when stretching out, but so far she's not done anything wrong and looks like she suits these conditions quite well. The number 4, Who Could Ask for Mo, comes back off a little bit of a layoff after finishing 4th in the Black-Eyed Susan. She is one that I saw down at Tampa this winter in February when she finished 2nd behind Power Squeeze, now the grade 1 Alabama winner. And my notes from her that day were that she was just a horse that longer was always going to be better. She is big, she is leggy, and now seeing her in the second half of her 3-year-old season, everything's kind of where it should be. She's gotten more refined in the way that she's built. She's come along. She looks very fit off the layoff, and she's also pretty sharp once they've gotten the tack on her, as she often is. I think she's very intriguing as she makes her first start out of graded stakes company in a little while. The 2, Central Avenue, comes out of a 2nd place finish at this distance for trainer Mike Stidham. Ran behind America's Vow, who did try the Alabama after this. And this is a horse who she broke sharply that day, and I thought she was 2nd best, but she was running on late. She is really on her toes here. A more lightly kind of framed overall filly, a little bit more feminine for her, but she has plenty of foundation and some class as well that she hinted at as a 2-year-old. And I think that was an encouraging race last time that she looks like she got a lot of fitness out of and showed that she should be able to handle this distance, Lafitte.
Race under her belt this season, perhaps a step forward. Riders up, Central Avenue. Avery, your top selection in this 7th race. Let's hear the sales pitch.
Yeah, I love Central Avenue. I think, you know, running back-to-back mile and 8, Javier on board for the 4th time. I like his workout, 2 back. So I just think this horse is ready to go. From a distance standpoint, I think he's going to really clobber this mile and 8. And increased buyer, he keeps getting better and better. This is the horse in this race that his buyer has increased 4 consecutive times. I think he gets about an 85 buyer in this race, which I believe will be enough to beat these horses.
So deuces are wild because in the last race, supposedly, you hit the exacta, but your wife was a little upset you did not play the trifecta.
So I hope I'm not sleeping outside.
You're on a bit of a run. Yeah, the last couple of races. And the good news for Central Avenue, she doesn't look around and see just FYI out there or Torpedo Anna, who she had to mix it up with last year.
I mean, there's nobody in this race that doesn't have some reasonable quality. I mean, you look through these horses, even the 6, who's 20-1. She's run some good race in the past. Probably not good enough to win here. But this is a very, very difficult non-winners of 1. Obviously, the 7 ran huge in her debut, but she's got to go on with it and show she can run that race again and run at a mile and 8. The 5 for Tom Amoss, I think, is a major player here. Avery's horse, obviously, credentials. And even Camera on the rail. I mean, she is a threat, at least, to wire the field.
So, Avery, are you more of an exotic player, or do you play pick 4s and pick 5s, too, as well?
I'm more of an exotic player, and I love long shots because that's the story of my life. I was a long shot, so
Undrafted out of college and an NBA champion, 16 years in the NBA. Post parade, you saw Camera. There she is. Then Avery's top selection in Central Avenue, 3-1, Arad Ortiz, and the 4. Who could ask for Mo? 4th in the Black-Eyed Susan Preakness weekend.
Yeah, and this horse will get Lasix for you know, her comeback race. She's been away since May.
Number 5, standout sensation, currently 5-1.
I think she's a real overlay at 5-1 in this race. Her race 2 back is an extremely strong race. In fact, I think the 4th place finisher was the eventual 3rd place winner in the Alabama.
Declared a non-starter in her latest long shot sweet mystery.
Yeah, big long shot. 0 for 6 at the distance, so she's going to have to improve here. Gallagher stud.
Headline numbers. Can't wait to see what she does in her 2nd start.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she has an enormous amount of talent. She just blitzed the field. Now, horses have not run that well out of the race, but she was a very impressive winner that day. 4-5, probably a little bit short to take on her. I don't worry about the distance. I just worry whether or not this is a much tougher field.
Late pick 4 starts here. Post time in about 5 minutes. Avery, and speaking of difficult races to handicap, this historic Travers brewing on Saturday with the filly Torpedo Anna and the champion in Fierceness and Dornick the favorite. Do you know who you're going with?
Yeah, definitely Fierceness. I was there for Fierceness 2-year-old campaign, and it was unbelievable. Obviously, I'm a Breeders' Cup ambassador, and this horse is just so impressive. You know, everybody knows Todd Pletcher's my favorite trainer. Even, you know, when you look at Fierceness, I know every other race is not as consistent as we want, but this horse is well bred. I just believe he breaks out of the gate first, no turning back. Even if Torpedo Anna tries to run with him early on, too strong, too fast. If he runs his best race, all right? If he runs his best race. I remember in 2010 when my friends from Windstar won the Derby with Super Saver.
Yep.
I was saying the same thing. I know he was breaking from the inside, coming off of, I think, a 3rd place finish at the Arkansas Derby. I said, if it rains a little bit, baby, and he runs his best race, I'm saying the same thing for Fierceness.
Worked out beautifully. The first Derby win for Todd Pletcher. So playing devil's advocate, you mentioned the consistency. Why now? Why do you think we might see an A race in 2 consecutive races in a row from Fierceness?
It's time, and it's the same way with when you go back and look at my time as a basketball coach. You waited and waited for certain players to be consistent. You'd have that breakthrough moment. I think this is that moment where Fierceness now puts together 2 unbelievable back-to-back races, finds that consistency, and when he does, it's lights out.
Yet you're wearing pink for Torpedo Anna.
It's only Thursday.
You better not wear that pink on
I'm
Saturday.
wearing pink
You're
to
not
match-
watching the race
I'm
with
wearing
Mike.
pink to match with my wife. On Saturday, I'm gonna have a little orange.
So I do have to ask you,
that
so
might be the right move.
when you were on the road, because when I was on the road, I always had an OTB partner or somebody I'd go with. Who was your OTB partner? Who went to the racetrack with you every once in a while?
Well, I have a friend back in Dallas, Derek Lafayette, my best friend of like 44 years. He was, my go-to guy.
Go-to guy, yeah.
And, again, it's what I really love about horse racing at the end of the day. It's about family.
100%.
It's about business and relationships. And whether it's trainers like Todd Pletcher or all of my 100 friends at Ripoli Racing or my friend, the folks at Windstar, Three Chimneys, Case Clay, just so many Anna Saints from Fasig Tipton. She'll never forgive me if I don't mention her name. It's about relationships and family, and you can have a really good time if you come out here and experience
I have
it.
a feeling Avery won a lot of card games in that Spurs locker room.
Avery Johnson with us on set. He's going with number 2, Central Avenue, pictured 7-2, but the favorite. Headline numbers, Powerhouse Connections. There she is. Her debut, 4th of July, Aqueduct. She's favored, Andy, and headline numbers runs up the score.
She absolutely just destroyed the field. It's not easy for horses to win first time out at a mile. In a lot of ways, she actually sort of mirrors the debut of Unmatched Wisdom, right?
Yeah,
Both
a
of these
little bit.
horses did not debut until they were 3. Both were relatively expensive. And she didn't run quite as fast as he did, but in the filly department, she ran very, very fast. And, there was at least a little bit of talk. Should we really be thinking running the Alabama, especially with Torpedo Anna not running in there? And obviously that would have been overly ambitious, and with this race coming up. Now, she's got to pass this test because this is a field of horses. I think everybody in this race is thinking a good performance here, and we can go to a race like the Cotillion, a grade 1 at Parks in late September. So I think you've got it's not necessarily a prep for a race here, but I think a lot of these horses, their connections have stakes in mind going forward, obviously depending on how they're doing today. And while I like her chances, I think 3 to 5 is way too short, especially against as talented a field as this.
Loads of potential. Headline numbers, Team Sierra Leone, Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown. Look at the 5. There was standout sensation. Camera Acacia, always highly regarded, hasn't quite fulfilled that potential, and now back to dirt.
That's right. She's a little bit of the wild card here in this race, Lafitte. And to be honest, I actually toyed with picking her in here because I think she has a bit of a tactical advantage. Avery, I know you said you like long shots. She's not that big a price at 8-1, but I think she's being ignored in the betting when she is the one that likely is going to send from the front, from the inside post in here, and I think her speed makes her very dangerous. Now, she's sold for over $1 million. The dam is off to multiple grade 1 winner defunded. There's a big pedigree in there. She's by Curlin, and she just, as you mentioned, Lafitte, never really lived up to that, but I think it's taken her a little bit of time mentally to come along as well. She was very green in her first couple of races, broke her maiden in April at Aqueduct, then they tried the turf. One race she actually ran okay on the grass and comes out of a very salty turf race last time out. I like what I see from her. She's mentally matured a lot, and maybe she can use that speed to her advantage. Now, the number 5 standout sensation, as you mentioned, declared a non-starter last time out, but 2 starts back, I thought she ran very well. She was swapping leads in the stretch, just kind of a note of trying really hard when she just missed behind Barbara Tina, who certainly has some ability as well. Distance, no problem for this filly, and she also has a little bit of tactical speed to her name, which should be to her advantage, as Jose Ortiz gave her a big warm-up out on the track, Lafitte.
Trained by Tom Amos, a standout sensation. Avery, Tom was teasing you right when you were sitting down with us. How far do you go back with Tom?
Tom, Tom's a legend, and he's a Louisiana legend. You talk about other guys like, Dallas Stewart. Those guys, at one time they were all training horses when Tom and Gail Benson, had a lot of horses in training. But Tom can get into a lot of restaurants and have his bill taken care of in New Orleans. He's got that swag.
Popular man.
Don't give away all the secrets in the show.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to use them against him.
That's right.
On this Military Appreciation Day, Ken Bailey, 102 years old, World War II veteran, as we thank, served at Normandy. Served at Normandy. and great to have him here at Saratoga on this Military Appreciation Day as they file into the gate. It is post time for the 7th race. Frank Bermati standing by.
One more left to load. It's headline numbers. Daughter of Gunrunner goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Camera rockets out of there, and headline numbers. These two ensure a quick pace in a spirited duel early on. And just in behind them, it's Central Avenue, who comes away in third. Then Standout Sensation, fourth and 4 lengths off the lead. The two trailers, Who Could Ask for Mo, and Sweet Mystery is at the back of the field. Camera is the quickest to the 6 furlong pole, leading it by about a length. With headline numbers in second, the quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Just in behind them, Sweet Mystery is moving right into contention now, up and on the pace while 3 deep. Then comes Central Avenue, who's bottled up and steadying slightly as Who Could Ask for Mo moves through, trying to find the slimmest of openings that does not currently exist. And Standout Sensation, 4 lengths or less, covers this group as Camera leads the way. Who Could Ask for Mo, intent on getting through that hole, and is able to do so now. The half went in 47 and 2. Flavian Pratt has headline numbers in the clear, 3 deep around the far turn, as that was a brief bid from Who Could Ask for Mo, who's suddenly back to third. Camera the leader. Headline numbers attacking in second. Who Could Ask for Mo, 2 behind in third. Long way to Standout Sensation, and Central Avenue 6 furlongs in 1, 11 and 3. Camera and headline numbers arrive at the top of the stretch together. At the rail, Who Could Ask for Mo is in third. They're coming to the 8th pole, and headline numbers and Camera won't go away. Headline numbers short lead. Camera second. Who Could Ask for Mo switches out for a final try. Past the 16th pole. Camera, headline numbers, and Camera. Here is the line. Camera was too good. Turns away headline numbers. Who Could Ask for Mo finished third.
Wow. No photo needed. Camera digs in, resolute, denies the favorite. Headline numbers in a slugfest in the 7th at Saratoga.
Wow. What a race here. And,
man.
You know, when Flavian got up to the 7, Andy, it looked like he was going to go right on by. And you said to me, I don't know if he's going to go by, because you can see the one's ears kind of prick up here. Frankie Dettori, rabbit out of his hat. He's had 2 winners today, and you get 8-1 on this horse. They almost, it looked like nobody else did any
What about who Could Ask for More having to take up?
Well, I think he wanted to get off the inside. I think, you know, Joel kind of got a little suckered into there in the backstretch and wanted to come out. There was contact in the stretch, and there is already an inquiry posted. The 4 is called against the 1. We'll have to take a look at it. I don't really know enough, but headline numbers is disappointing because she really looked like she had the race won and was probably going to win
against the 4.
by open lengths. The 4 is
watch. Who Could Ask for Mo is going to have to take up here as Camera starts to lead in there.
He's not coming up down for that.
No, I mean, the horse was clear, and here's the other part.
Well, I don't know if she was clear.
Well, the other horse kind of came in too, right? The 7 and they came in together off the turn. If you have to get the pan view and see if he was clear, but here's the thing: the 4 had every chance to go by these horses as they're hitting each other down the lane.
But if they feel that the 1 came over and took the 4's pathway in the inside, it doesn't matter that he had every chance because
but
you're
if
saying
he's clear. Was he clear?
Well, you'd have to watch the pan to see she's clear. I don't know that she's clear when it happened. We'd have to see a different angle.
Here's the pan view right
here. It's hard to tell, is all I'm going to say. It's hard to tell. She's obviously got room to come through. So how far clear? I don't think she's clear here, Paul. Do you?
Completely clear.
Oh, no. He wouldn't have turned the head that way if she was clear.
I mean, she was never winning this race. This would be
I agree. I don't think she was winning the race, but I don't think she was clear. I don't think Camera was clear.
But you don't think they both came over?
No, that's not what it's I don't think they both came over at the point of the theoretical foul. I'm not saying that she's supposed to come down. I think it's a very tricky one right now. But, I mean, no, I don't see how you can pin that on the 7. Now, I'm not saying she should come down. Avery, you got a thought on this one?
I think the 1 should come down. I think the 1 severely, we call it in basketball, when you interfere verticality, that could be a problem. Or when somebody's driving down the lane in basketball, you have to give them a right to the basket and be set if you want to take a charge. You have to be set. All right? You can't be moving. I thought the one was moving. I don't know. I thought it was interference.
I'd like to see the back view.
I'm not.
Can we
It's
get the back view?
It's a tricky one.
Here's the back view. Can we get the back view?
Well, that's
Here's the
on
back
another. We're looking at another TV.
Another angle.
There's the back view now.
Frankie Dettori on the lead camera. Watch Who Could Ask for Mo to her inside in the Cortland colors.
Well, she comes over on her there.
She comes over on her.
Takes her path away. I mean, with the 4 re-rallying on the outside.
But where does the 4 re-rally?
Well, Paul, she only lost the race by a couple of necks.
Yeah, but Mama, she's in reverse.
Well, not at the finish. She's not.
She's right now 2 lengths away. You tell me where she makes up any ground.
Well, she does. I mean, she's right there at the finish. I'm not.
I don't know about that. She loses the race by 2 lengths.
No,
no, she does, Andy. About a length and a half, 2 lengths.
Joel Rosario on the phone with the stewards. Another look here.
I'd probably side with Avery that this horse is going to come down in here. I could understand any decision they make. I'm not saying it's a cut and dry one. I think that's fair, Avery. Do you think it's cut and dry, or do you think it's...
I don't think it's cut and dry.
Here's the other part: is there was room on the rail too.
Well, there was until the one came over.
I thought
there wasn't after she came
camera
over.
took Who Could Ask for Mo's spot. I didn't think Who Could Ask for Mo was going to win. What about the scenario where you don't make a change, but Frankie Dettori faces some sort of consequence?
Well, I'm not sure. You know, it's it's hard. Well, I'm looking at another angle, and I mean, I don't know. You know, it's hard. The horse sort of came over. I mean, Frankie wasn't using his right hand, so he didn't come over because he went to a right-handed crop. So I don't know. But the stewards, you know, often seem to give days when they're DQs. It's taking such a long time. I think there's a very good chance at this point that she does come down.
Can we agree for the stewards adjudicating that incident a difficult
this is a tough
call
decision
to make?
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them on any call they make. Here,
Fingers
to be
crossed,
honest.
Frankie Dettori.
Yeah, and listen, he battled off the set. My issue is like, okay, we have to change the rule, and it's tough for the stewards because you got to decide whether it changed the 4's position or is a foul a foul. In my opinion, 4 was not beating these 2 horses.
Wasn't, but it looked like a foul.
But it was a foul.
But isn't it fair to say that whatever chance the 4 had to beat them was compromised by what happened right here? I mean, I'm not. You know, you can have the advantage he wasn't beating them.
I just hate when we give advantage to the horse that was 3rd best.
Well, I'm not sure.
That's my opinion.
Okay. I'm not. I mean,
right here when
the
1 and 7 are ding donging each other,
they took her down.
They took him down.
Disqualification.
You nailed it, Avery.
Disqualification. Camera DQ'd, placed 3rd. Frankie Dettori, incredibly gutty effort from Camera. You can't take the effort away from her. And now headline numbers 7, 4, 1, 2. Look, there's going to be a lot of debate about the call itself. I don't think you can be critical of the stewards in this situation either way. Just a difficult call.
I agree with that. The funny thing is here, and listen, I picked the 7. You know, you understand I'm rooting for the horse, but the 7 is very lucky here. Because
that's my
the
point.
7,
that's
not the stewards. No, that's not their job because it's a question if the 4 was denied her best chance. But if you think that the 4 was fouled, the 4 might have won the race, and the 7, who was probably 2nd best no matter how it was, there's just nothing you can really do. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Let me ask you a quick question. If that's a call in the end zone, is there enough evidence there? For a touchdown.
Well, Avery thinks there was. He called it right away.
I mean,
absolutely. He was on top of it right away, and I think it's just the 7's lucky. And you're Chad Brown. And
That's
you're,
the
and you're
worry
Seth
that I
Klarman,
have is
you
the
know
one.
they got lucky, but that's not the steward's job
The
to
one
adjudicate
outran
that
the
way.
3 to 5 shot all the way down the lane and got taken down.
Avery, I
don't
have to
disagree.
do this like 15 hours a week.
Hey.
I have to do it like 15 hours a week.
Hey, we need some boxing gloves. I love it, though. It's good. That's
Well, that's
everybody
why we love
has strong
racing.
opinions.
It's a bunch
Yep.
of opinions and
The
different opinions.
passion
And
of
Wally
the
feels
sport.
strongly about his opinion. We disagree, but that's just racing.
7-4, 1-2, Avery. It was a blast having you on set. Come back anytime.
I'll come back, and one last thing.
Oh, you like a horse tomorrow?
Yeah, I like a horse tomorrow,
Yeah.
but besides the horse tomorrow, I got to give a big shout out to somebody who really also is special to me and that I've known for a long time, but has been just unbelievable. Ramona Bass and Perry Bass, her son. We spent some time with them at the races. Ramona is one of the sweetest people. She is a Spurs fan, so I want to give a big hello to my friend Ramona Bass.
She's
Big Laker
a
fan
player in
and-
the game. She's got a lot of horses.
Yeah.
Big Laker fan. He made
We
it a
want the
habit
winner
of
tomorrow.
ripping my heart out many
But
times.
the one thing is, we want Joya Rapoli in the winner's circle for the Travers.
You-
all
you-
right?
You like fierceness in the
I'm
Travers.
going with-
Also
yeah.
tomorrow, you like a horse in the 8th race.
Yeah,
I am
it's
told the
Union.
two-
What is it? Union Express.
2 horse in the 8th
Yeah,
race, Union
like
Express.
I think Speed's gonna win that race, and Union Express Gate to Wire is gonna win that race. I don't see any other Speed. Everybody else gonna be running for second and third.
The three's got speed.
No, Union Express will be.
I'm bringing the time
He
for a
does-
pace projector over your
he
table
does-
tomorrow. You and I are going to have to talk about
He
it.
doesn't care how many titles you won, how many years you played in the NBA. Avery, thanks so much for
Thanks
taking
for
the
having
time.
me
It was
on.
a
I
pleasure.
really
A
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Appreciate it. It's
And
great
thanks
to have
to
you on.
my folks at CBS for giving me an opportunity to come on.
We thank them too.
Yeah.
Avery Johnson, everyone joining us on set. Some controversy in the 7th and earlier today. Yet another Ballston Spa for Chad Brown, Frankie Dettori, the highs and lows for a jockey and thoroughbred racing. A stakes win earlier, DQ'd moments ago.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive,
And he's going to win the hopeful.
he's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is,
Gunite got the jump.
consistent mentally, physically,
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
complete package.
The DraftKings Travers Week's coverage continues. Live look. Saratoga Racecourse, welcome back. Saratoga Live. Rejoined by Richie Migliori. Where are you when we need you?
We need you all the time. We always need you.
I was enjoying you guys on set. He was terrific. It
Who was right?
Avery
Who was
great.
right?
He didn't. He was like, yeah, that. She's
Mig,
coming
who was
down.
right?
About this
Who was right, Mig?
disqualification?
Yeah.
I personally would have left it alone. I don't think that he ever took all of his ground. I think it was a very tough call. It was not one that I'm like adamant about. But, again, it goes back to consistency. And, we've seen some things that get overlooked. And this one did spread the fence a little. There's room. Drifts back in. Yes, comes back in. But never took all that ground. And even though it was tight, there was still space for a horse there. That's what I personally would have left it alone, but I don't have an issue. This was a tough call.
What about going into the far turn when the 4 goes underneath the 1 and the 1 already puts the 4 away? Are we supposed to suggest the 4 is going to re-rally up the rail?
Well, I mean, it's two different incidents, though.
If you look at the race, that's what happened.
That's conjecture, though. I think that, I get what you're saying, Paul.
Watch going into the far turn, the 4 was under, we're already going back to
That's not what the stewards, I think, are thinking. The question they're looking at is, did the 4 have a clear path here? Yes. Is the 1 responsible for taking this pathway? I'm just saying,
watch that
from
again,
their perspective, they can't put in their head what you're saying about whether the 4 was going to win or not.
If there's a way for us to show that one more time in slow motion, the 4 horse actually steps out when the other horse steps in. And I think almost causes some of her own problem with that step out. When she went to change leads, she did take a step out as that other horse took a little step in. Keep an eye, and particularly pay attention to the inside horse, the 4, in the blue. She's going to change her lead. She's on the rail. Watch how she steps out a step. Right there. She stepped out at the same time that horse stepped in. I mean, you're splitting hairs. That's why I think I would have left it alone.
No, I think you make, I always respect your opinions even when I disagree with them, but I think they're valid. They're valid calls. I wouldn't have wanted to have been a steward in this one.
This was a tough call.
This was one where, people will cry and yell, and I get it. And if you bet the 1, listen, if you bet the 1, I would be sick if I bet the 1 because she deserved to win the race.
Yes,
she really ran the best race, but that's not. But that's not right. Right. You don't leave them up because they ran the best race. And yes, the 7 was incredibly lucky because she might have been 3rd best.
Again, if you watch the totality of the race, the horse should have never come down. Not even a question. The 1 went by the 4 like she was standing still before the turn, and I'm supposed to think that the 4 re-rallies? Not in my league.
Yeah, but I think,
sorry, that's just me.
But I think, Paul, that was jockey choice there. I think, if someone wants to hold the ground, they got to go forward.
But Joel already got up in there. We'll send it there.
Okay. But honestly, this was a tough call, this one. I wouldn't have taken it down. Very tough call.
Difficult. Either way, we move forward. 8th race. Good allowance. Sprint with Gulfport. 6-5, 19 minutes out. No stranger to Saratoga. And he ran in the Saratoga Special, ran in the Grade 1. Hopeful, and all that time off, back from injury, patient Steve Asmussen, and now he's back. Just excited to have Gulfport back.
Well, I think, how far back is he? Where is he? And I know that's not exactly what you're saying, and I think Steve Asmussen is taking his time and trying to find out. I thought his win off the layoff, especially off a long layoff, was against a very tough, battle-hardened group, and I think might be a little better than the 87 buyer suggests. But I think Steve Asmussen looks and says, well, I can't run this horse in the 4-go off that race. He's not good enough to win. I'm going to look like a fool. Because if he's good enough, the Vosburg or the Phoenix are races he can use to try to get in the Breeders' Cup Sprint if he feels he's good enough, and this is the race that'll let him know.
He did. He said one more start and then a stakes race based on what he does today. Gulfport coming up in the 8th race. Earlier on the program, the Chad Brown Invitational, the Ballston Spa, and Beau Cachet with Frankie Dettori here right from the start. Richie, what'd you see?
Well, they had a plan, and they executed their plan. You see Frankie Dettori on Beau Cachet, intent. He's riding like the wire the first time is the finish, right? He's down low on her. He's using his hands. He wants to establish the lead, and as soon as he does, he puts his hands down. She comes back to him, and he got to control the race.
I thought it was a really wonderful ride. And Gina Romantica kind of got caught a little wide, but, you thought, okay, she's the class of the field. She'll kind of run by the 4 here late, but, Frankie had a lot left. This horse leveled out here, Andy.
Yeah, I think Giro Mantica just got. I mean, it's hard to believe you get screwed by the four post in a 4-horse field.
Yeah.
But in trying to get position,
yeah.
she got hung 3 wide in the first turn and 3 wide in the second turn. And Richie, I mean, it can't get much worse than that in this race. She did run the best race, taking nothing away from Boucaget, who's been incredibly opportunistic. This is her 3rd grade stakes win of the year, including a grade 1. I mean, at this point, Boucaget has to be in the conversation for the best filly or mare in the country. I'm not saying she's going to have a big win going forward, but she's been really good, and this is an overachieving mare.
She's also a fighter. Look when she feels the pressure, right? She battles off the 3 Delahaye, then she feels Gino Romantica coming, and she pins those ears, and she just does not want to get past. I mean, I love that kind of determination.
And for Frankie Dettori, everyone was waiting. The flying dismount. He's going to give the crowd a show.
Ooh,
I thought it felt like the landing. You could tell he felt that one. He felt that one.
Listen, I understand everybody likes it. I'm a big Frankie fan. I just, man, it hurts my knees watching him.
That would hurt me. That was painful.
But the fact that he's willing to do, and we know his ankle was bugging him a little bit, the fact that he's willing to do it for the fans, not wanting to disappoint anyone.
I think he's somebody who obviously enjoys the whole situation, and he's fun.
He's a showman, and everybody enjoys it. I think it's got to be tearing up his legs. Listen, I stopped riding at 44 years old. He's older than that. I couldn't think about jumping off a horse like that. I was sliding down by then.
And he's not done yet. A stakes victory earlier today, Ballston Spa. And yeah, again, a day in the life of a thoroughbred jockey, and winning a stakes race in one moment, and then disqualified just moments ago in the 7th race. This 8th race, and Gulfport, who is 6-5. You're checking in with Acacia in a moment here. Who do you think represents the major danger, Andy, to Gulfport?
Well, it'd be Disco Ball,
Right,
obviously
Disco Ball,
running
right,
well
yeah.
out of town. If he could bring that form here, he's dangerous. But, these horses have credentials. Little Vic at his day can be a stakes horse. Gunnet in his day is pretty good. The horse on the outside, Running Son of a Gun, who's a really cool horse. He's got some fastback races. So I think they all have something to recommend about them if you're trying to beat Gulfport.
Paddock Report brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. Acacia standing by. Gulfport. Acacia. So what's odd situation here that he's never won a Grade 1 race, and even if he never wins a Grade 1 race, he could still wind up a Grade 1 winner? What's that all about?
Yes, for Gulfport, after finishing second as a 2-year-old in the Grade 1 hopeful behind Forte, who 9 months after that race was disqualified, it is still tied up in the courts. So technically, Gulfport has not yet been elevated to the status of a Grade 1 winner. But Steve Asmussen saying that no matter what happens, he was second as a 2-year-old to the eventual 2-year-old champion. And he's had some stops and starts in his race. Unfortunately, was sidelined in the spring of 2023 with an injury in his hind end. So even just coming back to the races is really miraculous to be able to have the patience and give him the time, and for the horse's athleticism to show so well for him to be able to come back and race. Steve Asmussen also saying that he thought that last race, in which he did win, was good, but he just really thought he needed another race to kind of shake off the dust, make sure that he's really back before they go back into graded stakes company, just as Andy was touching on. But looking at him here, and I'll watch how he warms up, but I thought that he was very resilient and pretty impressive, winning off such a big layoff last time out, and he's incredibly fit and defined. He hasn't grown much, or to be honest, changed much at all since 2 to now 4, since the last time I saw him was the end of his 2-year-old season. But he's a horse that has mentally matured a lot. He was always really revved up in the paddock as a 2-year-old, having a lot of intensity, trying to rear up in the preliminaries, and he is just the consummate professional so far in here. Steve's assistant, Scott Blasi's been on his head, but so far, so good with Gulfport, and it is great to see him back because we know that he has a lot of ability. Perhaps on paper, his main competition is the one Disco Ball, who comes off of a dominant score last time out on a very wet track at Delaware. It was pouring rain that day. He was off a little bit slow, and then I did notice, though, he was 9 1/4 lengths ahead, he was drifting out a little bit in the stretch. So something to keep in mind there, as he's a horse that has won by open lengths in his last 3, but maybe a little bit of class test in here, as we saw him running just in March at Santa Anita for a claiming race. And he's a pretty big horse as well, so he doesn't strike me as one that would have moved up with a wet track last time out, but he's been dominant. We'll see if he can transfer that kind of form in here. He was a little bit agitated when he first came in, but the flies have been really bad and irritating horses this week, so don't take that as a negative. It can distract them a bit, but it looks like now that they've gotten the tack on, he's settled nicely, and physically he stacks up with this competition here, Lafitte.
Disco ball, hopefully not too irritated. Get him some Piranha fly spray. He'll be just fine. Riders up in a moment. Travers on Saturday. The traditions, symbols emblematic of Travers' excellence, the Man of War Cup, the hardware, and the Travers canoe. What color will it be Sunday morning? For now, Arcangelo colors as the countdown continues to the 155th DraftKings Travers.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
A gorgeous shot. Saratoga Racecourse, Travers Week. You're watching Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2. Horses in the paddock for the 8th, so we have a moment. Dive a little deeper into the America's Best Racing's race of the week. What else? Grade 1 Travers. All kinds of championship implications. 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Let's meet the field. Starting with the filly, trying to become the first to win a Travers since 1915. There she is, Torpedo Anna. 32 opponents faced this year, 32 opponents defeated.
She's been absolutely terrific this year as the clear leader of the filly division, and her connections are taking a shot here, and you got to respect that. We'll see how well she matches up with these, but she's a very good horse.
Sierra Leone Derby runner-up, 3rd in the Belmont. Jim Dandy runner-up.
And you can argue maybe this is going to be his best distance at 1.25 miles. This horse has not run a bad race, already with $2.2 million in the bank.
Big story, Chad Brown trying to win that first Travers. Unmatched wisdom, undefeated, stakes debut, the acid test.
Just a really nice horse. I was talking to Irad Ortiz Jr. earlier today. Loved the way he worked. He's undefeated. This is the acid test.
Graded stakes debut, I should say. Number 4, Corporate Power, to be ridden by Javier Castellano. That's the sales pitch.
Kind of a wise guy horse if you're looking for a closer in a race packed with speed, but one that won't be quite as far back as Sierra Leone. It seems to be improving with every start for trainer Shug McGay, who's won this race 4 times.
Judd Mont's battened down, regally bred. Tacitus' full brother.
Does have a winner at 1.25 miles, although it was a maiden special weight, and I thought ran a really courageous Jim Dandy, maybe a horse that's, you know, at least trending upward.
Number 6, Honor Marie, 8th in the Kentucky Derby, 4th in the Belmont.
A deep closer in a race that has a lot of speed. He would need a complete meltdown, but he'll be going in the right direction at the finish. Feels like he needs to get a bit faster.
He's 20-1. Dornick is not. 5-2 morning line favorite, coming in hot. Belmont Stakes winner, Haskell winner.
Undisputed leader of the division at this point with extremely gutsy efforts. This guy gets in fights and he wins them every single time. If you don't respect him, you're not paying attention.
Brawler, Dornick, then Fierceness, the champ. Most polarizing horse in the field among the contenders.
Yeah, the most electric horse in the field, probably the fastest horse in the field, but you just don't know which Fierceness will show up.
That's the field. 155th edition of the DraftKings Travers. Can't wait. The Travers on Fox, Saratoga's marquee event. House will be packed. JK will be in a suit. You know it's a big race.
It's going to look like that. He's wearing those silks.
Arcangelo from a season ago, the statue, what colors will it don Sunday morning? The Travers on Fox, 3.5 hours. Fox, Saratoga, Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Post-parade, race 8, Disco Ball and Ramon Vasquez.
Horse has been running very well out of town, and for other trainers, and now second time for David Jacobson as a player.
The favorite, Gulfport, twice Grade 1 placed.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think he's overbetted even, to be honest. He obviously has the credentials going back, and his return race better than it looks, but this is not an easy field.
Little Vic, Rod Ortiz takes the call. Interesting.
Yeah, we just had Avery Johnson on the set. We'll see Jason Worth tomorrow. This one, Victor Martinez. So, obviously, Little Vic trying to get back in form.
Cavad, who was claimed from Mike Maker for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, he's got occasional good races, but overall, he's probably one of the harder horses to like.
Gunnett and Flavian Pratt.
You know, Gunnett's been a kind of confusing horse because he's run some really decent efforts. Sometimes he just checks in second a little too much for me, but he'll bring his lunch pail.
Running son of a gun to the outside, 2022 Bold Ruler winner.
He's my second choice in here. I think he's outrageously overpriced at 11-1 right now. He ran a solid 4th in the fast race last time out, and he's gradually returning to that form that saw him as one of the really, really tough, hard-knocking horse. I don't think he's out of it.
Another look at the favorite in Gulfport in the Heiligbrot White and Orange. This was his 4-year-old debut. Late June, Churchill, first start in 14 months, Andy, and this is the Gulfport that we knew as a 2-year-old, shakes off the rust, comes back in fine fashion.
I thought it was a very good effort by him. He got a nice trip, but it's hard to win off a layup like that. And Paulie, I think it was a very solid, strong field of horses that have done some good things both before and since the race.
Yeah, Two Eagles River was a nice horse. You can see Squire Creek. Now, Squire Creek came back, didn't run that great here, but that was a lot of gritty veterans in that race. So, and you can't ignore who Gulfport ran against when he was a 3-year-old. I mean, Forte, Blazing Sevens. I mean, he ran some good horses. Damon's Mound. It's just a matter: is he ready for the next step? You know, the one's pretty fast here, so I wonder what's going to happen the first quarter of a mile, half mile here, Meg.
You like Disco Ball, Paulie?
Yeah, I do. I just think like Houston. David Jacobson's horses are the hardest horses to figure out on the racetrack. Let's be honest. This horse has been so consistent in winning off the bat. I think it's going to have to take it to the 3 Gulfport. We'll see how fast. But again, these races been won when she's been one or he's been 1-2 and stuff.
I think that this is the speed, and to me, Gulfport's not going to be vying. I think Gunnett's probably the one. If somebody is contested the lead, it'll be him. I'm not saying that Tyler will be that far off it, but I don't see Gunnett in his recent races necessarily having the speed to be right there with this horse. This guy's pretty quick.
No, he's very quick.
How'd you see it early on, Richie?
I agree. I think one, Disco Ball is the speed, especially with the inside draw. Kind of simplifies things, right? You got speed and you got the rail. Well, I'm going to use it. I'm going to go, and he's been very successful. He also has California kind of speed.
Southern California transplant, yeah.
And there's a difference between East Coast speed and West Coast speed.
And Acacia, the 8-year-old and still very quick. Gunnett, what are you seeing pre-race?
Yes, he is very quick. And I'm going to slightly disagree with Richie on this one because when you watch the races for disco ball, even though he does have the rail, he doesn't have quite as much gate speed. He's very fast, but he's not the quickest right off the blocks. And look, maybe he's just going to be able to outfoot and go right to the front. But he had a pretty quiet warm-up, as did Gunnett, though. Actually, really only Kavod was the one that went away from the pony and had any sort of big warm-up out on the track, which was a little bit surprising. But Gunnett, a horse that does break running. I don't know who will be in front early. Maybe it will end up being Disco Ball, but with the rail and given how he's broken recently in his recent races, that's a touch of a concern for me. But as far as Gunnett does go, he's a horse that certainly has plenty of fast races to make him a contender in here. Now, the thing with him, though, too, is that he does have the tendency to kind of hang on that inside lead and to drift sometimes in the stretch. And you always do wonder with horses being claimed away from Linda Rice, just a barn that wins at such a high percentage. And typically with the Cantermossi, who I think do an excellent job, you like to see them after having the horse for a starter too. So this is a bigger bodied animal. That's always how he's been. He carries his weight and his conditioning, moving well out there. Like I said, stayed with the pony out on the track, but looks like he's doing well right now. See if he can run back to some of those stronger races and to be able to keep a straight run in the stretch. I couldn't agree more with Andy about the 7 Running Son of a Gun. He's too big a price. He's a horse I've always liked, and he's one that I thought last time out ran on a little bit late in the stretch too after he broke a bit slow. He's going to hope that there is some pace, though. He was sharp back in the paddock, not uncommon for him. And in a atypical Kendrick Carmouche move, he kept this horse with the pony, did not give him a big blowout warm-up out on the track, as he will be one coming from off of it. But he looks tremendous for the 5-year-old. See if he can run back to some of those bigger races. He will be running late, Lafitte.
Too big a number? Andy, Running Son of a Gun?
Well, I think he's a massive overlay right now at 12-1 in this race. I think he has a lot of credentials. Obviously, I picked him second. And to be honest with you, 3 to 4, 3 to 5, you're talking about 340, 350 right now. In my opinion, and I picked him, it's way too short a price on this horse. I mean, if I could make my picks now, I thought he'd be 7, 8 to 5 in this race. I mean, this is not a bad field. These horses are okay, and he's second off. Whoa.
Wow. All right, so this changes everything.
This does
the
change
favorite is out. Just announced a late scratch Gulfport, 4 to 5. At the time of the announcement, the favorite out of this 8th race at Saratoga.
And if you played pick 5s, pick 4s, pick 6s, you get the post-time favorite, which at this point feels like it's going to be Disco Ball, and that could change. And I'm going to say something. As somebody who played pick 4s, and I'm up, I was live, I got put up at 3 to 5. You're lucky because this horse was never winning this race. And from a gambling standpoint, you don't want this horse. And obviously it's for the safety of the horse and everyone involved. But as a bettor, I mean, you're better off whether you like the 1 or not in this race with that horse, because at least he has a chance to win. The 3 was never going to win this race. I probably would have used, I might have used the 4, Little Vic, if I was using 2 horses in here. But it feels like the 1, unless something changes with Gunnett.
But the board changed dramatically now, didn't it?
Well,
Take all that money out of the pool, right?
Yeah. Richie, for viewers that don't necessarily follow on a day-to-day basis, and I know that each situation can be different. Can you walk us through that process and what exactly just took place in leading to a late scratch, a late defection?
Yeah, jockey Tyler Gaffleone's warming Gulfport up. Feels something that he's just not comfortable with. Maybe the horse isn't moving to his satisfaction. Could be a little body sore, a little stiff. And sometimes there's things that a horseman can't see from the ground that a jockey can feel above. And always better to err on the side of caution. You go to the examining veterinarian at the gate. They're there for just these type of situations. Say, I don't like something. They check the horse out, boom, scratched. He'll have to go through a rigorous protocol to be eligible to race again. He'll have to work to the satisfaction of the vets. He'll be, full physical examination. And it's the right thing. It protects the horse, it protects the other horses and riders, and it protects the betting public.
Go ahead, Andy.
No, I was just going to talk about the favorite, because I think it does matter who ends up being the favorite in this race. And looking at the bet, there's $41,800 bet to win on the 1 and 33.8 bet on the 6. So I think it's like 680, 690 versus 560. So while it looks close on the board, it would take a significant swing for the 6 to end up being the post-time favorite in this race. It's certainly possible, but it would take a real swing.
And Paul, you like Disco Ball to beat Gulfport anyway.
Yeah, just because I thought, those last races were just dynamic. You just don't win races by that kind of margin. And this horse, like I said, this horse was voided claim twice in California, and now it seems like maybe got things together, and it's just been blazing fast. Now with the 3 out of the race, I just don't know who runs with this horse so early besides the 6, and if the 6 wants to engage, it includes the other horses.
I would like the 6 if the 6 to be favored personally. I'd rather scratch it in the 6 than the 1 in this race. I never trust David Jacobson horses to show up at a short price. It's one thing to take a big price on him. I would rather have a bigger price on him.
I do think the 5 being the longest shot is ridiculous. I think the 5 does have the best maybe late foot in here.
5 to 1.
I think the 7 is the upsetter if you want somebody else, but I wouldn't bet him at 4 to 1 now.
7 likes the outside. Yeah. He's a better horse outside. He's drawn outside. And the 4 Little Vic gets Lasix back.
Keep in mind something. If you've bet pick 4s, pick 5s, pick 6s, but pick 4s, pick 5s primarily, obviously pick 6. If the 1 doesn't win this race, your horse isn't the price they are on the board. They're at least double that price because they'll remain the price they were in the pick 4, pick 5, and pick 6 because they won't get any of the scratched money. So you get the 4 or the 7 home, you're getting 8 to 10 to 1 on that horse. You're not getting the current price. So you don't get hurt in that sense by the scratch. You get helped, actually, because you didn't have to compete against that horse.
Up to Frank Miramati with the call. Post time for the 8th, live from Saratoga.
Running Son of a Gun. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. Little Vic is going out for the early lead. On the inside, Disco Ball flashing speed, and Disco Ball is up to take the lead away from Little Vic. It's 3 lengths back. Running Son of a Gun is on the outside. Gunnet is the gray in between rivals, and Kavad is down at the fence. So Disco Ball gets a very easy lead down the back stretch and passes the half-mile pole in a quarter that went in 22 seconds flat. Little Vic a length and a half back in second. They're followed by Gunnet in between horses. Kavad is down on the rail, and outside of them, Running Son of a Gun. Disco Ball loose. Ramon Vasquez and Disco Ball, 3-length lead, turning for home. Little Vic, Kavad in the white blinkers along the inside. Running Son of a Gun, 44 and 4 for the half. And it's Disco Ball in front by 2.5 lengths. Kavad trying to close the gap in second. Little Vic is third, coming to the 16th pole, and Disco Ball has another gear, speeding through the stretch in a no doubt about it victory. The favorite scores by 3. Kavad was second, Little Vic third, then Running Son of a Gun.
Just too fast to catch. A Disco Ball for David Jacobson. Ramon Vasquez, the favorite at post time in the 8th at Saratoga.
This race was over a quarter mile in the race. You could see the way he was traveling. And keep in mind, this is no 8 to 5 shot in pick 4s, pick 5, pick 6. This is a 2 or 3 to 5 shot because of all the money you get from the horse. But if you use the 3, you are still alive in those tickets with the 1 winning, which matters.
I don't think he broke all that sharp either.
He broke just okay, but
Ramon
Ramon Vasquez hustled him.
Yeah.
And you even saw Ramon warming him up. He was intent that he was going to lead even before the scratch of Gulfport. This horse ran big. He delivered. Nice effort by the 5 under Dylan Davis to rally up the inside to be second best.
And I'll tell you something, Paulie. Here's a question for you, and it's all conjecture. Let's say the 3 is sound. I don't think he was beating this horse.
Yeah, probably not. But I tell you one, if he would have went with the 1, the 5 would have been sitting in a good spot.
Well, yeah, I don't think there's any way he could have got this horse.
True,
fast.
probably, yeah.
This horse reminds me a little bit of his stablemate that was scratched, Durante, when he was running here last year. Remember how fast he was?
Yep.
He was here last year and laying fields to waste. I mean, this horse there was never a point in the race where you thought this horse was losing.
So it's crazy. At 7 years old, he's kind of got his act together. If you look at this horse, he's won 4 in a row, Lafitte.
And 2 necks away from 6 straight.
I understand, but he was 2 for 17 lifetime.
No,
and all of a sudden, he's just put it together.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
At 7.
2 for 20, Paul.
And
2 for 20.
A very clever name, too, right? By Orb.
6 for 24, 2 for 20.
Dancing band, Disco Ball.
Ball.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that.
4 straight dominating wins, and at Santa Anita, at Delaware, in the slop here at Saratoga.
I'm going to make a guess here. If of all the people in this desk, I'm saying that Lafitte has spent more time in discos than anybody.
Never my thing.
No, I'm not
Before my time, not my thing.
Although my walk-up song my whole life was Staying Alive.
Well, was it really?
You
Yeah, it was.
lost another bit
I
on
went
the
to-
afternoon.
I'm a woman's man. No time to talk.
I used to
Andy.
go to Palladium in the city back in the day. You know, Limelight, loved Limelight.
I was
Limelight,
in
not
bed
really
at
disco.
9 o'clock every night. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You're no fun. That's been established. I'm thinking that Lafitte's got a little disco past he doesn't want to talk about.
No.
There may be photos. I'm going to look for some
ball.
photos.
Yeah, find something.
You in the Saturday
Find
Fever suit with the
something.
finger up in the air. I'm thinking.
Randomized with a tough filly. Ogden Phipps winner. She'll lock up with Idiomatic once again. The Grade 1 personal ensign tomorrow on the eve of the DraftKings Travers. We'll preview.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today as Disco Ball keeps the party going with another win, and Ramon Vasquez in the saddle today. Ramon picking up another victory, and this time with a horse who his speed made him very dangerous today.
Yeah, thank you, Gold, for the opportunity. For the victory, and thank you all the trainer and David for always support me. Yeah, I just want to go Delhi early. I know that horse from California before. It's a different horse when he got the lead, and he got big hard. So he tried. I know he loved to be in the lead and he fight.
He's been so impressive recently, and like you said, you were familiar with him. He's been around a while too. You have to appreciate horses like him who are so game when asked and they dig in like that.
Yeah, I always, I love all the horses, and most of the time, horses like that they try hard, and he always give you the best he have. I really appreciate it.
Certainly fought for it today, but coming up in the last race, a nice maiden race on the turf, and Out Too Late, who you've ridden in the last couple, you think be a better back to sprinting.
Yeah, he better sprinter. That's why I told the owner last time. I don't think so. He want to go to so far. I just what I thinking and giving my opinion to him. If you want, he's the owner, so I just give me the opinion, and I think so. He's much better in sprinter.
Cutting back today. Well, thanks for the insight and congratulations on this one.
Thank you so much.
Ramon Vasquez picking up another one. And Lafitte, I did get a chance to catch up with jockey Tyler Gaffleone, who was aboard Gulfport, who was a late scratch, and you told me just taking a long time to warm up, and when they took the tack off him and brought him back was visible. So erring on the side of caution, we'll hopefully see Gulfport another day, but scratching as the safety of horse and jockey is the priority.
It would have been just his second start in 15 months anyways, Gulfport. Steve Asmussen's been so patient with him. I look forward to seeing Gulfport before long. And for Ramon Vasquez, Richie, solid summer at Saratoga.
First summer in Saratoga, 10 wins now. Quietly putting together a nice meet in the toughest, deepest jockey colony, certainly in North America, in my opinion, the world. And you know what? I like him. He's soft-spoken. He's quiet. He works hard. Him and Billy Kessel have done a good job.
No, he was. I mean, Billy's a good agent, but he was not a favorite to have double-digit wins. He's really overachieved.
No,
here.
listen, I've seen a lot of good riders come here with their
watched
tail
them all
between their legs.
Yeah.
With only 1-2 wins. And I think the mix of riding in California, Andy said you ride in California. I think the mix of riding in California, getting to that dirt speed, then going out to Oakland, getting some of those connections that he's getting here. Now, when he made the move here, I was kind of questioning it a little bit, not questioning it now.
He's done just fine. And you like disco ball going in. I think you're right. Gulfport or no Gulfport. I don't know that anybody was catching disco ball on this afternoon. What we've seen thus far, any good body graduating 950. Headline numbers via disqualification, and disco ball 552 left in the ninth.
But disco ball is more like a $2
right.
winner of that race. So you have to keep in mind, these pick fives based on those numbers are going to be less than the parlay, because that horse getting all the money from the 3 was 4 to 5 when scratched. This horse is a very short price.
Yeah. What'd you make of this ninth race? New York Breds, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course.
I think we have some different opinions up here, but I like the 8 Snowy Evening, who I thought had a wide trip to nowhere, too close to a pace that was very slow. I was hoping a little more pace to the 5 Spooky Lady. Looks like the speed. I thought Can't Fool Me, the logical player in here, but I like Snowy Evening a little bit because I know we're all big fans of Robert Frost. Richie, you'll recite your favorite Robert Frost poem.
I actually did a whole a paper on it. Yeah.
My dad used to recite this poem at the dinner table quite frequently, so that's why I always had.
I just put Robert Frost in the AI. Yeah, just go 3, 5, 8, 10. I thought, to be honest with you, when you look at this race, it might be here and there. I thought the race was 3, 5, 8, 10. I thought it was one of those fillies. I sided with the 10 a little bit. I'm just kidding for Johnny Kimmel. But I think it's a wide open race between those 4. I didn't see anybody
You want a
else.
bomb? My bomb is the one Burn Again, second off the layoff.
I love that
music.
music.
Good-looking Mirage.
The good-looking Mirage. Looking for a second one in the afternoon. They're playing our song, Fox Saratoga Saturday, back on, well, Saturday. But first, the Grade 1 racing begins tomorrow. The Personal Ensign will dive deep. There's the field. Just 5 of them, but no lack of talent. And a champion, an Idiomatic 6-5, randomized it 8-5, has done some of her best work here at Saratoga, the Alabama last year, and the Ogden Phipps. We can only hope the Personal Ensign is as good as the last time they met.
No, listen, their Breeders' Cup matchup, they both ran very well, finishing 1-2 with Idiomatic getting the best to Randomized. But Randomized was really the second half's best 3-year-old filly last year, and justifiably finished second to Pretty Mischievous, who had a great first half. She's so fast coming out of the gate. So what do you guys think? Do you think she's going to clear? Or do you think Randomized is going to try to run with her early?
I don't know. Look at the size difference.
It's massive.
Idiomatic is twice the size. It shows you the guts of Randomized in this race. But you make a good point. If Idiomatic was drawn to the outside, Randomized's got a better draw. And I think that can be advantageous. No, Mig?
Yes, I just think that Randomized has better gate speed. And I wouldn't want to have to chase down Idiomatic. I'd want her to have to chase me down. I think it would be a mistake, especially the size disparity. One's going to have a much longer stride. Why would you hold up and play to her strength when make her play your game?
I agree with you, but we'll see. Can they be aggressive enough to keep up with her early? Because Randomize is very, she's unusually fast.
But not only is she fast, she has gate speed.
That's what I'm saying. She comes out of the gate like a
sudden. Her
But
first
she did
step
lower
is
her
fast.
head there late now.
She fought, she dug, Idiomatic the champ, and she had to really work to avoid being upset by Sullivan Angel, Richie, in the Molly pitcher on Haskell Day.
Paul and I have talked about this, though, and we're both in agreement. We feel like maybe Idiomatic went too slow and allowed this other horse, Sullivan Angel, into the race. And now she gets put in an uncomfortable position, Paul. She's in tight on the inside. Now she's got to battle back. You get a big mare with a long stride, let them use their stride. Make everybody else get tired chasing you.
Andy, this ride was weird. I remember watching this race live, and Flo was going like 114 on her. I'm like, wait a second. And then when the 4 kind of swooped, it caught him by surprise, and she kind of re-rallied. So I think it might be a little bit better than people think, but it's still a little bit of a worry, I guess.
Brad was talking about it, I think, was Acacia speaking to him yesterday, and he was saying a lot of people, or some people, think that she's not the horse she necessarily was last year, and he's not so concerned about it. I am. I'm one of those people that thinks that, and it's not a terrific horse. But I'll say a couple of things. First of all, a lot of times they get older. Fillies and mares, they're not going to maintain that good form going forward. The other thing is she was able to control last year. And don't forget she was outside of Randomize, so she pinned her in the Breeders' Cup. With Randomize this year, maybe she's not that much better and Randomize a little bit better. She's not controlling these big races. Her asset was her speed last year, and she doesn't have that advantage with Randomized in there. Is that fair?
It's fair.
Yeah,
and you're
absolutely.
not normally looking for statement races from champions, right? But we have some of that going on this weekend, from Idiomatic tomorrow in the Personal Ensign and Fierceness in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday. All that coming your way as we still have 2 races left on the Thursday program, Travers Week. Love this segment. Backstretch heroes, the men and women that do the heavy lifting on the backside. We'll meet another member of these backstretch heroes as our coverage continues. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challengers.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we have horses in the paddock for this upcoming 9th race. New York bred fillies in the spotlight here, going 1 mile and a 16th in this allowance. And we'll get right to the paddock report, starting off with your current favorite in the number 3, Can't Fool Me, who was second best last time out to Spinning Colors, who was dominant in there. And Can't Fool Me, I thought, running well from off of it, just couldn't catch the winner. She's very sharp, much as she was last time out and much as it is typical for her. But that being said, while she's always an high energy type of mare, and certainly not going to change now at the age of 5, she has gotten herself a little bit warm, and it is significantly cooler in here. So I'll keep an eye on her, but Horacio de Paz has that cotton in her ears to muffle out the sound, all the steps to try and keep her a little bit quieter as much as possible. But she looks much the same as she did last time, which I thought that she looked great that day and looks great again today. The number 10, I'm Just Kiddin', is intriguing as she is making her second start off of a 6-month layoff, and she has that lovely Chester and Mary Broman pedigree, being the half-2 Grade 1 winner Bar of Gold, also the half-2 Spirit of St. Louis, who's going to be the favorite in the West Point on Sunday. So just everything really can run from this family, and I think that she's really going to get a lot out of that last effort. She was off the pace. I thought that she blew the turn just a little bit, and she just missed getting second, but was closing pretty well in that spot. I've noticed in her last couple of races that John Kimmel's been using a hood for her in the paddock, again, to muffle the sound. Horses in particular are incredibly noise reactive, and that kind of equipment Dave Donk puts on pretty much everything that he brings over. Various trainers will use in the paddock, especially when it can be a little bit louder in Saratoga, especially with a lot of fans around here, trying to keep them settled as much as possible. I thought that she looked good last time. I think she's even more defined today, second off the layoff. Speaking of Dave Donk, he will send out the number 8, Snowy Evening, who I remember speaking to him before that last race and thinking that maybe being a little bit closer might be better because she was so pace compromised in the Port Washington 2 starts back. But David hinted at it earlier, and I think it's true. Being closer just isn't better for her running style. You can't change how a horse runs and completely take them out of their comfort zone. I actually really liked her last time, and I like her again today. I would give her another shot. She's dappled from head to toe. She's carrying her weight well. Now her second start of this meet. She will be coming from off of it and hopefully have enough pace to run at late. Lafitte, as always, ask the question, whose woods these are? I think I know.
Keisha knows her Robert Frost.
See? Snowy Evening at 2 of us educated on the set here. Snowy Evening at 6-1. And you see these fillies and
Makes
mares
us looking over
surrounded
here
by...
going, I know there's carrots and buttons involved.
Which these are, I think I know. He lives just
The
in the village, though.
The grooms spend more time with the horses than anyone else. Brand new this season. Terrific feedback. Thoroughly enjoyable. Getting to know key members of the team. Backstretch Heroes with Acacia.
I'm here with Brittany Traxtell over at Belmont's barn, and you might have seen her aboard some of the big horses from the barns in the mornings. Brittany, regular exercise rider for Travers contender Batten Down. Tell us a little bit about how you came to be here and how you've progressed personally.
I worked for Gene Riccio in Ocala. I worked breaking babies and that kind of thing, and that teaches you a lot as well. But I wanted to grow. I wanted to go to the racetrack and do something bigger. And Ocala gets kind of quiet during the summertime. So it was a really good time for me to change to come here. And I'm so lucky I got that connection to come to Belmont because, like I said, I've been working here. This is my 3rd season here. So I started, I didn't get on the best horses in the barn, but even the not so nice one is something incredible compared to some other barns. And I've learned so much. I feel like I've really progressed as a rider and a horseman in general. Bill and his whole team, they work with the horses. The horses come first. That's something that's really important to them. And just being in this atmosphere, you can't help but learn. Especially if you want to, you're gonna learn a lot here. But I had the opportunity to get on this horse and from day one, and I think that we've both grown together. He's taught me a whole lot. He knows when it's business time now. We get out there on the track, we turn around, we go the right way, and I'm confident that he knows his job. And just overall to see, like, from his first race where we had him here to now he's running in the Travers, so it's something that's no matter how if he decides to show up, no matter how he runs on Saturday, I'm proud of him.
Great stuff with Brittany Acacia. You see what Batten Down does in the Travers on Saturday, regally bred. Tacitus's brother. We'll have it all for you on Fox. Saratoga, Saturday, Travers 155. Post-parade, there's Burnt again. Remember, Mirage looking for a second one in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think you go back second off a layoff, and she's got some back races. I think give her a sniff at a big price.
Sweetest Princess on her toes, third start of the meet.
Yeah, 0 for 8 on the turf, 0 for 6 at the distance. Suaska really has to improve.
Can't fool me. Recent form, solid. Very good meet, Horacio De Paz.
Horacio De Paz having a great meet. The one concern is a short price and has no early speed.
Spooky Lady, Luis Saez, representing speed.
She is the speed of this race, but she's had controlling positions in recent races and just gives it up.
Racing Colors, 31 starts, just her third on grass.
Yeah, Heeman Harkey here. This is a horse that is 3 for 31 lifetime.
Long shot side by side, 35-1, Amity Island.
I mean, just don't know what to say. The one dirt race this horse ran in her career is abysmal. It was her debut.
Lane Luzzy finished second with a long shot earlier in the program. Then Snowy Evening, and Johnny Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, Johnny Velasquez, David Donk going to look for a double on the day, and Snowy Evening taking some money.
Number 9, Solib, over a year since her last route.
She's a faster horse going longer. I mean, going shorter, excuse me, on turf, excuse me.
2-1. Co-favorite, I'm just kidding. There she is. Herad Ortiz takes over, but hampered by that tricky post.
Yeah, it gets a tricky post. You're right there, Lafitte. Needs to find some cover here with a 9-horse field with the 4 scratch. But I thought the horse to beat. I don't know about 2-1, though.
Leading rider at the meet. Date with unmatched wisdom in the DraftKings, Travers Herad Ortiz. And a heads up, Naira YouTube. Get in the game with Naira Bet's YouTube channel. In the money YouTube, where's JK? He's supposed to read this. JK, get JK on the horn. He's supposed to read this. Subscribe to the In the Money Media on YouTube for free tips and analysis from Fox's own Jonathan Kinchin, Peter Thomas Fornatel, and the rest of the In the Money Media team. Search for In the Money Media on YouTube to subscribe. Jonathan would have read that better. We tried to trip him up and have him read promos.
Couldn't have done it worse.
Amen. Walked right into that one.
He really did.
Walked right in.
You ran into
that
my
one.
friend.
Can't fool me. The 5-year-old mare. Her most recent. Right here, late July. There she is, along with I'm Just Kidding, Can't Fool Me. And this second place finish didn't have the needed punch in the stretch. Wide.
Well, because the winner ran huge. The winner's running back in the Yaddo this weekend against a very, very tough Christophe Clement runner, but she's in good form. I thought she ran fine. She got the clear run on the outside, but she's just in good form for a trainer having a terrific meet, Richie.
Yeah, she is in very good form. I think you make a good point, though. I mean, she makes a lot of sense, but she needs some pace. She's a deep closer. I think last time you made a very good point. Snowy Evening laid up way too close to a pace. She's a one-run kind of horse, and trying to change it. And I got to tell you, I don't think I've ever seen Snowy Evening look any better than what I just saw as she went out on the racetrack.
She was also wide to nowhere last time. I mean, she was 4 wide around the racetrack last time. Had absolutely no chance the way the race was being run.
So how will this be different? How should this be different for Snowy Evening in terms of trip?
Well, I think it's just it's all a matter of pace. I mean, obviously, Spooky Lady got to set a very controlled pace. Last time, I'm Just Kidding rated, and she can be more forward, and I think with that post, she's got to go a bit forward. The 9, Salib, coming out of sprints, has got to be forward. I think there is more pace signed on here.
We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I'm always circumspect of pace. I think the 9 potentially go forward, and I think that Irad has to go forward with the 10. I mean, Paulie, doesn't he have to at least get him into position here?
Well, I think the 5 obviously is clearly the fastest horse. I think the 10 is the second fastest horse in the race. If you look, this horse has run 6 furlong races where, you know, she's been kind of close to 45 and that. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think the 9 and the 10 are the 2 horses that can kind of keep pace or at least lay outside the 5.
I just don't know that, you know, around here they rarely press enough. So it would take some sort of banana, you know, to get involved in the pace. You know, somebody different. Like the 6 or 7, the 6 in particular, maybe. I mean, does Romero Mirage try to go with the 1 in here to get position burnt again?
And Acacia, but we do expect Spooky Lady to be in the mix early.
Yes, that is her MO. Now, she's had a pretty reserved warm-up out on the track, but that's kind of how it's been for her lately. So I'm certainly not taking that as a negative because she is a little bit of a quirky type. But, you know, I think that Rudy has kind of figured out the best way to go with her is to just let her do her thing on the front end. She's not the most consistent in that sometimes she's able to sustain that speed and sometimes she isn't. Last time was one of those times as the closers came running. Can't Fool Me finishing second in there, and Spooky Lady was able to really comfortably control things on the front end. So she's always tough to trust, but we do know where she's going to be early on in the race. From a physical perspective, she looks like she's handling herself fine. Sometimes she can be a little bit revved up on the track. She stayed with the pony, but not doing too much. The number 9, Solib, I think is very intriguing as she gets back to the turf, and she ran quite well on the grass 2 starts back, but she's not really built like a sprinter. She's actually built a bit like a horse that wants to go longer. She's gotten pretty warm out on the track. Remember, she always used to be more of a nervous type of filly. She's handling herself okay. She too has that cotton in her ears, and while she's been on her toes going out and like I said, getting a little bit warm, she's definitely mentally matured, but I like her getting back on the grass, and she has some good leg to her. You can even see her next to the lead pony there. She's a pretty tall filly, so I think going long should be interesting, but I would expect her to be forward with the presence of Spooky Lady. We'll see how that pace does play out, Lafitte.
Solib, Javier Castellano, the 7-time Travers winner, just the one turf race yesterday, the John's Call. Andy, and that was clearly the turf course on the softer side of good. What have you observed today as we observe Solib's race 2 back, her most recent on grass?
We're at best good right now in the course. There's a lot of give in the ground. I think people don't. If you were in Saratoga, you don't realize how much rain we got on Monday. And also, while it's warming up and getting really nice out, we haven't had as much. Hasn't been that warm. It's been chilly at night, so I think it's a little longer to drive. It's going to warm up this weekend to dry, so we'll be in great shape going forward. As far as Solib, I just have felt like, guys, she's a better horse sprinting on the turf or going shorter, 7 furlong, 6 furlong, somewhere in there.
Kind of with you. I mean, like, that race was running 107 and change, so you could hear your feet rattle on the course. You know, she does have a win at the distance, and I can see she's a little tiny bit worked up on the neck, but I mean, maybe that's her.
Yeah, that's in character for her. You see she had the cotton in her ears. They put cotton in horses' ears to mute the sound. Horses react. Some are very sound sensitive, noise sensitive.
You remember American Pharaoh, Triple Crown winner, he would have earplugs in, and Victor Espinosa would take them out once he loaded into the starting gate.
Yeah, Bob Baffert uses that quite a bit on a lot of horses, and it just, if it mutes that noise a little bit, keeps them just a touch calmer.
It's used more in Europe, I would say more, right, Mig?
Yeah.
Than it is. There's a lot of earplugs in a lot of European horses.
They do, and you know, harness horses, they actually
They
race
use
with
them
them,
a lot.
and they pull them during the race.
To try to get an extra little win,
They don't trust jockeys to do that.
Well, if you were running around, you couldn't hear anything, and then you heard something, you'd start running
Hear me
too.
smooching.
I'm just kidding. The 2-1 favorite now, Milorado Ortiz filing into the gate, 9th of 10 on this Thursday, Travers week at Saratoga. Up to Frank Mirmati.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Moving into line. Last few to come up. Solib goes up. And the legendary New York Silks of Chester and Mary Broman for I'm Just Kidding. Snowy evening moving around. Settles down. And they're off to a clean beginning. Spooky Lady in the center of the course is going out for the early lead. Burnt Again, Sweetest Princess is up close. And I'm Just Kidding moves up very willingly and easily to take that second spot. Then Solib in mid-pack through the opening stages. Racing on the outside of Racing Colors. Amity Island is right next to her. Can't Fool Me is coming through on the inside to only be within 5 lengths of the lead. And a 3-wide Snowy Evening is toward the back of the field. It's Spooky Lady and Luis Saez with a very comfortable advantage through the opening stages. I'm Just Kidding tracks nicely from second. It's another 2 lengths to Solib. Burnt Again is down at the rail. The quarter went in 25 seconds flat. Sweetest Princess is racing in between those two. Then Snowy Evening outside Can't Fool Me, who has 6 lengths to make up. 2 more to Racing Colors and Amity Island, 49-4 for Spooky Lady unopposed. Into the far turn, 1.5 lengths in front of I'm Just Kidding in second. Burnt Again is down on the inside. Solib moves up, claims third. Then Sweetest Princess losing ground around the far turn. Followed on the inside by Count Fool Me, Snowy Evening, a 4-wide Racing Colors there at the top of the lane. Spooky Lady, 2-length advantage. Here's Burnt Again coming through, looking for a spot, and in the center of the course, Can't Fool Me is coming with a stellar late bid. They're coming past the 16th pole. Can't Fool Me, another for Ricardo Santana Jr. Can't Fool Me finishes full of run to score by 4. Burnt Again was second. I'm Just Kidding third. It's a photo for fourth involving Solib and Spooky Lady.
Turning it on late. Can't Fool Me. Second win in the afternoon. Ricardo Santana, and the beat goes on at Saratoga for trainer Horacio De Paz.
You could see when the 8 was moving outside of her around the turn, around the 5/16 pole, Snow Evening. Now, she was live the whole way, and she's just not good enough. This horse just sort of zoomed up inside of her, and as soon as she cleared the outside, you could see she's going to get it done. But a very nice ride by our man, Romero Mirage, to get second on the long shot here, Burnt Again.
Yeah, really good ride. And you know what? We were just talking about Ramon Vasquez. Isn't Ricardo Santana doing the same thing here with his like 10 or 11 wins too?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Ricardo Santana is such a hard rider. I mean, he gives every horse an opportunity. Saved ground on both turns with this filly before he tipped out. This mare before he tipped out. And Burnt Again. Nice run up the inside. Terrific ride by Romero Mirage for a homebred, for Jan Derschmidt.
No excuse for the other favorite here, the 10, was just sitting in a perfect spot, but just had no punch list.
She doesn't want to go that far.
Irad did everything right with her. Got her in the absolute perfect spot. She's just not good enough. And, you know, we don't talk enough about Horacio De Paz on this show, to be honest with you. He's now, I mean, I don't know, he's run some other horses, but when I printed these PPs about a month and a half ago, he was 40 starters with 21 hitting the board and 6 winners. So now he's got 7 winners, and he's hitting the board over 50% of the time up here. It's not like he's got a barn full of freak shows out there.
All the poems you kept on reading about Snowy Evening, this is a horse that's by Frost Giant. So it was kind of, you were right, you were in the same area.
All comes full
all
circle.
comes full circle, Andy.
Okay. Frost Giant, your favorite poet from back in the day?
Well, you said Robert Frost.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I got it now. All right. I was a little slow on the uptake. I want exact. I set $76.
Now, Romero gave the one a great ride. Whoever mentioned the one late, that was a great mention because the one was traveling well, and he gave the horse a really good ride, and a horse that had wins on the turf.
I go by Jan Derschmidt's farm all the time. It's right down the road from where I live. It's a beautiful place. They do a great job. They raise a nice horse. So it's nice to see them have one run so well for them.
I'm going to be very disappointed if Greg Wolf is not listening to the show. He loves your mentions to the Derschmidts. That is one of Greg's favorite.
They're doing a good job.
I know. We just love it. We just love how much you love them.
Not the day for Romero Mirage. 2 mounts today. 2 mounts to win earlier. And a bang-up second place finish in 20.
And he's overcoming his pedigree.
Yeah,
big
and
time.
then there's
That's
that.
true. It's like coming in the 6th inning,
but he
going
is
2 for 2 and going
He's
on.
a half cousin to he's a cousin to a grade 1 stakes winner. Come on.
Everybody gets lucky sometimes.
The handsome cousin completing the exacta. Ricardo Santana, a second win in the afternoon. Can't Fool Me. Accelerates late. Puts them all away. Racks up a 4th lifetime win. Second at Saratoga. Results reaction when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it
9 down, 1 left. The Magic Carpet Ride over Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Race 9 moments ago, winning trainer Horacio De Paz with a Keisha in the winner's circle.
As Can't Fool Me did not fool the betting public today, Horacio, and she finished full of run, getting a chance to unleash that late closing kick today.
Yeah, she's been doing well, and she needed to run today, so I'm happy to see her win.
She is a high-energy filly, too. She's always on it. Can you talk a little bit about some of the steps that you take to keep her as calm as possible before the races?
I told the owner when we first got her, she's got quite the personality. She's never been a filly that would train and walk back to the barn. She almost gets more fired up after she trains, and we just kind of learned to kind of deal with her, just kind of go about it her way. And today she was just feeling really good, coming into this race.
It's been a strong meet for your barn as well. Coming up on Sunday, we have New York Showcase Day, and in the Yaddo, Stonewall Star entered for the turf, and she got rained off last time, which worked out okay for her, but you said you are keen to actually try the grass with her.
Yeah, her family, it's been turf as well out of that mare, so we figured give her a try, see what she does, and hopefully it's an experiment that goes right.
Has the pedigree for it, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Horacio De Paz continuing what's been a strong meet this summer, Lafitte.
Terrific meet, terrific trainer.
Terrific guy, too. Yeah.
Well done. You cleaned up here.
Oh, yeah.
Can't fool me. And making some mistakes late, Rich. It took a while. Like she was getting a little bit wrong lead. Really started to turn it on, though. Finally did switch and finish strong.
Yeah, got that ground-saving inside-out trip, got to the clear, kicked on hard. She has a tendency to do that, too, jump back and forth her leads at times, but she was going forward, gets it done at 6:30. I guess she wound up going off second choice to I'm Just Kidding, and burnt again at a good price and a good ride from Romero Mirage up the rail to round out your
2
attack.
mounts on the day, a win and a second-place finish.
Don't forget, even though you got the favorite to cover up Gulfport, there was a consolation pick 3 with Gulfport in there. Check your Naira Bets account, and there you see the late pick 5 follow along. It's been pretty formful. Hopefully you went 1-3 in race 8 and you got it for $1 going in for this race.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously that 550 is really more like 280 because you collect all the money with the 3 as well. But the Can't Fool Me really, the Can't Fool Me also, you knew this horse was a winner at the top of the stretch when she angled out. You could see she was rolling.
Wrong past performances. I almost said the ballerina was next. That's race 10 Saturday. Race 10 here coming up in 21 minutes. Maidens, 5.5
I like
furlongs.
Vava
Sprint
here.
fillies. You like Vava? Who do you like here?
I like Unhidden Gem. Unhidden Gem is a foal to a horse named Mystery Power, who was a very solid Group 2 turf sprinter over in Europe. And there's 3 or 4 other runners in the family that were pretty good. Al Stahl, to me, is really one of the sharper trainers in the game, and a trainer that historically, going back many, many years, has always found a way to bring some of the right horses to Saratoga, and he's shrewd with his firsters too, and he can get a firster to run. And while this is not an easy field, I think there's a lot of horses in the air that are live, a lot of horses. I just kind of felt in handicapping this race, this horse had a bit of a look to it. Subsequently heard the horse, and Richie had even mentioned it just now, the horse had worked very, very well, and sort of trying to handicap Al Stahl. So I'm going to bet $60 to win on this horse. My bankroll a little bit below 4,000. Try to get back above the 4,000. You have position where you could make a score. I have not given up on you, Paul.
Yeah, I've had a couple takedowns, so I had to take a couple breaks.
You got taken down?
I got taken down. Yeah, that was a rough one.
Who'd you get taken down on?
I forget what horse it was, but it got taken down for a double, so it's been a little bit rough. Yeah, and then a nose defeat that. Actually, Greg Wolf rubbed in my face on air.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did.
Well, you have a chance to get even.
But here's the thing is, I love the 1 here. And I was going to make it my bankroll pick.
Well, you can.
But I didn't want to because I just thought that if, both of us pick it, we're both positive people. 2 positives make a negative. I was a math major.
So you like the same horse.
Okay, wait.
You
were a math major?
Yes, I was.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's
kind of got me into the numbers, to be honest with you.
Really? Okay, that makes sense.
Literature.
I'm not touching
math.
any of this.
Richie,
I went to the
8th
University
grade.
of Belmont Park. I don't know nothing
I made
about
a
it.
lot of money. I made a lot of money in high school doing people's algebra. For some reason, the algebra just made sense to me.
I used to play gin with one of my teachers actually in lunch periods.
Like horse
good
racing
man
version
too.
of Goodwill Hunting here.
Saratoga, a great town to grow up. Everybody in Saratoga likes to gamble. Not everybody.
I guess that makes me Ben Affleck because I'm throwing bricks off the building, all right? So
You recently got divorced, I heard. Sorry to hear that.
19 minutes out.
No, not
10th and
J-Lo.
final here on the Thursday program.
Shocker.
Travers week coverage continues 48 hours out until the 155th edition. Luis Saez will be trying for a third. Struck with Will Take Charge back in 2013. Essential Quality. See if he can pull off the upset at a third Travers on Saturday.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo.
In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road.
Digital Age.
And Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record.
Three Chimneys this week in history. 11 years ago, and Will Take Charge, the massive Will Take Charge, and Luis Saez in a thrilling finish of the Midsummer Derby.
Yeah, that was Moreno in front that he was just catching and nailing right at the wire. Palace Mal was very unlucky to be fourth in there. Probably would have run if he hadn't blown the brake. My favorite memory of this was I was sitting in the box right behind Wayne Lucas. He turned around and said, "Did I win?" I went, "You got it, Wayne."
Heartbreaker for Eric Guillot.
Yeah.
With Moreno. But the young Luis Saez there, Mig.
Yeah, man. Look how short he rode. Man, you got to be young to ride that short.
Panamanian phenom Luis Saez won a second Travers with Essential Quality. Will Take Charge, eventual champion, just missed in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He has not ridden in the Travers since Essential Quality's victory in 2021. Surprising, not about in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's weird.
Two-time Travers winner, Luis Saez, Will Take Charge, and Essential Quality, trying for a third. Live Mountain Deed, the 5-2 morning line favorite. The fighter, Dornock, breezing, tuning up for the Travers, a 5-time winner. Now the Haskell winner, Belmont winner. And you remember, Paulie, when we were talking about Dornock, opening day last year at Saratoga as an unraced 2-year-old who just happened to be the little brother of Derby winner Mage.
Pretty crazy, and he's turned out to be this. It's actually turned out to be better than his brother, even though his brother won the Kentucky Derby, more prestigious race. But when you have the grit of this type of horse, and I think everybody underestimated him and kind of underestimated his brother, right? I remember when Mage ran that big race, a lot of people were like, oh, Forte's not the same horse. Well, we didn't give Mage the credit, and I think after the Kentucky Derby, Dornock didn't have the best of breaks, obviously being in the 1-hole, but there's a lot of horses. Looking at Lucky was the best of that crop, couldn't win from the 1-hole, got out of that, and they didn't give up on the horse. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if this horse would have been with the same trainer without the Belmont win, and the horse has progressed.
Perfect world. How do things shape up early on for Dornock and the Travers?
Well, he's a horse that has to be involved. He's shown that he wants to be in the fray and that he fights. So Luis Saez is not a rider that generally takes anything away that comes easy. He's going to come out running, and he's going to be one too early. I don't see him. If Torpedo Anna really goes for it, he's laying second to her. If she doesn't go for it, he's on the lead, and we know how tough he is to get by. Listen, if I'm in a barroom brawl, I want Dornick with me.
True.
Looked like he was done at the top of the stretch in the Haskell. Turned back all challengers. Now looking for a third straight Grade 1 victory on Saturday in the 155th running of the Travers. Military Appreciation Day here at Saratoga this afternoon. The anthem earlier today sung by West Point Band vocalist Sergeant First Class Emily Juergens. And of course, 102 years old, World War II Army vet Ken Bailey ringing the bell for race 3. It's a presentation of ceremonial silks for Army National Guard fallen soldiers killed in a helicopter crash in Texas on March 8th.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com today. The nightcap is a fun one as we have horses in the paddock for race 10, maiden special weight sprinting on the turf. And we'll start down to the inside with a first-time starter, the #1 Unhidden Gem, the Irish-bred daughter of No Nay Never, was purchased as a yearling at Tattersall's October for just shy of $300,000, the U.S. equivalent. And so, yes, it's taken her a little bit of time to get to the races, but she is a big, good-looking filly. Carries a lot of substance, as is typical for progeny of No Nay Never. But watching her workouts on XBTV, the workout two-back, Julian Leparoux was aboard, and she just didn't even look like she was going that fast. And for a turf horse to go 47-4 on the main track here is the quick workout. Three-back, that turf workout, she went in company with Gavea, who is graded stakes place and just most recently was 4th in the Lake George. And I thought that this this filly was going better than her throughout. So I am very intrigued by this first-time starter for Al Stahl, who has just really checked every box as far as a physical perspective as well. The 7 Shoplifting gets a few changes today, back in the turf for the first time since she was a 2-year-old, and gets blinkers on as well. She has turf pedigree. While her dam Miss Shop won the personal Ensign, she was also a 4-time turf winner. So there's pedigree to suggest that she will like it, and she has a bit of a turf hoof. She's also half to grade 3 winner Tin Type Gal, who was a 3-time turf winner. I always thought that this horse was built a little bit more like a turf horse. She looks great in here today, and again, her only turf start was as a 2-year-old and in a stake race. So she's intriguing to me today too. Pretty significant blinker cup going on for Linda Rice. Wesley Ward sends out 2, both of whom come off big layoffs. The number 5 Blackfoot Daisy ran a little bit more recently. She is one that is owned, trained, and bred by Wesley, as she comes out of a race on synthetic at Turfway, in which she was actually off slow, hustled out to the lead, and then ended up fading. Blinkers come off, as is often the case with a Wesley Ward making their 3-year-old debut. There is turf pedigree. The dam was a 2-time turf winner, as was the second dam, but she's not an overly turf-built type of individual. Not the biggest turf hoof to her. She's also carrying quite a bit of condition, which is not uncommon for the barn. She looks like she's healthy and like she's doing well. So I'm, with these 2 layoff runners, more inclined to take a little bit of the wait and see approach, but this one does have pedigree to suggest she'll move forward on the grass. And finally, the 6 La Salvador Reina has been turning lots of heads in the mornings. I like the cutback in distance for her, namely because of her demeanor. She's very sharp. She's gotten hot in the paddock, but she did that last time too, so that is normal for her, Lafitte.
Training well. Acacia, thanks so much. La Salvadorena, riders up, post-parade brewing for the 10th and final. Post time, 7 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry stall room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance to witness Super Filly Torpedo Anna take on the Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and the boys in the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 24th at Saratoga. Buy now at NYRA.com/Travers.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Olympiad's first foals are being born in 2024, so we've been out inspecting the foals. Very big, very long-legged, kind of atypical of a Speightstown, but Olympiad's atypical of a Speightstown. He's 16, 1.5, so he's a good-sized horse, and he's throwing good size on these foals. You know, he had a good first year. He ended up breeding 228 mares that first year. We're off and running, couldn't be happier. He bred 170 mares this year, so continuing with a hot streak of number of mares that we're getting to the stallion.
Look at that shot. they have a harp.
More times than not, as we're going to start the post parade, we get a lot of rain and people complain. You get a lot of unbelievable views around here.
Yeah, we do. And the view of Andy trying to pad that bankroll play with Unhidden Gem. More on her in a moment, precisely. And then Araso, if I'm saying that properly, probably not the favorite.
This is the horse to beat. The 3-1 and the 1 is an underlay, by the way. She better be a runner. Araso is the horse to beat. I thought she ran very, very well last time with a long layoff.
Carter Santana looking for a third on the afternoon with Chardon.
Yeah, big long shot here at 44-1.
Blackfoot Daisy, turf debut.
Yeah, the one of the two Wesleys, probably the faster of the two Wesleys. Neither one taking much money.
La Salvadorena at 7-2.
Guy, when you say that Spanish, it does turn me on a little bit there.
I was a little excited, too.
Mission accomplished. Shoplifting. Lindy Rice seeking a second.
I think it's an interesting horse in the price. The stake race is a maiden. Second time out, the horse actually ran pretty well. She has been disappointing recently, though.
Out too late, shortens up.
Yeah, and a horse that cuts back a distance. The race sprinting was not bad, too bad.
Sane, first-time starter. Ramona Bass, own debuting filly.
Yeah, I mean, she has a smidgen of turf pedigree to speak of. A lot of money for her, but not taking any money.
She could be the hunch play. She could be the hunch play. Avery Johnson was on, gave Ramona a big
That's
shout
right.
out.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah. There's the favorite. 3-1. Tepid favorite. Her most recent. Late July right here. There she is. Showed good speed and eventually tires a little late.
And also remember, the horses that ran 1-2 in here came from last and second to last. So this is a race that was somewhat falling apart in the late stages. She was coming off a near-year layoff, an 11-month layoff. This horse, I realized this was handicapping the race. This horse that Chad Brown had told me last year he really liked when she ran the turf. She got rained off in both of her starts. Got on the turf, and he was right. She ran very, very well in there, and I think she's logical. She doesn't project to be speed here. I think both the 3 for sure may be faster than her. I'm not sure about. I'm in the 5. I'm not sure about the 7.
And Unhidden Gem, co-favorite 3-1.
Yeah, I could never. Like? I would. To be honest with you, I mean, I'll leave my bankroll bet. It doesn't really matter. I would not bet this horse at 3-1. Not betting first or 3-1.
At least it's a good sign.
There's obviously a massive story on this horse, and probably related to work you mentioned, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, she just skimmed over the top of the ground. It really was visually impressive. Sometimes you look at works, and until you hear a time, you're not quite sure what to make of it. I didn't need to hear how fast or slow she went. She was a beautiful mover.
I think the other part of it, too, Lafitte, she's worked well on both surfaces, according to the reports.
Well, it's all pedigree for turf.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all a European turf pedigree.
Acacia loved what she saw in the paddock regarding Unhidden Gem. And then the favorite, they're both 3-1. What are you seeing from Araso here?
Well, she is, as Andy mentioned, the horse to beat. And yeah, I really wanted to pick Unhidden Gem, but as Andy mentioned, a lot of weight with a shorter price on her. So I defaulted to the 7 Shoplifting, who I really did like getting back on the turf. And as far as the 3 Araso is concerned, I really liked her finally getting to the turf last time. She's just built so much more like a turf horse. And she's a leaner type of frame, as is kind of typical of a Mendelssohn progeny. She's gotten hot today. Which she didn't last time. But that said, I thought that she ran pretty well. She hit the front and then kind of the closers swallowed her up in there. But this is the right surface for her, and she should be stronger second off the layoff. The number 9, Seine, I'm guessing like the River Seine in France, as she is a horse that is another first-time starter, and wanted to mention her. As Andy mentioned, there is a little turf pedigree. The dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Weep No More, who won the Ashland, but also a sister to Current, who Todd Pletcher trained, and the half-sibling to this one, Half Is Enough, who was more of a dirt sprinter, but one other foal who handled turf. She just doesn't look fit to me. She is a very bigger-bodied type of animal, was a little short-strided in that warm-up, just really looks like she's going to need a start, and the board is reflecting that as well, Lafitte.
Chilly indeed, 20-1. Look at that. They see there on television.
Now you got to get them signed so you can't see anything, right, Mig?
That's the coolest thing, how excited the
love
kids get meeting the jockeys and getting a pair of goggles.
Listen,
nothing better.
That's the one thing I've always said. This is the one sport where you can get so close to the athletes, especially here. You walk through the crowd, guys are giving out goggles, signing stuff. You can get personal up to the athlete. I say this all the time. I get it. But you're not getting close to LeBron James. But you can get really close to Irad Ortiz Jr.
And that kid will never forget.
100%.
Goggles, and this is how you make fans.
Yep.
And it's really, I mean, that's the beauty of Saratoga, too, is being able to get close to the riders, trainers, everybody.
I got Eddie Maples goggles after he won the Remsen on Believe It.
Really?
I used to go to the track with a mutual clerk that worked in the money room, so I had to wait till late till he was ready to drive back to Brooklyn. And I was waiting there, and Eddie came out and gave me a pair of goggles.
I bet him. I was there that day.
Were you there?
Beat Alidar.
Was he your idol after that?
Not so.
I still idolize Eddie Maples.
He brought it up.
Oh,
he brought it up, okay? You know, he started it.
The five just kicked out.
We're in the wrong year.
Johnny Velasquez there.
Yeah.
Kind of got a little squirrely in the gate. Now, this is a horse that hasn't been seen in a while for Wesley Ward. Now, he owns and trains, and usually they'll show speed. Maybe he's just getting a little cranked up at the gate.
Final thoughts here, Richie.
I think the 7's a little bit interesting. I picked the 1 because I love the way the horse worked, but the 7's a little bit interesting. I thought her turf sprint in the Stewart Manor back last November was really good. Too much to do. Ran in stops and starts, adds blinkers. I think she's legit and live here.
She's in the gate, out too late. Chardin steps forward, 1 left. Frank Miramonti standing by. Nightcap live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Here's the other first-time starter, Sen. Right up to the gate. In the Bass colors, all set. And they're off. Even start, precisely Arasu. Both out very alertly. On the inside, Unhidden Gem. Blackfoot Daisy is in the mix through the opening furlongs, as is La Salvadorina. On the outside of them comes Sen, 4 lengths off the lead, while widest of all, Shoplifting is third last, followed by Out Too Late and Chardon at the back of the field. It is precisely into the far turn through a quarter that went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Blackfoot Daisy tries to challenge in second. 2 more lengths, Unhidden Gem awaiting her turn. She's just behind La Salvadorina, who's making a 3-wide bid. And also in behind horses, Arasu has some horse. They're at the top of the stretch. Many chances here, precisely narrowly in front. On the outside, La Salvadorina. In between those two, Blackfoot Daisy. Arasu gets a little bit of breathing room. They are followed on the outside by Shoplifting and Out Too Late. La Salvadorina takes over and opens up authoritatively. La Salvadorina wins it by 3. Out Too Late was second, Shoplifting and Chardon from well back to finish 4th.
Pressing all the right buttons. The Saratoga High product. Dylan Davis, another win at the Spa. La Salvadorina graduates, breaks through in her 4th career start.
It's got to have been a lime green suit that Ray was wearing. Get this one home. The other thing that helped was that Dylan gave a good ride, got out in the clear. There might have been a horse in this race that I think is on everybody's list now to bet back that never had a chance to run, but this horse had a chance to run and dominated.
Yeah, I think you're right. Cutback, as soon as this horse hit the top of the lane with the cutback make, this race was over, and I think the Girl Scout cookie suit for Ray Handel just sealed the deal.
He knew he was getting his picture taken today.
With the blue socks to go with it. He was dressed to impress.
I agree. But listen, Dylan Davis has been riding in tremendous form and just continues. And the biggest thing with Dylan is how consistent he's become. You know, there's been times when, I would get frustrated because you know how much ability he has, and now it's just he's showing up every day. His preparation is solid. He's really matured.
You have the rail in this race, and I agree, obviously. You have to have a better plan than Julian Leperoux did with the 1. You've either got to be aggressive enough to put yourself in that position. You can't come out as passively as he did because he basically had to eat this horse searching around. And I don't like to beat up on Julian. I think he takes a lot of unfair heat. This was not one that I'm sure he's proud of.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to commit and go to the front end and just keep on going and just play the hand you're dealt, especially when you draw the rail and you're taking a lot of money. As you see Ray dressed in. Wow.
Cue that Miami Vice theme.
I mean, you want me to?
I mean, that's it.
Is that Crockett
That
or what?
is his theme music.
You got to have some serious confidence.
And he's got the chain.
I want to go home and have some. I want to go have some mint chocolate chip ice cream. I see that suit. I got hungry.
I was thinking key lime pie, but all right.
The kids call that now with the chain out some Rizzy Riz.
Ray's strutting out there. Big meet for Ray. He's had a terrific meet.
What do you got all the suits for? Very confident coming in. Would that qualify as a teal?
Yeah, it could be. Listen, I did.
No, that's not teal. That's
when I saw
I'm telling you, that's
mint.
Mint. It's mint,
Yeah,
baby.
no,
I'm telling you,
you're
it's
right.
mint.
Yeah, it's mint.
Yeah.
That is called.
Nice.
Well,
Gotta know
hold on.
your colors.
Let's go this way. Menthol.
I think Ray's calling the show.
Is your phone ringing?
I think Ray. Oh, hi, Ray. Yeah, no, yeah, mint. Thank you. No, I knew it. You're looking sharp, dude. Okay, nice job. Nice training job.
Oh, not with us. We will be going. Yeah, hang up.
Say the name again.
La Salvadorena.
Ooh, Mufasa.
La Salvadorena.
Mufasa.
Cue up the song.
Now I really need some
Play to your
ice cream.
strengths. Play to your strengths.
Oh, my God.
Results forthcoming. 2 wins on the afternoon, Dylan Davis. And, of course, tomorrow, first of 6 Grade 1 events over the next couple of days. The personal incident in honor of one of the greatest all time, 13 for 13. 5th stable, Shug McGahee. We have a champion. Idiomatic, randomized. Richie, toe-to-toe, head-to-head. Paul pointed this out earlier. Look at the size discrepancy between randomized and idiomatic here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Laurel and Hardy, right? I mean, you got one that's so tall, idiomatic, long, filly, and randomized, smaller, sleeker, head down, got that serious demeanor that I love in a racehorse. And randomized is tough to get by if you've got to run her down. She does not want to be passed.
Let me ask you, because of her size, does that help her around this racetrack? She is 3 for 4 over it.
Randomized, you know what helps her is just how handy she is in her gate speed. If she leaves the gate the way she normally does, I think that it would be silly to not play Catch Me If You Can.
What would you have said last year, Andy? They just ran the Wilton Stakes. I think day 2 of the meet, and randomized wins. And somebody tells you then, oh, that's the Alabama winner, and oh, by the way, she's also going to beat a champion in the Ogden Phipps the following year. What would you have said?
I'm kind of a funny person to ask that question because I spoke to Seth Klarman after the race, and we both said she can win the Alabama. She can wire the field. And so I'm not surprised at all she won the Alabama. I mean, I might have told you about her after she broke her maiden, didn't I? Or I might have mentioned the show or something.
I'm not sure. I probably would have forgotten.
You
anyway.
know what I said about her.
But Seth Klarman, he was more emphatic about her running in the Alabama than even Chad Brown was,
correct? Chad said right after the race that he gave all the credit to Seth. It's probably the most he ever was trying to encourage. And listen, if Chad really didn't want to run, she wouldn't have run. And so Chad did. Chad just made the point, and Maggie agreed with him. Maggie said, I agree with him. He said, I kept looking at her in the stall. She's so tiny. He said, I just didn't think she could win it.
She doesn't look like a 1.25 mile type. Obviously, horses have the answers. We have opinions.
Man, Avery Johnson and myself are on the set. Let's go with the small people.
Little General. She'd be small, but mighty. Thanks so much for joining us on Fox Sports 2 as we march closer and closer to the Travers on Saturday. Personal Ensign tomorrow. Can't wait to see those two lock up once again on this Military Appreciation Day, saluting our veterans and those that have fought and given so much for this country and for our freedom, and something we're so proud to be a part of here at the New York Racing Association. A Chad Brown, yet another victory in the Ballston Spa. Flying dismount, Frankie Dettori, Richie cringes every single time. Boo Cachet in the Ballston Spa, and that Man of War Cup to be hosted by whom on Saturday after the Travers.